Chapter 62-73. After breaking through, the Black Moon Fairy returned to her family and didn't stay in the heavenly court. She seems to be on guard against the masters of the 33 heavens. Why is she on guard against the masters of the 33 heavens? Isn't she working in the heavenly court? She does work in the heavenly court, but she broke through earlier than most of the masters of the heavens. It's hard to say what the masters of the heavens are thinking. Countless cultivators were still talking about the mystic Yin Fairy. When Lin Feng, the boundless Taoist priest, and Xia Donghuan were eating outside, all the cultivators around them were talking about the Xian Yin celestial being. Back in the day, the Black Moon Fairy and I were once apprenticed to the same expert. Unfortunately, my talent wasn't as good as the Black Moon Fairy's. A cultivator at the next table sighed. F***ck, this can't be true, right? His companion was extremely shocked. The cultivator replied, "Of course it's true. I didn't tell anyone about this because I was afraid that the mystic Yin Fairy would find out about my whereabouts. If she sent someone to find me, I wouldn't be able to face her." You wouldn't be able to face the Black Moon Fairy? What does that mean? You were originally from the same sect. Could it be that the Black Moon Fairy had a relationship with you? Another one of his companions said in surprise. That's not true. The reason why I didn't face the Black Moon Fairy was because she was my senior sister. She took good care of me and often gave me cultivation resources. She also explained some of the problems I encountered in cultivation. However, I haven't achieved anything in all these years, so of course I wouldn't be able to face her. The cultivator sighed and said, "So this brother is the Black Moon Fairy's junior brother. May I ask if we can talk for a bit?" At that moment, a middle-aged cultivator at another table stood up and cupped his fists. "Haha, no problem, no problem," the cultivator who called himself the Black Moon Fairy's junior brother said with a smile. "Let's go to the private room upstairs," the middle-aged cultivator said, and the group of people walked up to the private room upstairs. Wuliang Daoist said, "He's most likely a swindler." Lin Feng nodded. There weren't many such swindlers in the world of cultivators. The main reason was that in the world of cultivators, there were many people who would kill without batting an eyelid. If one were to cheat, once they were exposed, there was an 80% chance that they would be killed by the other party. Therefore, very few people would come out to cheat. However, that didn't mean that no one had ever done such a thing. There were still some people who took the risk out of desperation and came out to cheat. In Lin Feng's opinion, the guy who claimed to be the junior brother of the mysterious Yin Fairy was a liar. The middle-aged cultivator and his companions probably wanted to get to know the mystic Yin Fairy through the swindler, but they obviously wouldn't succeed. They would probably be swindled out of a lot of treasures. However, this did not have much to do with Lin Feng, so Lin Feng did not expose the other party. Suddenly, Lin Feng gave a quick glance and saw tens of cultivators coming down from upstairs. They must be the guests who had finished their meal and were about to leave. Lin Feng saw a woman in the crowd. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched when he saw the woman. He quickly turned his head away and stopped looking at her. "What's wrong?" Wu Liang Daoist noticed Lin Feng's abnormality and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Lin Feng shook his head. Wu Liang Daoist tactfully stopped asking and looked at the group of people coming down the stairs. The group of cultivators quickly left. "Who is that woman surrounded by so many people?" Wu Liang Daoist asked curiously. He felt that Lin Feng might know the woman. Lin Feng said, "She's the mystic Yin Fairy." "What? She's the mystic Yin Fairy?" Wu Liang Daoist exclaimed. "Who's the mystic Yin Fairy?" Many people heard Wu Liang Daoist's exclamation and asked one after another. Could the mystic Yin Fairy have been here earlier? "What I mean is, I'm the mystic Yin Fairy," Wu Liang Daoist said proudly. "Why don't you just die? This damned Daoist is too shameless." Many people cursed. Wu Liang Daoist ignored them. He looked at Lin Feng and whispered, "How do you know this woman?" Lin Feng said, my soul descended to the heavenly court earlier and had some conflict with this woman. Wu Liang Daoist couldn't help but mutter when he heard Lin Feng's words. He now felt that Lin Feng was a dangerous person. Following Lin Feng around, he had to worry about his own safety at all times. Wu Liang Daoist wondered if he should find a time to quickly slip away. After breakfast, the three of them went to find a place to stay, washed up, and went to rest. The next day Wu Liang Daoist went out for breakfast and didn't see him. Xia Donghuang went to call Wu Liang Daoist but found that he wasn't in the room. He's gone. I don't know where he went, Xia Donghuang said. Lin Feng said, that damned Daoist must have slipped away. Let's go have breakfast first and then go find out where the soul-devouring forest is. Xia Donghuang nodded. The two of them had a simple breakfast and then went to the trading company to find out where the soul-devouring forest was, as well as some information about the soul-devouring clan. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. After gathering information, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang flew towards the soul-devouring forest where the soul-devouring clan was located. 3 months later Lin Feng and the others arrived at the soul-devouring forest. Inside the soul-devouring forest, there were powerful beasts everywhere. Logically speaking, there should be many adventurers exploring such a primeval forest. However, because the soul-devouring clan viewed this place as a forbidden area, so very few cultivators dared to enter this place. Lin Feng and the others didn't see any foreign cultivators along the way. 5 days later, when they passed by a mountain range suddenly, arrows were shot out from the forest one after another. Those arrows landed at the feet of Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. Halt! At this moment a voice was heard. It was a woman's voice. Next, a tall woman dressed in black walked out. She had a quiver of arrows hanging from her waist. She held a huge bow in her hand. She had an oval face that was exquisite and beautiful. Other than this woman, the others hidden in the surrounding forest did not come out for the time being. However, Lin Feng guessed that this woman should be a leader. This is the territory of the soul-devouring clan. Unrelated people, leave at once, the woman said. These people were obviously cultivators of the soul-devouring clan. It seemed that some of the rumors about the soul-devouring clan could not be fully believed. For example, the rumors about the soul-devouring clan killing without batting an eyelid did not seem to be reliable. If the soul-devouring clan was really that cruel, then there was no need for this woman to say so much to Lin Feng. She could have just attacked and killed Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. Lin Feng said, we want to see the patriarch of the soul-devouring clan. We have a big deal with the soul-devouring clan. A big deal with the soul-devouring clan? What kind of deal? The woman asked in surprise. Xia, you can't believe this kid's words. What kind of big deal could someone like him have with our clan? At that moment, a young man walked out and looked at Lin Feng with contempt. Lin Feng ignored the young man. There were snobs everywhere, and there were self-righteous people everywhere. In Lin Feng's opinion, this young man was probably one of those people, so there was no need to get involved with someone like him. Lin Feng looked at the woman and said, my name is Lin Feng. I haven't asked for your full name yet. I'm not a fairy. My name is Dong Xia. The woman said. So it's Miss Xia. Miss Xia is valiant and beautiful. Those so-called fairies in the outside world can't compare to Miss Xia. Lin Feng said with a smile. Dong Xia was actually quite happy to hear Lin Feng's praise. She was a woman after all. She liked to hear others praise her beauty. Dong Xia. She was no exception. When the young man saw that Lin Feng wasn't paying attention to him, his expression became unsightly. He looked at Dong Xia and said, Xia, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He has an ulterior motive. Lin Feng said, I was just praising Miss Xia for being beautiful, but you said that I was talking nonsense. Are you saying that Miss Xia is ugly? Your eyes are pretty big. Why are you blind? Miss Xia is such a beautiful girl, Yet you think she's ugly? You're really making me speechless. When the young man heard Lin Feng's words, the young man was furious. The man suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. He had been wrongly accused. He had been wrongly accused. He had only wanted to say that Lin Feng had an ulterior motive. However, Lin Feng found a flaw in his words and changed the topic to whether Dong Xia was beautiful or ugly. Dong Xia's expression became increasingly unsightly. The young man even wanted to kill Lin Feng. He had been pursuing Dong Xia. There had been no progress. But at least Dong Xia didn't hate him, right? This meant that he still had a chance to catch up to Dong Xia in the future. However, after being stirred up by Lin Feng, how could there be any hope in the future? He had to explain this matter clearly. The young man hurriedly said, "Xia, this guy is slandering me. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to express that this guy must have ulterior motives for coming here. We can't fall for his trick." Dong Xia said expressionlessly, "I know how to deal with the situation in front of me." When Lin Feng heard Dong Xia, he understood that Dong Xia was the one who made the decisions. She wasn't the one who thought that she was infallible and that arrogant man. The young man nodded, but his face was gloomy. He looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze from time to time. Facing this person's cold gaze, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. What the hell? He really thought he was a big shot. Dong Xia looked at Lin Feng and said, "It's not that easy to see my clan's patriarch. You need to pass my clan's test." "What test?" asked Lin Feng. He was intrigued. "Follow me," Dong Xia said. She quickly flew towards the depths of the forest. The young man glared fiercely at Lin Feng and quickly flew towards the depths of the forest. As for the rest, a portion of them stayed behind. A portion of them followed Dong Xia into the depths of the forest. These people were extremely fast. Their clan seemed to be quite good at speed. However, Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang both looked calm and relaxed. No matter how fast these people sped up, they couldn't shake the two of them off. Interesting. Dong Xia narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang behind her. Soon, they arrived at a cliff that was shrouded in clouds. There was a stone bridge here. Dong Xia and the others stood beside the stone bridge. Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang landed. Dong Xia said, "My soul-devouring clan is good at all kinds of soul technique. This stone bridge is called the Bridge of Nightmares, and it is a test set by my clan. Anyone who wants to enter my clan's land must cross this bridge. However, I'm warning you here. Once you enter the Bridge of Nightmares, illusions will appear and inner demons will cause trouble. Therefore, many people are unable to cross it. Under the stone bridge is a bottomless abyss, and there are many terrifying underground magical beasts living there. If you are confused by your inner demons, you will not be able to control your body. Once you fall into the abyss, you will definitely become food for those underground magical beasts. Therefore, you'd better think carefully about whether you should try to cross this stone bridge or not. The two of you should carefully consider this matter now. We'll wait for you on the other side." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Xia and the others walked towards the Bridge of Nightmares. They were cultivators of the soul-devouring clan, so they naturally wouldn't be affected by the stone bridge. This clan's methods are quite powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He then turned to Xia Dongwang and asked, "Will you be all right?" "Of course," Xia Dongwang said confidently. Lin Feng didn't think that Xia Dongwang was boasting. He wasn't the type to boast. Moreover, as the reincarnation of Dongwang Tai, Xia Dongwang was really amazing. At the very least, when Lin Feng was Xia Dongwang's age, his cultivation was worlds apart from Xia Dongwang's. However, the two of them couldn't be compared like this. First, they were in different eras. When Lin Feng was Xia Dongwang's age, the world hadn't changed yet. Everyone was affected by the laws of order, so their cultivation speed was relatively slow. Second, Xia Dongwang was a reincarnated body. In his awakened memories, there were many divine abilities, immortal sutras, opportunities, and so on that helped him quickly improve his cultivation. On the other hand, Lin Feng wasn't a reincarnated body. He had to rely on himself for everything, so his cultivation speed couldn't compare to Xia Donghuang's. However, to be honest, Lin Feng's overall cultivation speed was extremely fast. He wasn't even 300 years old, but he had already reached the sage immortal realm. In the entire universe, this kind of cultivation speed was extremely heaven-defying. Moreover, Lin Feng's accumulation was too great. The difficulty of breaking through was dozens or even hundreds of times more difficult than others. Therefore, for someone his age and the difficulty of breaking through, it was very difficult for him to cultivate to his current level. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang walked onto the Bridge of Nightmares. Then, endless inner demons began to grow. However, Lin Feng condensed the image of a Vairocana Buddha in his mind. This Vairocana Buddha image was solemn and dignified, dispelling all inner demons. This Vairocana Buddha image was condensed by Lin Feng using the present Sutra of Buddhism. It was very extraordinary. Lin Feng glanced at Xia Donghuang and found that there was a layer of golden light around Xia Donghuang's body. This layer of golden light protected Xia Donghuang. Xia Donghuang wasn't affected in the slightest. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang crossed the Bridge of Nightmares without any hindrance and came to the opposite side of the cliff. How is this possible? Dong Xie and the others saw that Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang crossed the Bridge of Nightmares so quickly. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 62-74. They knew how difficult it was for outsiders to smoothly cross the Nightmare Bridge. However, as soon as they had crossed the bridge, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang had followed them. Wasn't this all too strange? Even if they could cross the Nightmare Bridge, how could they do it so quickly? You must have cheated, said the guy who had targeted Lin Feng coldly. His name was Fang Zipping. The soul-devouring clan had 8 great surnames, and the Fang clan was one of them. Although it wasn't as noble as the Dong clan, it still had a very high status in the clan. He was used to everything going smoothly, and now that he had suffered a loss in front of Lin Feng, he hated Lin Feng. Moreover, he had noticed that Dong Xie's attitude towards Lin Feng was different from how she treated the others. He was very jealous, and his hatred for Lin Feng grew even more. As for Lin Feng, he didn't bother to guess what Fang Zipping was thinking. Lin Feng was very busy every day, so how could he have the time to pay attention to what a nobody was thinking? If a nobody jumped out and made Lin Feng pay more attention to them, then Lin Feng would be exhausted to death. Lin Feng said indifferently, "You can eat whatever you want, but don't say whatever you want. Especially if you don't have proof. It's best if you don't say anything." Fang Zipping sneered, "You must have some treasure that can suppress inner demons. We'll know once we search you." Lin Feng sneered, "It doesn't matter if we have it or not. Do you think you have the right to search us? What a joke. Do you really think you're someone important? Don't embarrass the soul-devouring clan here. Brat, you're too presumptuous. This is the soul-devouring clan. You're not allowed to behave atrociously here," Fang Zipping said coldly. He had long wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Lin Feng didn't even bother to make a move on someone like Fang Zipping. Xia Donghuang said coldly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of my master?" Master? Everyone was slightly stunned. They originally thought that Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were friends. They didn't expect that Lin Feng was Xia Donghuang's master. Even Dong Xie was a little confused. Lin Feng was less than 300 years old. At such a young age, even if his cultivation level was extraordinary, he had only cultivated for a short period of time. It was impossible for him to be proficient in the understanding of Tao, Dharma, scriptures, divine abilities, and so on. Lin Feng was such a young cultivator, yet he accepted someone else as his disciple. Wasn't this misleading? The corner of Fang Zipping's mouth suddenly revealed a disdainful smile. What a strange pair of master and disciple. Fang Zipping felt that he could get rid of Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang with one hand. He was about to say something sarcastic to Xia Dongwang. It would be best if he could take action and teach them a lesson. But at this time, Dong Xia said, "Since you've passed the Bridge of Nightmares, I don't care how you crossed it. You've passed the test. Now, follow me to the soul-devouring clan's territory." Hearing that Dong Xia was really going to bring Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang to the soul-devouring clan's territory, Fang Zipping was a little unhappy. He said, "Xia, if you really bring them there, many elders will be unhappy." Dong Xia said, "I don't think they're the kind of people who would speak without thinking. Perhaps they really do have some big business to discuss with the clan's upper echelons." Lin Feng thought, Dong Xia might be a woman, but she's quite a character. On the other hand, this Fang Zipping is full of himself and is useless. No wonder Dong Xia didn't treat him well no matter how much he tried to curry favor with her. Dong Xia is quite a good judge of character. Seeing Dong Xia's insistence, Fang Zipping didn't say anything else. Dong Xia brought Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang deeper into the clan. 2 hours later, they arrived at the soul-devouring clan's gathering place. The soul-devouring clan's forces with different surnames were scattered in different places. However, there was a large palace built in the central area. This was where the soul-devouring clan's main branch was located and where the upper echelons of the clan handled their official business. As for the soul-devouring clan's main branch, it was the Dong clan that Dong Xia belonged to. Among the soul-devouring clan's major clans, the Dong clan was the most powerful. There was a reason why the Dong clan was so powerful. It was said that the Dong clan had a transcendent realm ancestor. This transcendent realm ancestor was an expert from 3 eras ago. The soul-devouring clan was good at all kinds of soul techniques, so this clan was very terrifying. A transcendent realm expert who was good at soul attacks was definitely an existence that everyone feared like a tiger. Such an expert. He could often kill countless experts without making a sound. However, Lin Feng's research on soul techniques was quite deep now. In addition, his natal magic treasure, the soul-suppressing bell, had reached the level of an ancient weapon. Therefore, if he really faced the soul-devouring clan's ancestor, Lin Feng was actually quite confident that he could wrestle with such an expert. Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang were arranged in a living room by Dong Xia. Then, Dong Xia sent someone to invite an elder over. She stayed here to accompany Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang. As for Fang Zipping, this guy was very thick-skinned. Although Lin Feng did not like this guy, he just did not want to leave. Lin Feng could not be bothered with him. As long as he did not look for trouble, everything was negotiable. It seems that Miss Xia's identity in the soul-devouring clan is not simple. Lin Feng looked at Dong Xia and said. Dong Xia smiled and said, "Actually, I don't have any special identity." "What is your identity?" Lin Feng asked. Lin Feng's straightforwardness did not arouse Dong Xia's disgust. Instead, it made her feel better. This was related to Dong Xia's personality. Dong Xia was a straightforward person. She would say whatever she wanted to say. Dong Xia definitely wouldn't say anything sarcastic. Fang Zipping, on the other hand, liked to sarcastically mock others. This was also the reason why Dong Xia did not like Fang Zipping very much. However, they were both cultivators of the soul-devouring clan after all. Although she did not like Fang Zipping very much, Dong Xia would not express the disgust in her heart during their usual interactions. Although she had a straightforward personality, she still knew how to deal with people. To put it bluntly, this was how a person should be. If one did not know how to deal with people, they would not be able to survive in the world of cultivators. Unless one was always a loner. Dong Xia did not intend to hide it from Lin Feng. She said, "I am the granddaughter of the Dong clan's great elder." Lin Feng nodded. He had already guessed Dong Xia's identity. Although his guess was not particularly correct, it was more or less the same. All he needed to know was that Dong Xia was the direct descendant of the Dong clan of the soul-devouring clan. Dong Xia said, "With my authority, I am not qualified to call the clan leader. My authority is only to call some elders. Just now, I have already sent someone to the hall on duty to call the elders on duty over." "Elders are fine too," Lin Feng said. Next, Lin Feng and Dong Xia started chatting. Lin Feng talked about many things he had seen and experienced outside. Dong Xia listened very attentively. Feng Zipping, who was standing to the side, was so angry that his face turned ashen when he saw Lin Feng and Dong Xia chatting so happily. Not long after, an elder arrived. It was a middle-aged cultivator. He was thin and had a pair of inverted triangular eyes. Those eyes were like the eyes of a poisonous snake. Being stared at by those eyes was like being stared at by a poisonous snake. 13th Uncle. After seeing this person, Feng Zipping hurriedly stood up and shouted excitedly. He remembered that 13th Uncle was not on duty today. However, 13th Uncle had appeared in this place. Perhaps he had switched shifts with someone else? Normally, Feng Zipping would not be so enthusiastic when he saw 13th Uncle. But today, he was so enthusiastic because he wanted to use 13th Uncle's authority to chase Lin Feng away. It would be best if he could make Lin Feng lose face. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. The elder, who was called 13th Uncle by Feng Zipping, nodded when he saw Feng Zipping greet him. This person was called Feng Jian. He was one of the 5 elders on duty. This hall was mainly responsible for patrolling. Of course, he would also help mediate some conflicts between the clans. Elder Feng. Dong Xia stood up and bowed to Feng Jian. "No need to be so polite," Feng Jian said. His voice sounded a little sharp. He then asked, "May I know why Commander Dong has called me here?" Dong Xia was the patrol commander. Therefore, Feng Jian addressed Dong Xia as Commander Dong. Dong Xia said, "This young master said that he has a big business deal, and after some consideration, I brought him here. I don't know what kind of business it is, and I will only know after you discuss it with him." At this time, Feng Zipping said, "13th Uncle, what kind of important business deal could this kid have? I think he's here to cause trouble." Feng Jian looked at Feng Zipping with some disdain. No wonder Dong Xia did not like him. What an idiot! What kind of place was the soul-devouring clan? There was nothing important there. How dare he come to the soul-devouring clan? He did not use his brain at all. Although his cultivation and talent were not bad, he was too arrogant. However, if one was too envious and self-righteous, their future prospects would not be too ideal. Of course, he did not say that. Feng Jian didn't say it out loud. It was fine to just think about it. Could it be that he had to say it out loud? If he said it out loud, it would cause a huge uproar. Feng Jian looked at Lin Feng and asked, "How should I address you, young master?" "My surname is Lin." Lin Feng introduced himself without saying his name. Feng Jian did not mind. After all, cultivators often liked to give themselves a code name when introducing themselves, rather than using their original names. This was a common occurrence. Sometimes, a name was just a code name. Feng Jian asked, "What kind of business deal does Lin Gongzi want to discuss with our soul-devouring clan?" Lin Feng said, "What I want to talk about is related to the soul-sealing grass." Hearing Lin Feng mention the soul-sealing grass, the cultivators of the soul-devouring clan frowned slightly. The soul-sealing grass was one of the sacred items of the soul-devouring clan. It was incomparably precious. It was very difficult for even the cultivators of the soul-devouring clan to obtain such an item. Thus, they would not sell it. When they heard that Lin Feng was interested in the soul-sealing grass, many people looked at Lin Feng with unfriendly gazes. They wanted the soul-sealing grass, but they could not obtain it. And yet, Lin Feng wanted to obtain the soul-sealing grass that the soul-devouring clan did not have much to begin with. Wasn't this the same as robbing them of their resources? If Lin Feng really did obtain some of the soul-sealing grass, it would be even more difficult for them to obtain the soul-sealing grass. Even Dong Xia frowned as she looked at Lin Feng. It was unknown what she was thinking at that moment. Chapter 62-75. Lin Feng's perception was very strong. He could clearly feel the changes in everyone's expressions and emotions when he mentioned the soul-sealing grass. It seemed that the soul-sealing grass had a very special status in the soul-devouring clan. That was why the soul-devouring clan valued it so much. However, no matter how important the soul-sealing grass was to them, Lin Feng had to talk to them about it today. It was related to whether Yu Ji could wake up. There were still more than 140 years before the end of the era. How could there be so much time to waste? The sooner Yu Ji woke up, the sooner she could improve her cultivation. When the war came, her chances of survival would also be higher. Hee kid, do you know what the soul-sealing grass means to my clan? Fong Zipping looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. Do you really think any Tom, Dick, or Harry can talk to my clan about the soul-sealing grass? Fong Zipping felt very good. He wanted to humiliate and ridicule Lin Feng like this. It would give him the pleasure of revenge. Fong Zipping wanted to see Lin Feng's exasperated look, but he found that Lin Feng's expression was normal. In other words, Lin Feng was not angry? How could this be? Was this guy's self-restraint so good? This made Fong Zipping feel very uncomfortable and jealous. He was jealous that others surpassed him in certain aspects. Teach him a lesson, Lin Feng said. Yes, Master. After receiving the order, Xiaodong Huang's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Fong Zipping. Fast. Too fast. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiaodong Huang was very direct. He slapped Fong Zipping. Slap. The slap landed hard on Fong Zipping's face. Fong Zipping was stunned by the slap. Fong Zipping could not believe what was happening in front of him. He had been slapped in front of so many people. He had lost all his face. How could he survive in the future? I'm going to kill you! Fong Zipping roared and slapped Xiaodong Huang. However, Xiaodong Huang was even faster. He kicked Fong Zipping's abdomen. Bang! With a loud crash, Fong Zipping was sent flying by Xiaodong Huang's kick. He fell to the ground and fainted. Everyone was shocked. Xiaodong Huang's strength was terrifying at such a young age. Fong Zipping's cultivation was also extremely powerful. However, compared to Xiaodong Huang's strength, what about Lin Feng? Those people were trying to figure out how strong Lin Feng was. They had the feeling that they didn't understand Lin Feng at all. Fong Jian's expression darkened. He said coldly, "This is the soul-devouring clan, not a place for you to behave atrociously. How dare you injure a member of the soul-devouring clan in our territory? Do you think our clan is a pushover?" Lin Feng said, "That guy had a foul mouth and didn't know the rules. I'm just teaching him a lesson on behalf of your clan. Why are you so angry?" Fong Jian said angrily, "Since when did an outsider have the right to teach a member of my clan?" Lin Feng said, "You're the one who didn't want to teach him a lesson. The soul-devouring clan is such a powerful clan, but your people don't know the rules. If word of this gets out, it'll affect your clan's reputation greatly. So, I'm teaching this guy a lesson on your behalf. You shouldn't blame me." What the F***ck? Are they trying to turn black into white? The cultivators of the soul-devouring clan were dumbfounded. They were speechless at Lin Feng's shamelessness. He was too shameless. Although it was true that Fong Zipping did not know the rules, and his character was somewhat self-righteous and arrogant, he was still a member of the soul-devouring clan. Being beaten up by someone in the soul-devouring clan was equivalent to slapping the soul-devouring clan's face. If they were outsiders watching the show, they would probably clap and cheer. But they were not. They were all cultivators of the soul-devouring clan. Internal conflicts could be resolved internally, but when facing outsiders, they had to be united against them. So, the cultivators of the soul-devouring clan looked at Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang with unfriendly expressions. How dare you? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll let you know that the soul-devouring clan is not a place where you can be so presumptuous. Fang Jian's voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped toward Lin Feng. Humph! Xia Dongwang snorted and punched at Fang Jian. Junior, don't be so arrogant. Supervisor Fang shouted coldly and similarly struck out a palm at Xia Dongwang. He was naturally confident in dealing with a young cultivator like Xia Dongwang. In fact, Fang Jian was indeed very powerful. This was because he was an expert who was infinitely close to surpassing his cultivation level. An expert at this level was naturally terrifying. Fang Jian slapped out with his palm. Billions of demons appeared in Fang Jian's palm. Those billions of demons seemed to want to kill their way into this world. As for Xia Dongwang, an ancient great emperor of the demon clan appeared behind him. That great emperor of the demon clan, wearing an imperial robe, wearing a crown on his head, pointing at the sky and trampling the earth. Who could compete with him? That great emperor. It should be Dongwang Tai. According to what Lin Feng knew, the current Xia Dongwang, he had already merged with the Grand Orient Sword. This was a special cultivation method. The Grand Orient Sword had become a part of his body, and the Grand Orient Sword, as an ancient weapon-level treasure, had become a part of his body. Xia Dongwang's battle strength had risen to a shocking level. The great emperor stepped forward. Billions of demons collapsed. Bang! In the next moment, Xia Dongwang and Fang Jian collided. Xia Dongwang still didn't move. Fang Jian, on the other hand, was sent flying. His arm trembled violently. His face was pale. His magic power was in chaos. That strike just now. He had actually suffered serious injuries. Everyone was shocked. This Xia Dongwang. He was actually terrifying to such an extent. It was too unbelievable. Was this the battle strength of a person who had less than 60 years of life? In the world, how could there be such a heaven-defying figure? I'm afraid ordinary elders are not qualified to discuss this matter with me. Find your patriarch or ancestor-level existences to talk to me. Lin Feng looked at Dong Xia. What an arrogant junior! As soon as Lin Feng finished talking, a voice came from behind him. A voice suddenly came from outside. Everyone looked over. They saw an old man arrive. Ancestor. Everyone was shocked. It was actually the Soul Devourer clan's ancestor. The Dong clan's expert who surpassed the realm had appeared. This ancestor was even lured out. Could be seen how big the commotion today was. It was no wonder. It had been a long time since anyone dared to make a move in the Soul Devourer clan. This time, Lin Feng and the others were going to be unlucky, right? Everyone felt that the order of the world seemed to have changed. Then, everyone discovered that they had disappeared from the hall and arrived in a sea. At that moment, they felt as if they had become ordinary people. And the Dong clan's ancestor. He had become a god, an immortal, and they needed to look up and worship him. This was the use of mental power. The Soul Devourer clan was extremely good at the use of mental power, and an ancient existence like the Dong clan's ancestor was even more so. The Dong clan's ancestor used his mental power to construct a world. He wanted to use this world to deal with Lin Feng. Countless huge waves swept across the world. All of them flooded towards Lin Feng. In front of those huge waves, everyone felt as insignificant as ants. It was so scary. That guy's spirit wouldn't be instantly destroyed, right? However, at this time, everyone saw that Lin Feng waved his right hand. In the blink of an eye, the sea, the huge waves, and so on, everything disappeared. They returned to the hall again. What was going on? Everyone was a little confused. Could it be that he broke the ancestors' mental world? Suddenly, everyone thought of a possibility. Then, they all looked at Lin Feng. In everyone's heart, they were all deeply shocked. They couldn't believe this guess. However, there was a voice in their hearts telling them. They guessed this. It was right. It's true that there are talents in every generation, each leading the world for hundreds of years. I'm Dong Qinyun, how should I address you, little friend? The Dong clan's ancestor walked over, looked at Lin Feng, and said with a smile. He was very enthusiastic, as if the person who attacked before wasn't him. When the others heard the ancestor take the initiative to introduce himself, it was as if monstrous waves were set off in their hearts. Did this mean that the ancestor acknowledged this cultivator surnamed Lin in front of him? Was he in existence at the same level as him? This person was less than 300 years old. How could he be so powerful? My surname is Lin, and my name is Feng. Lin Feng introduced himself. So it's Lin Gongzi, you want to exchange the soul-sealing grass with my clan? The Dong clan's ancestor asked. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Then he said, you can state your conditions. The Dong clan's ancestor glanced at Dong Xia and the others and said, there's nothing for you to do here, you can go out and do your work. Yes. Dong Xia and the others replied and bowed to the Dong clan's ancestor. Then they quickly left. One person said, I really didn't expect that Lin Feng to be so powerful. He can even break through the ancestors' spiritual world. I wonder how he cultivates. Another person said, at the very least, that person's battle prowess surpasses his cultivation level, right? I'm afraid it's not an ordinary battle prowess surpassing his cultivation level, a third person said. A female cultivator from the soul-devouring clan said, more importantly, he's not that young and handsome. He's practically my ideal Prince Charming. One of her companions reminded her, wake up, stop daydreaming. How could someone like that be interested in you? Only you would be able to catch the eye of such a person. The woman who was being teased had a fiery temper, and she immediately cursed, bastard, what are you talking about? I'm also as beautiful as a flower. How could that Lin Gongzi not be interested in me? I'll chop you up. The woman took out a kitchen knife and charged at the male cultivator who was teasing her. Damn, big sister, I was wrong. Spare me. The male cultivator's face was pale with fright, and he begged as he ran away. The others laughed as they watched the two of them tear each other apart. As for Dong Xia, who was innocently implicated, Lin Feng's figure appeared in her mind. This person is so mysterious. Dong Xia couldn't help but mutter to herself. In the living room, the host and the guest were seated. The Dong clan's ancestor smiled and said, Lin Gongzi, because this soul-sealing grass is too precious, our clan basically never makes deals with outsiders. However, if Lin Gongzi agrees to one thing, then after the deal is done, I can give Lin Gongzi a stalk of soul-sealing grass as his reward. Lin Feng knew that the Dong clan's ancestor wanted him to agree to something that wasn't simple. Lin Feng asked, may I know what fellow Taoist is talking about? The Dong clan's ancestor said, it's like this. A few years ago, one of our clan's treasures was stolen by someone. Our clan has always been looking for that person, and we even injured him, but in the end, he still escaped. We originally thought that the person had concealed his identity and was hiding somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on our clan. However, we later found out that the person had died because his injuries were too severe. However, the place where he died was a forbidden area called Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. In myths and legends there were stories about Mount Buzhou. For example, the Classic of Mountains and Seas recorded this. The Classic of Mountains and Seas. Beyond the Northwest Sea, in the corner of the great wilderness, there is a mountain that doesn't fit, and it's called Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou symbolized incompleteness and disaster. In other words, It was an amalgamation of incompleteness and disaster. Lin Feng had heard a few stories about Mount Buzhou. The first version was when Yu the Great was controlling the flood. At that time, the flood was monstrous and swept across the heavens and earth. Countless living beings suffered from the flood. At that time, the flood was said to have happened because Quafu rammed into Mount Buzhou in anger, causing the mountain to collapse. Mount Buzhou was an immortal mountain in the heavenly realm. It was connected to the myriad worlds and withstood the water of the Milky Way. Mount Buzhou was destroyed by Quafu, and the water of the Milky Way flowed down, drowning countless worlds. Many people felt that this version of the legend was not true. Lin Feng thought so too. Lin Feng was more willing to believe in another version of the legend. This version was called Gonggong ramming into Mount Buzhou in anger. According to the legends, Xuanxu was the grandson of the Yellow Emperor. He was intelligent and resourceful, and had great prestige. During Xuanxu's time, there was a leader of a tribe called Gonggong. According to the legends, he had the head of a human and the body of a snake. He had a head full of red hair, and his mounts were 2 dragons. It was said that Gonggong's surname was Jiang, and that he was a descendant of the Flame Emperor, Shenong. He attached great importance to agriculture, especially water conservancy, and invented the method of building dams to store water. At that time, humans were mainly engaged in agricultural production, and the use of water was crucial. Gonggong was another person who contributed to the development of agricultural production after Shenong. Gonggong had a daughter called Hutu, who was also proficient in agriculture. In order to develop agricultural production and manage the water conservancy well, they investigated the land of the tribe together. They found that some places were too high, and watering the fields was too laborious. Some places were too low and could easily be flooded. Because of these reasons, it was very unfavorable for agricultural production. Therefore, Gonggong made a plan to move the soil from the high ground to the low ground. He believed that raising the low ground could expand the area of cultivation, and flattening the high ground was good for irrigation, which was very beneficial for agricultural production. Xuanxu's tribe did not agree with Gonggong's plan. Xuanxu believed that the supreme authority in the tribe was himself, and the entire tribe should only listen to his orders. Gonggong could not make decisions on his own. He used the reason that doing so would make the heavens angry as a reason to oppose Gonggong's plan. Therefore, a fierce fight broke out between Xuanxu and Gonggong. On the surface, it seemed to be an argument about how to control the flood, but in fact, it was a fight for the leadership of the tribe. Gonggong was stronger than Xuanxu in terms of strength, but in terms of intelligence, he was not as smart as Xuanxu. Xuanxu instigated the people in the tribe with the story of ghosts, telling them not to trust Gonggong. Many people were fooled by Xuanxu, believing that Gonggong would truly anger the ghosts and bring disasters if he flattened the land. Therefore, Xuanxu gained the support of most people. Gonggong couldn't gain the support and understanding of the people, but he firmly believed that his plan was correct, and refused to compromise. For the benefit of the people in the world, he decided to sacrifice himself, to sacrifice his own life for his own cause. He came to Mount Buzhou and wanted to knock down the peak of Mount Buzhou to show his determination. Gonggong rode on the flying dragon, flew into the air, and fiercely bumped into Buzhou Mountain. A short while later, a sky-shaking bang was generated. Buzhou Mountain was abruptly bumped into by Gonggong, and was immediately broken. The entire mountain collapsed rumblingly. The world changed dramatically. In the sky, the sun, the moon, and the stars all changed their positions. On the ground, the mountains moved and the rivers changed their flow. It turned out that Buzhou Mountain was the pillar between heaven and earth. When the pillar broke, the rope tied to the ground broke as well. The ground collapsed towards the southeast. The sky collapsed towards the northwest. Because the sky collapsed towards the northwest, the sun, the moon, and the stars rose from the east and set in the west every day. because the ground collapsed towards the southeast. The water of the great rivers flowed towards the east, flowing into the sea in the east. Gong Gong's heroic actions were respected by the people. After his death, the people worshipped him as the god of water, one of the gods recorded in the investiture of gods, the main god position. His son, Hutu, was also worshipped as the god of earth. Later on, when people swore, in the name of Hutu, in the name of Hutu, in the name of Hutu, the people were talking about him. Of course, some things in myths and legends might not necessarily be true. However, Bujo Mountain did exist in the heavenly realm. But what was the connection between Bujo Mountain in the heavenly realm and the legendary Bujo Mountain in the legends? Lin Feng wasn't particularly sure, but he was quite interested in Bujo Mountain. He could use this opportunity to ask Patriarch Dong about it. He should know quite a bit about Bujo Mountain, right? Lin Feng said. The classic of mountains and seas and other ancient books have recorded some legends about Bujo Mountain. It even implicates Gong Gong and many other figures. I just don't know if these legends are true. Patriarch Dong said. It's true that Gong Gong rammed into Bujo Mountain in anger. Bujo Mountain is infinitely high and infinitely large. The current Bujo Mountain in the heavenly realm is only a part of it. A part of it? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Patriarch Dong nodded and said, after Bujo Mountain was destroyed, it was scattered throughout the universe. A part of it landed in the fourth layer of the heavenly realm. Mount Bujo is a strange place. The laws of order there are different from the laws of the outside world. Many evil things happen there. After my clan's enemy died there, we sent some strong cultivators there to look for his corpse, said Lin Feng. But the results were terrible. Everyone had died inside. Later on, I went there as well. To tell you the truth, Lin Gongzi, I also suffered some serious injuries there. Lin Feng said, so, fellow Taoist, you want me to go there and help you find the treasures that were stolen from your clan? That's right. Patriarch Dong nodded. Lin Feng couldn't help but slander him. This old man's wishful thinking was quite good. The soul-devouring clan couldn't handle such a dangerous place. Yet, he wanted him to take the risk and go there to help the soul-devouring clan find their lost treasures. However, Lin Feng couldn't refuse the soul-devouring clan. Chapter 62-76. Lin Feng said, I can agree to your condition. A smile appeared on the Dong clan's ancestor's face. He was not willing to take the risk now, but Lin Feng's cultivation was tyrannical, so he was willing to help. If he could really find the treasure, the value of the soul-sealing grass could not be compared to it. If Lin Feng could not obtain the treasure, the soul-devouring clan would not lose anything. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, the soul-devouring clan had the upper hand in this matter. The Dong clan's ancestor smiled. Lin Gongzi is really a decisive person. I admire you. Lin Feng was not interested in listening to the Dong clan's ancestor's flattery. He just wanted to hurry up and settle this matter. Lin Feng asked, what is the treasure of the soul-devouring clan? The Dong clan's ancestor said, it's a painting. What kind of painting? Lin Feng asked curiously. It's a painting of a world of clouds. The Dong clan's ancestor said. The Dong clan's ancestor did not tell Lin Feng about the painting's origins, but since the soul-devouring clan was so obsessed with it, it must have been something that the soul-devouring clan could not forget. The painting must be incomparably precious. He just did not know what secrets it hid. However, this did not seem to be something Lin Feng should be concerned about. Lin Feng said, then it's settled. I'll head to Mount Bujo now. The Dong clan's ancestor said, there's no need to rush. It's already late, so you can rest in the clan for the night and set off tomorrow. Lin Feng thought about it and agreed. That night the Dong clan's ancestor hosted a banquet for Lin Feng. The various clan leaders and ancestors of the soul-devouring clan, as well as the clan leaders elected by the various clans, all attended the banquet. However, Lin Feng noticed that there were people at the banquet who were hostile towards him. They looked at him with cold gazes. They were from the soul-devouring clan's Fang clan. After all, Fang Zipping and Fang Jian had been taught a lesson by Xia Donghuang. Therefore, these people hated him. He was hated by the other party. Lin Feng looked indifferent. The Fang clan did not have any experts who had surpassed their cultivation level, so they were not much of a threat to him. He should have known better than to provoke him. Or else, that was simply courting death. The next day, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang planned to leave. The ancestor of the Dong clan and many other higher-ups sent Lin Feng and the others off. At this time, the ancestor of the Dong clan said, "It's a long journey. Many things may happen on the way. Someone must deal with some trivial matters. How about this? Let Xia follow Lin Gongzi to Mount Buzhou. If there's anything you need to deal with on the way, you can tell Xia." The Dong clan's ancestor had clearly informed Dong Xia of this matter in advance, so when Dong Xia heard the Dong clan's ancestor mention this matter, her expression was very calm. But this was only on the surface. In fact, her heart was not calm at all. She was a little nervous. She did not know if Lin Feng would agree to the ancestor's suggestion. In the depths of Dong Xia's heart, she seemed to hope that Lin Feng would agree. Although she did not know why she had such thoughts. Lin Feng glanced at Dong Xia, then retracted his gaze and said, "All right, let Dong Xia go with us." Dong Xia was a little happy. Lin Feng and the others left the soul-devouring clan's territory. In fact, Dong Xia was not the only one who left with Lin Feng. There were 10 other cultivators who were basically young cultivators of the soul-devouring clan. Moreover, these young cultivators were all under Dong Xia. They were considered Dong Xia's trusted subordinates in the clan. After Lin Feng and the others left the soul-devouring ancient forest, they flew in the direction of Mount Buzhou. A month later, they stopped in a small town to rest. They settled on a place to stay. After washing up, then the group went to find a place to eat. Lin Feng was a foodie. He ate wherever he went. He tasted the delicacies of various places. This was Lin Feng's favorite thing to do. Although the town was not big, however, they could also find special delicacies. Lin Feng and the others came to a place called Virtuous Restaurant to eat. They asked for a private room. Halfway through the meal, they heard cursing outside, the sound of fighting, and even the sound of a donkey's braying. It was obvious that someone was fighting. Bang! The next moment, a cultivator knocked over the door of the private room that Lin Feng and the others were in, and that cultivator fell to the ground. Following that, a big fatso that was more than 300 jin ran in, directly riding on that cultivator, and both fists smashed over like raindrops, while hitting the other party. At the same time, he cursed loudly, "F***ck, don't you know who this fat lord is? You even dared to lie to this fat lord. See if this fat lord doesn't hammer you to death, you bastard." Fatso cursed as he continued to teach that cultivator a lesson. That cultivator repeatedly begged for mercy. "Fatso," Lin Feng shouted. He really did not expect to see Zhuge Fatso here. Damn. This was really fate. The two of them had not seen each other for more than 100 years. Zhuge Fatso raised his head and saw Lin Feng. He could not help but be shocked and then became excited. He said, "Lin Feng, why are you here?" Lin Feng said, "Of course I'm here to eat. Where's Brother Donkey? Damn donkey, hurry up and come see who we met." Fatso shouted loudly. Little Donkey ran over. He saw Lin Feng. He immediately shouted excitedly, "Brother Feng, long time no see. We actually met here, we are really fated. Later we must not return until we are drunk." Many of the cultivators who were watching the show muttered, this donkey had become a spirit. And it was a rather awesome little donkey. Previously, they saw this little donkey directly fainting more than 10 cultivators with a fart. It could be called the world's #1 smelly donkey, right? Haha, that's right. Later we will not return until we are drunk. But what's going on here? Why are you chasing after this person? Lin Feng looked at Zhuge Fatso. Fatso said, "Don't mention it. This brother wants to buy a few stalks of spirit heart grass to concoct pills. Then, someone introduced us to this bastard, and this bastard said that he has a way to get spirit heart grass. So, we started the trade here. Spirit heart grass is very expensive. A stalk is worth more than 100,000 high-grade immortal stones. This guy took out a stalk of spirit heart grass, but it's not spirit heart grass at all. It's called spirit moon grass. This spirit moon grass is only worth a few dozen high-grade immortal stones, and it doesn't have the same effect as the spirit heart grass. But because it looks too similar, it can be mistaken for the real thing. That bastard thought that I, Master Fatty, was easy to trick. After Master Fatty exposed him, he actually tried to force me to buy it. So, we started fighting. At first, I thought this bastard was very awesome, but after we fought, I realized that this bastard is just good-looking but useless." After saying that, he still didn't seem to vent his anger. Then, he gave the cultivator's head a vicious slap. "Lord Fatty, I was wrong. I'm willing to compensate you. I have 1,000,000 high-grade immortal stones in my storage ring. They're all yours." The cultivator, who was restrained by Fatso, immediately begged for mercy. Fatso directly took the cultivator's storage ring. The cultivator's face turned green. He only agreed to give Fatso 1,000,000 high-grade immortal stones. In fact, there were more than 1,000,000 high-grade immortal stones in his storage ring. Apart from those high-grade immortal stones, there were also many other treasures. But now, Fatso directly took away all his treasures. Of course, he was depressed. But he didn't dare to say anything. Fatso was a bastard. If he dared to say anything else, he didn't know what would happen to him. Scram! Fatso stood up and said fiercely. Okay. I'll scram now," the cultivator hurriedly said. When he turned around, his eyes flashed with deep resentment. Fatso took out a high-grade immortal stone and threw it to the shopkeeper, who had a bitter expression on his face. He said, "This is your compensation." "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." The shopkeeper received the high-grade immortal stone and immediately thanked him profusely. Fatso and Little Donkey walked over. Fatso's dream in life was to bring a fairy home and make her his wife. However, because his image was too bad, he hadn't succeeded yet. This guy saw Dong Xia. His eyes suddenly lit up. "She's beautiful. Beautiful." Fatso's mind was active again. He looked at Lin Feng and revealed an expression that he thought was handsome but was actually very cheap. He said, "Brother, who is this beauty? Introduce her to your fat brother." Lin Feng knew what Fatso was thinking. He was really persistent. He pitted Fatso for 3 seconds. Lin Feng introduced, "This is the great beauty Dong Xia of the Soul Devourer clan." Lin Feng then introduced Fatso to Dong Xia. "This guy is my good friend, Zhuge Fatso. You can call him Fatso." "Nonsense, I'm not Fatso. There's something I want to say. Although I'm very fat, I'm still very good-looking," Zhuge Fatso said proudly. He didn't have any self-awareness at all. Dong Xia spat out the mouthful of water she had just drunk. Fatso, how could he be so shameless? How could he be considered good-looking when he looked like this? A shameless person was invincible. Lin Feng then introduced Little Donkey and said, "This is also my brother, Little Donkey." Naturally, no one looked down on Little Donkey. In fact, a little donkey could become a spirit. This was an extremely rare thing in itself. Moreover, this little donkey in front of them was obviously extraordinary. "Miss Xia, nice to meet you," Fatso said in a manner that he thought was very gentlemanly. Little Donkey kicked Fatso and said, "Damn Fatso, don't have any ideas about this little sister. If you're not blind, you can tell that you're not her cup of tea." "What are you talking about? Are you looking for a beating?" Fatso didn't give Little Donkey a good look. These two guys were used to fighting each other. Therefore, Lin Feng was already used to it. It would be strange if these two fellows got along well one day. Lin Feng said, "Stop talking. Let's eat." Fatso and Little Donkey took their seat. There were some things that couldn't be said in front of Dong Xia and the others. Therefore, although there were many things in his heart that he wanted to have a good chat with Fatso and Little Donkey, Lin Feng restrained himself and didn't say these things at the dining table. After dinner, Fatso and Little Donkey followed Lin Feng back to his residence. Then, they talked about many things that had happened over the years. Fatso and Little Donkey had been in the heavenly realm for more than 50 years. During these years in the heavenly realm, they had encountered many opportunities, so their cultivation had improved very quickly. Then, Fatso asked Lin Feng about his next plans. Lin Feng talked about going to Mount Buzhou. Fatso and Little Donkey happened to have nothing to do, so they planned to follow Lin Feng to Mount Buzhou to take a look. The next day, Lin Feng and the others set off and continued to head in the direction of Mount Buzhou. Along the way, it was rather smooth and they didn't encounter any trouble. A month and a half later, they arrived at the famous Buzhou city. Buzhou city was only 3,000 miles away from Mount Buzhou. Countless cultivators came because of its reputation. They wanted to see Mount Buzhou, and these cultivators would choose to rest in Buzhou city. Lin Feng and the others were no exception. Buzhou city was extraordinarily lively. Lin Feng and the others planned to find a place to stay first. Main Street. 10,000 Heaven Restaurant, Private Room A1. A female cultivator looked at Lin Feng and the others through the window. The female cultivator's eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. She revealed a surprised expression. Then, her eyes revealed a dense killing intent. Lin Feng seemed to sense something and looked around, but he didn't find anything. This made him feel a little strange. Could it be that he sensed wrongly? Lin Feng retracted his gaze and quickly left with Fatso and the others. The woman in the private room was none other than Su Yueshi. Besides Su Yueshi, there were 5 other cultivators sitting there. 3 men and 2 women. Among the 3 men, the skinny one was called Wang Jian. The fat cultivator was called Sun Wentao. There was also an extremely handsome man called Duanmu Yangyi. Of the 2 women, the frosty beauty was called Fairy Ling Xin. The charming woman was called Yu Qianing. Duanmu Yangyi looked at Su Yueshi and smiled. "Fairy Su, who was that person you were observing just now?" Su Yueshi said, "I'm sure you've heard of his reputation." They all looked at Su Yueshi. Su Yueshi didn't keep them in suspense and said, "This person is Lin Feng, who is wanted by the Heavenly Court." "What? He's Lin Feng?" The group was very surprised. "Yes." Su Yueshi nodded. She didn't say anything else because Su Yueshi knew that the families of these people were inextricably linked to the Heavenly Court. For example, Duanmu Yangyi. His father was the city lord of Buzhou city. His family had a very close relationship with the Heavenly Court. Duanmu Yangyi's sister was the concubine of the Heavenly Master of Xianming Gonghua Heaven. Moreover, she was a very favored concubine. Therefore, after knowing Lin Feng's real identity, how could those people not tell their clans about it? If their families knew Lin Feng's identity, would they not act against Lin Feng? Of course not. "Lin Feng, let's see how you die now." Su Yueshi sneered inwardly. Chapter 62-77. Lin Feng didn't know that Su Yueshi was here, and he didn't know that Su Yueshi was plotting against him. He, Fatso, and the others found an inn to stay for the night. They went to eat a big meal and didn't stay outside. They directly returned to their residence. That night, the Duanmu family of Buzhou city was the leader of more than a dozen forces. The higher-ups gathered together. For example, the Wang family, the Sun family, and the Yu family were all present. These people were discussing how to deal with Lin Feng. Actually, they had a certain understanding of Lin Feng, but they also didn't know much about him. They knew about Lin Feng's background. They didn't know about Lin Feng's cultivation level, but they had heard that Lin Feng had killed Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones. Now, these people revolved around this matter and discussed how to deal with Lin Feng. Duan Mu Yang's father, Duan Mu Cheng, said, "I'm sure everyone has heard a lot about Lin Feng. Now that he has come to Buzhou City, this is a good opportunity for us to deal with him. If we miss this opportunity, it won't be easy to find another one." The others nodded. They knew. If they could really capture Lin Feng, then, to them, it would be a great contribution. At this time, Wang Liren, the patriarch of the Wang family, said, "If this person really has the battle strength to kill a transcendent cultivator, then it won't be easy to deal with him." Sun Haiqing, the patriarch of the Sun family, said, "I heard that this Lin Feng is less than 300 years old. How could he have the battle strength to kill a transcendent cultivator? Moreover, Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones had the battle strength of a transcendent cultivator, but compared to a transcendent cultivator, there is still a big gap. Moreover, I heard that the reason why Lord Crimsonbright and Lord Yang Tian's stone golem avatars were killed was because they fell into that brat's trap. It seems like they were teleported into the forbidden devil abyss. That place restricted magic power, and Lord Crimsonbright and Lord Yang Tian's stone golem avatars were unable to use many of their techniques, which was why they were killed." Gongsun Su, the patriarch of the Gongsun family, said, "I also heard about this matter, so with the power we have, we don't need to be afraid of the slightest thing. No matter how strong this Lin Feng is, how strong can he be? After all, his age is right there." Many people nodded in agreement. Indeed, even the most monstrous person's cultivation was limited. How strong could he be? With the help of some methods, he might be able to reach a fighting strength that surpassed his realm. But this was probably the limit. In these people's eyes, if Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones hadn't been schemed against, Lin Feng would have been a dead man long ago. Since that's the case, then mobilize the cultivators and surround Lin Feng tomorrow. It would be best if he obediently surrendered, but if he doesn't, regardless of life or death, we definitely can't let him escape. Duan Mu Qing said. "All right." The upper echelons of the great clans all agreed. Then, these people quickly left. Lin Feng had a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, he heard urgent knocks on the door. "Lin Feng, something happened, wake up quickly." Then, Fatso's voice came. Lin Feng woke up. He got up and put on his clothes. He went to the door and opened it. He asked, "What happened?" "We're surrounded by a large number of cultivators." Fatso said. "Let's go out and take a look." Lin Feng said. He and Fatso went outside. Xia Dong Wang, Little Donkey, Dong Xie, and the others were all in the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, it had long been surrounded. There were about 5,000 to 6,000 cultivators. Those people looked over with cold expressions. Further away, there were many cultivators who were watching the show. Many people were still discussing what had happened. They didn't know what had happened that had alarmed almost all the great clans and factions in Buzhou City. This was the first time such a thing had happened in Buzhou City. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen. They wanted to see what would happen next. "Lin Feng, you've been surrounded. Surrender, you have no other choice." Duan Mu Qing looked coldly at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng? Which Lin Feng? It should be that Lin Feng who is wanted by the Heavenly Court? Is he Lin Baitian's son? No wonder the great factions are making such a big fuss and mobilizing so many experts. It's because they want to deal with Lin Baitian's son. Lin Baitian's son came to the celestial realm for no reason. Isn't he just courting death? He won't be able to escape this time." Many people guessed Lin Feng's identity when they heard Duan Mu Cheng's words. Then, they began to whisper to each other. Lin Feng looked mockingly at Duan Mu Cheng. He sneered and said, "Are you all lackeys of the Heavenly Court?" Apart from the Heavenly Court, Lin Feng couldn't remember. Who else in the celestial realm would dare to deal with him so openly? Duanmu Cheng's expression sank. Be more polite. Heh. Lin Feng sneered. I don't need to be polite to people like you. Duanmu Cheng sneered and said, Lin Feng, those people beside you are your friends, right? There's also that woman. She's very pretty. Is she your woman? I know you're quite strong. If you try to break out of this encirclement, you might have a chance to escape. However, have you thought about the people around you? If you give up resisting, we can let them go. I've heard that you're a righteous person. I don't think you'll just watch them die miserably, right? Lin Feng said. You've studied me quite thoroughly, said Duanmu Qing. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated, said Lin Feng. That's a good plan, but unfortunately, even though you have a lot of people, you don't have any top-notch experts. You can't threaten me with so many people. Duanmu Qing sneered and said, You think too highly of yourself. Since you're so stubborn, we have no choice but to attack. Attack! Shouted Duanmu Qing. Attack! 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 The other patriarchs of the big families also shouted coldly. 5,000 to 6,000 cultivators attacked at the same time. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were launched toward Lin Feng and the others. The energy waves created by the convergence of so many divine abilities were too terrifying. It felt as though the void was about to shatter. Many cultivators who were watching the show from afar, they could not help but tremble. Fear. Trembling. An attack of this level. It was their first time seeing it. In the face of so many people's attacks, Lin Feng waved his hand. The glazed sky goblet flew out. The ancient weapon-grade artifact hovered in midair and formed a defensive light shield that protected Lin Feng and the others. No matter what kind of powerful spirit techniques came crashing down, they were all blocked by this defensive light shield. An ancient weapon-grade defensive artifact. There were many people who knew what was good for them. Many of them exclaimed in surprise. Then, the higher-ups of many major forces, such as Duanmu Qing, looked at each other. His eyes immediately revealed an incomparably fiery gaze. An ancient weapon-grade artifact was very rare. Even their clans did not possess one. An ancient weapon-grade defensive artifact was even rarer. In fact, in the world of cultivators, an ancient weapon-grade defensive artifact was far more precious than an attack artifact. There was a reason for this. The first reason. Many people preferred to use artifacts to increase their combat power. Therefore, if they wanted to use artifacts to increase their combat power, they would definitely forge an attack artifact. It was the same for an ancient weapon-grade artifact. There was another reason. An ancient weapon-grade defensive artifact was more difficult to forge. For example, the difficulty of forging an ancient weapon-grade offensive artifact from a certain material was much lower than the difficulty of forging a defensive artifact of the same level. This was because forging was more difficult. Many people were not willing to take the risk of forging an ancient weapon-grade defensive artifact. Things were precious when they were rare. There were so few ancient weapon-grade defensive artifacts. Naturally, they were more precious. The second reason. An ancient weapon-grade defensive artifact could often make a cultivator invincible for a certain period of time. This point. It was actually very important for cultivators. It was possible to use this time to counterattack or escape. Many people might not even see an ancient weapon in their lifetime, let alone a defensive magic treasure among the ancient weapons. When these people saw that Lin Feng even had such a treasure, their killing intent towards Lin Feng became even stronger. Duanmu Qing said, Even if he has an ancient weapon-grade defensive artifact, there's no need to worry. This level of defensive artifact consumes too much of his body. He won't be able to hold on for long. Now that everyone has activated their artifacts to deal with him, we don't necessarily have to break through that artifact's defense. We can stall him and slowly exhaust his magic power. Duanmu Qing was obviously an extremely experienced person. Although his method was a bit shameless, it was extremely effective. 5 to 6,000 cultivators summoned their artifacts one after another. Then, powerful magic power continuously poured into their magic treasures. One artifact after another. It shook out a terrifying energy fluctuation. Whoosh, 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 those cultivators took out their artifacts one after another. Those powerful artifacts quickly charged towards Lin Feng and the others. The scene of 5 to 6,000 experts activating their artifacts to attack together was still very shocking. 9 syllables mantra. Weapon control art. Lin Feng's face revealed a cold smile. The 9 syllables mantra of the Taoist sect. Lin Bing Do Zhe Jie Zhen Lai Zai Qian. Lin Feng had cultivated the Lin word mantra and the Bing word mantra. Among them, the weapon control art was recorded in the Bing word mantra. It could forcefully control other people's artifact. Counterattack. After Lin Feng used that skill, the crowd was astonished. Countless people saw it. One by one, the powerful artifacts suddenly turned around. Those artifacts, they charged towards their master. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of tearing could be heard one after another. One by one, the powerful cultivators were killed by their own artifacts. Chapter 62-78. What's going on? Countless spectating cultivators exclaimed. They could not believe what they were seeing because everything that had happened was too strange. It's Lin Baitian's son. He must have used some powerful technique to take away the control of many cultivators' Dharma treasures. That's why those cultivators were killed. A cultivator said. That's right. I saw Lin Baitian's son attack just now. This Lin Feng is really powerful. Another cultivator said. Countless people exclaimed. The technique that Lin Feng used just now was really too powerful. It deeply shocked everyone present. The effect of Lin Feng's technique was also very shocking. He controlled 5 to 6,000 Dharma treasures. In the blink of an eye, about 1,400 people from the enemy side were killed. In fact, if they had faced a similar attack head-on, these people might not have been killed. However, this time, they were suddenly attacked by their own Dharma treasures and were caught off guard. Many people did not even understand what was going on. They were already killed. Their deaths were too humiliating. Other than those who were killed, there were more than 1,000 people who were injured. Therefore, the other party's losses were too great. Quickly put away your Dharma treasures. Duanmu Cheng's expression became extremely gloomy. He quickly shouted. Lin Feng's ability to control other people's Dharma treasures was too terrifying. This ability made him tremble in fear. No one dared to hesitate for a moment. One by one, they quickly put away their Dharma treasures. First order. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he continued with the second wave of attacks. The terrifying thing about the First Order was not in a single combat. It was in a group battle. This was because the First Order could cause large-scale destruction. This scale was not something that other divine abilities could compare to. Densely packed sequence laws condensed in the void. The First Order's attack was extremely powerful. Each sequence law was equivalent to a top-tier divine ability's destructive power. Different sequence laws could be linked together. They increased each other's power. That was why the First Order divine ability was so powerful. Bang, bang, bang. The cultivators of those influential groups and clans collided with Lin Feng's First Order cultivators, and there was a loud explosion. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. Lin Feng's combat strength was too terrifying. He was like the Grim Reaper from Hell, constantly reaping the lives of these cultivators. I misjudged. This person's combat strength surpasses his level. Duanmu Cheng's face became extremely pale. Although they had many people on their side, they only had 5 to 6,000 people. If it was an army of 100,000 cultivators or a few 100,000 cultivators, they might be able to deal with Lin Feng. But they were too far away from that. The upper echelons of the other factions and major families were also killed by Lin Feng. Run! The upper echelons of these large forces and families shouted loudly, wanting to escape. You all on your way out? Lin Feng on the First Order, on Earth. No one was able to escape. In an extremely short period of time, more than half of the 5,000 to 6,000 people were killed. The rest were pale, filled with fear and despair. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at the devil. This Lin Feng is too terrifying, isn't he? Another Lin Baitian. Both father and son are like dragons. His lineage is really terrifying. Countless cultivators exclaimed. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng's attacks became more and more intense. Under the attack of the First Order laws, the cultivators' bodies exploded and they died on the spot. Amazing! Lin Feng is really amazing! The fatty cried out loudly. He was extremely shocked in his heart. The battle prowess that his good brother had displayed had moved him greatly as well. Little Donkey, on the other hand, shouted excitedly, My brother Feng is ruthless and doesn't talk much. Brother Feng is awesome. Brother Feng is invincible. Believe in Brother Feng and you'll live forever. Little Donkey had the potential to be a fraud. Lin Feng, are you really going to kill us all? We have hidden powerhouses behind us. We're not to be trifled with. Duanmu Qing shouted angrily. Aggrieved. This was too aggrieved. These forces were usually the overlords of their own regions. Now, they were being suppressed by Lin Feng alone. They were so frustrated that they wanted to vomit blood. Lin Feng took out the Ho Yi Bao and Sunshot Divine Arrow. He sneered at Duanmu Qing and said, Do you think I'm afraid of the forces behind you? You don't have the right to participate in the feud between me and the Heavenly Court. However, you're courting death by joining in. As soon as he finished speaking, he knocked the bow and shot the arrow. Whoosh! The Sunshot Divine Arrow shot toward Duanmu Qing with a long tail of light. Duanmu Qing shouted angrily, You're underestimating me. He held the saber in his hand and slashed at the Sunshot Divine Arrow. In fact, he did not know that the Sunshot Divine Arrow was the famous Sunshot Divine Arrow. If he knew, he would not have said such a thing. The combination of the Ho Yi Bao and the 10 Sunshot Divine Arrows was equivalent to an ancient weapon. Although Lin Feng did not have the 10 Sunshot Divine Arrows, the Ho Yi Bao and the 2 Sunshot Divine Arrows that Lin Feng had now formed a connection. Its power was infinitely close to an ancient weapon. In addition, Lin Feng's cultivation had skyrocketed. The power released was naturally terrifying to the extreme. When the Sunshot Divine Arrow shot toward him, the saber in Duanmu Qing's hand slashed at the Sunshot Divine Arrow. However, what shocked everyone was that the Sunshot Divine Arrow did not even change its direction. On the other hand, Duanmu Qing's arm was in trouble from the powerful recoil. In the next moment, puff! The Sunshot Divine Arrow shot through Duanmu Qing's neck. A bloody hole appeared on Duanmu Qing's neck. The powerful recoil instantly shattered Duanmu Qing's soul. Duanmu Qing fell from the sky. Dead, Duanmu Qing is dead. He is the city lord of Buzhou City and the current clan leader of the Duanmu family. He was killed by Lin Feng with one arrow. Lin Feng is really cruel. Isn't that so? He's really cruel. Compared to his father, his methods are even more terrifying. Countless people discussed animatedly. They all had the same thought in their minds. They definitely could not provoke Lin Feng. They had to solemnly inform their clansmen, friends, fellow disciples, and anyone who was related to them. They had to inform everyone. Wasn't offending someone like Lin Feng courting death? Many people begged Lin Feng for mercy. However, Lin Feng had no intention of showing mercy. Some people had to be killed. This was called killing the chicken to warn the monkey. At the same time, it could also serve as a deterrent and make countless cultivators wary of him. In this way, it could save them a lot of trouble. 2 hours later, 5,000 to 6,000 people. They were all killed. Corpses were everywhere. Blood was like a sea. A strong smell of blood filled the air. It was incomparably pungent. In the surroundings, countless cultivators looked at the situation here, their minds in a daze. A single person had killed so many experts. Was he still human? Everyone looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a high and mighty, invincible god. He was too strong. It made people worship him. When the Lord of the 33 heavens was at this age, he was worlds apart from him. A cultivator sighed. This kid has already completely grown up. If we want to kill him, I'm afraid we'll need experts who surpass our realm. Another cultivator said. That's right, such a person is too terrifying. As long as he doesn't die, he will definitely become a powerful expert who can intimidate the world. A cultivator sighed. Countless people were amazed. Lin Feng's strength made many people's souls tremble. But fortunately, they were not enemies with Lin Feng. Let's go and take a look at these families, Lin Feng said. Then, he soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Is he going to kill all the forces who attacked him? Someone said with a trembling voice. It's very likely that he's thinking that way. This Lin Feng has a strong cultivation and is decisive in killing. He's really an extraordinary person. Now I finally know why he's been in the heavenly realm for so long and has been safe and sound. An existence like him is really difficult to deal with. Lin Feng and the others killed their way to the city lord's mansion. Actually, this was not the ancestral land of the Duanmu family. Usually, the ancestral land of some top forces was more hidden. Some forces were established in ancient cities. Usually, they were only forces on the surface, even if they were destroyed. But as long as the ancestral land was still there, the clan would not be truly cut off. In fact, the people of the Duanmu family had already received the news. Many people had already escaped. However, there were still many people who did not escape. Lin Feng was standing at the top of the government building. He threw a punch at the palace. A huge energy palm condensed in the void. It descended from the sky. It charged towards the city lord's mansion. No. Many cultivators of the Duanmu family who did not escape cried out in fear. Bang! The energy palm struck down and the city lord's mansion was instantly destroyed. Those who did not leave. They were all killed. Don't be merciful to your enemies. Because being merciful to your enemies was being cruel to yourself. Lin Feng destroyed more than a dozen large families and forces. In a restaurant, more than a dozen young cultivators gathered here. These young cultivators looked through the window at Lin Feng in the distant sky. In their eyes, they were flashing with dense killing intent. They hated it. They hated Lin Feng to the bone. This Lin Feng deserves to die 10,000 times. Duanmu Yangyi roared with resentment. His face became distorted. Other than Duanmu Yangyi, Wang Jian and the others were all here. Even Su Yueshi. She was also here. Su Yueshi's expression was also very ugly. Although the current Su Yueshi had awakened a lot of memories. However, the soul was still her own and not the 9th Heavenly Maiden's. Su Yueshi was an extremely ambitious woman. She only wanted to obtain all the abilities and cultivation of the 9th Heavenly Maiden. She did not want the 9th Heavenly Maiden's soul to recover because she knew that if the 9th Heavenly Maiden's soul recovered, her soul would be devoured. All these years, Su Yueshi had been making some preparations to deal with the 9th Heavenly Maiden's soul. This time, she met Lin Feng by chance. Su Yueshi originally thought that she could use the large forces of Buzhou City to kill Lin Feng. But she did not expect. Lin Feng had become so powerful. Lin Feng was not a reincarnation. How could his strength increase so quickly? This made Su Yueshi. She was extremely jealous and angry. At this moment, Lin Feng seemed to sense something and looked at a restaurant in the distance. He came from the restaurant. He felt a lot of killing intent. Lin Feng sneered. He did not know how to hide his emotions. Were they the remnants of these forces that had escaped? Since they had already escaped, they should be honest and not expose their emotions, now, but exposed the killing intent in his heart. Wasn't this seeking his own death? For those who wanted to die, Lin Feng did not mind taking their lives as well. Swoosh! Lin Feng disappeared on the spot. The next moment, Lin Feng appeared in the private room of the restaurant. Originally, many people here were cursing Lin Feng, but when they saw Lin Feng appear here, they suddenly became silent. One by one, their bodies were trembling. Everyone's eyes, they were filled with fear and despair. Lin Feng had come. They did not even have the courage to attack. Su Yueshi. Lin Feng came here and instantly saw Su Yueshi. He had been searching high and low for her. He had found her without any effort. He had finally found Su Yueshi. Su Yueshi stood up, coldness flashing in her eyes, and said, "Yes, it's me. I didn't expect to meet in this way." Su Yueshi frowned slightly. As the reincarnation of the ninth heaven Xianenvi, she had awakened the most memories, supernatural powers, and power. Su Yueshi used some special means to feel an extremely familiar aura from Lin Feng. That was the aura of the ninth heaven Xianenvi. In other words, Lin Feng had met the reincarnation of the ninth heaven Xianenvi. Or, Lin Feng's small world might be suppressing the reincarnation of the ninth heaven Xianenvi? It had to be said. Su Yueshi was not a simple woman. She had even thought of such a thing. Lin Feng sneered at Su Yueshi and said, "In that case, you played a big role in these forces attacking me?" Su Yueshi sneered, but did not answer Lin Feng. Duanmu Yangyi and the others were stunned for a moment before coming back to their senses. Su Yueshi was the one who had told them about Lin Feng's social status. Then, they had told their clans about it, but their clans had been annihilated. Originally, they thought that they were friends with Su Yueshi. Therefore, Su Yueshi gave them an opportunity. But now, it seemed that this matter was not so simple. Su Yueshi was not so kind. She even had ulterior motives. Su Yueshi, you have a grudge against Lin Feng, so you schemed against us and let our families deal with Lin Feng, right? Duanmu Yangyi looked at Su Yueshi with hatred. Su Yueshi said, "It's meaningless to say that. It's true that I have a grudge against Lin Feng, and it's also true that you want to kill Lin Feng and receive the heavenly court's reward. It's a mutually beneficial thing, but you didn't expect Lin Feng to be so strong, which led to a result that was different from what everyone expected." Wang Jian said angrily, "Shut up, you be *tc. You're the one who harmed us and our families." Sun Wentao looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Gongzi, we don't want to be enemies with you. We were tricked by that *tch Su Yueshi. If we capture Su Yueshi and hand Su Yueshi over to you, can you let us live?" The others also looked at Lin Feng. Anticipation, nervousness, and apprehension. Lin Feng said, "All right. If you can really capture Su Yueshi, then I can spare your lives." Hearing this, the dozen people in the private room became excited. One by one, they pounced towards Su Yueshi. These people's methods were extraordinary. They also knew the principle of a lion hunting a rabbit. Therefore, although there were many of them, however, when dealing with Su Yueshi, they still did not have any carelessness. One by one, they attacked with all their might. They wanted to take down Su Yueshi. And Su Yueshi, she had a sneer on her face. 9. Mysterious, blood, hell technique. At this moment, Su Yueshi's cold voice suddenly rang out. She used a supreme sacred art passed down by the mysterious lady of the ninth heaven. When this sacred art was used, the dozen or so cultivators who surrounded Su Yueshi immediately felt that something was wrong. They felt as if the blood in their bodies was about to burst out. Their expressions were filled with shock. They hurriedly channeled their blood. They wanted to control the blood in their bodies. But after working hard for a long time, they failed to get what they wanted. No. Many people cried out in fear. Bang 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 bang, in the next moment, One by one, the blood of the cultivators exploded. When their blood vessels exploded, their bodies, they were also blown into pieces. One by one, they died tragically on the spot. I can't accept this. Duanmu Yangyi, Wang Jian, and the others were relatively strong. Their blood did not immediately explode, but they could not hold on any longer. They were unwilling to die like this. They really wanted to live. However, they knew that all of this was just wishful thinking. Bang bang bang, in the next moment, Duanmu Yangyi, Wang Jian, and the others' blood exploded. Their bodies were also torn into pieces. They died tragically on the spot. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the box was dead, leaving only Lin Feng and Suyueshi. A very powerful sacred art. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at Suyueshi. Of course, have a taste of the power of my sacred art. Suyueshi sneered, and then activated the 9 mysterious blood prison technique to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the blood in his body flowing quickly, and the blood seemed to have become berserk. This kind of berserk power. It was as if it was about to explode in an instant. Lin Feng was shocked. It was only after he personally experienced the attack of this divine ability that he realized how bizarre it was. Lin Feng sighed. This mysterious lady of the 9th heaven. It was not without reason that she was able to stir up so much trouble in the past. The sacred art created by this woman. It was indeed extremely strange. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the immemorial dragon-esque elephant art. He suppressed the blood in his body. Then, Lin Feng punched towards Suyueshi. Blood explosion technique. Suyueshi attacked again, and the remaining blood essence of Duanmu Yangyi and the others quickly gathered together. It condensed into a blood-red ball of energy. That blood-red ball of energy instantly exploded. The destructive energy flooded towards Lin Feng. The entire restaurant was destroyed in an instant. Suyueshi, on the other hand, flew out and stared coldly at the exploding restaurant. She did not see Lin Feng's figure. Logically speaking, Lin Feng could not be killed so easily, right? Of course, this was hard to say. After all, this sacred art of hers, combined with the blood essence of so many people, the power released was indeed terrifying. But in the next moment, Suyueshi felt an extremely dangerous aura. Lin Feng silently appeared behind Suyueshi and punched towards Suyueshi. Bang! This punch landed on Suyueshi's body. Suyueshi's body actually turned into a golden puppet. Suyueshi herself appeared 200 meters away. As for the golden puppet, it shattered into pieces. Puppet art. Lin Feng frowned slightly and then sneered. This kind of puppet art to die for the body was different from the puppet art to block attacks. This kind of puppet art to die for the body could not be used continuously. In other words, the next time Suyueshi's life was in danger, she would not be able to use this puppet art to save her own life. Suyueshi, it's time to settle our grudge. Lin Feng looked coldly at Suyueshi. First-rank condensed, densely packed first-rank laws. Lin Feng trapped Suyueshi here with first-rank laws. This time, Suyueshi. She could not escape. Chapter 62-79. Who's that trapped woman? Countless people were puzzled. They obviously lacked understanding of Suyueshi. Who's that woman? Dong Xie, who was standing outside and watching the battle, looked at Fatso and asked. She knew that Lin Feng and Fatso had a close relationship. Therefore, she might be able to find out some information from Fatso. Fatso shook her head and said, I don't know this woman either. Dong Xie nodded. She did not say anything else. Suyueshi looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, It's indeed time to settle the grudge between you and me. For so many years, I've been living under your shadow, thinking about killing you all the time. Now is indeed an opportunity. Lin Feng said, If you can combine the 9 reincarnations, you might have a chance to kill me, but now I'm afraid you're still far from it. As soon as he finished speaking, the First Order attacked Suyueshi. Lin Feng did not know what techniques Su Yueshi had mastered, but he could use this opportunity to test her. When the time came, he should be able to test out what powerful techniques she had mastered. Faced with Lin Feng's attack, Su Yueshi made her move. She unleashed an extremely powerful divine ability. This divine ability was called Pengu's Splitting Skies. Rumor had it that it was a divine ability created by Pengu when he created heaven and earth. After the Pengu's Splitting Skies was condensed, terrifying beams of light swept out. Those beams of light, like the light of an axe, they were extremely powerful. Creation of heaven and earth. Clang, clang, clang. Along with a series of violent collisions, there were sounds of violent collisions. Those beams of light collided with the first-order laws. Those beams of light and the first-order laws began to shatter. In the end, both sides were annihilated. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect Su Yueshi, this woman, to have such a powerful unique skill. At this moment, Su Yueshi walked towards Lin Feng step by step. She looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "I'll let you have a taste of the Empress' immortal shaking art created by the Fairy of the Ninth Heaven." Inside her body, imperial qi soared to the sky. An illusory figure appeared behind her. That illusory figure. It was actually a woman. However, the woman was wearing an imperial robe and a crown. There was an indescribable nobility about her that couldn't be described with words. This woman was none other than Xian Nu of the Nine Heavens when she was at her peak. In the past, the Fairy of the Nine Heavens had ruled the world for a period of time after many big shots had left. In the myriad worlds, she was known as the Empress. When Xian Nu of the Nine Heavens was powerful, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had not yet grown up. As for the heavenly court and other forces, they had not even been established yet. Although the Empyrean fairy was a woman with evil intentions, she was not a woman with a righteous heart. However, there was one thing that he had to admit. This woman. She was indeed a stunning talent. He had created many top-notch divine abilities. Furthermore, she could do many things that men could not do. She could even do it better than men. At this moment, the Xian Nu of the Nine Heavens illusory figure that appeared behind Su Yueshi opened her eyes. It was as if the real Xian Nu of the Nine Heavens had been resurrected. A terrifying aura emanated from the Xian Nu of the Nine Heavens illusory figure. After feeling this terrifying aura, countless cultivators who were watching, they all felt how small they were. They felt that when they were facing the Xian Nu of the Nine Heavens illusory figure, they were just a bunch of weak ants. The Xian Nu of the Nine Heavens illusory figure took a step forward and then merged with Su Yueshi. "It's the primordial spirit." Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. With his knowledge, he could naturally see that the illusory figure was not a real illusory figure. It was the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit was formed by the fusion of power and divine sense. It was very terrifying. So, when the Xian Nu of the Nine Heavens primordial spirit and Su Yueshi fused together, Su Yueshi's aura greatly increased. Lin Feng roughly estimated that Su Yueshi's fighting strength had increased by at least 3 or 4 levels. The current Su Yueshi, with every move, seemed to be able to affect the laws of order between heaven and earth. This Empress vibrating immortal technique was indeed extraordinary. However, so what? Lin Feng was fearless. He strode towards Su Yueshi. A fist blasted towards Su Yueshi. This time, Lin Feng activated the Human King Fist. His battle strength instantly rose to the peak level. Bang! Lin Feng and Su Yueshi fiercely collided. Lin Feng did not move an inch. Su Yueshi was sent flying. However, Su Yueshi was not injured. This made Lin Feng frown. Su Yueshi was more powerful than he had imagined. After all, the attack that Lin Feng had just unleashed was already considered one of his most powerful primordial spirit. It was actually unable to hurt Su Yueshi. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt an intense pain coming from his fist. He looked down and saw that there was actually a cloud of black gas lingering around his fist, and that cloud of black gas was constantly trying to invade Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was shocked, and immediately understood what was going on. It should be when he was fighting with Su Yueshi just now. He had been schemed against by Su Yueshi. Su Yueshi looked at Lin Feng proudly and said, "Lin Feng, this is a dark ball of light condensed from the power of the era's collapse. I have already fused this dark ball of light with my sacred art. I can release this dark ball of light anytime and anywhere. This dark ball of light can forcefully invade a cultivator's body. Once a cultivator's body is invaded by this dark ball of light, the cultivator's life force will be instantly devoured by this dark ball of light. Su Yueshi, you are indeed good at scheming." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Yueshi. "To deal with a person like you, if I don't use some special methods, it will be impossible to succeed," Su Yueshi said with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng sneered. "Do you think I don't have a way to deal with this dark ball of light?" Su Yueshi said, "I know you have heavenly fire. Heavenly fire is very mysterious and can burn many kinds of energy. However, the dark ball of light contains the power of the era's collapse. Heavenly fire can't deal with it. Therefore, you will die today without a doubt." Su Yueshi's words caused a huge uproar. Countless people discussed it. They hadn't expected things to develop to this point. "Quickly, go and help Big Brother Feng," Little Donkey shouted. Then, Little Donkey, Fatso, Dong Xia, and the others wanted to quickly rush over to help Lin Feng. However, Su Yueshi used the Tao of space at that moment. A starry sky world appeared in the void, separating the two sides. No matter how hard they tried to get close to Lin Feng, they couldn't succeed. This caused Little Donkey, Fatso, Dong Xia, and the others' expressions to become extremely unsightly. "That brat is finally going to die." Some of the remnants of the forces that had been destroyed by Lin Feng saw that Lin Feng was going to die and became excited. "This Lin Feng is also a stunning figure. I didn't expect him to die like this. Who said otherwise? If he really dies like this, it'll be too sullen." Countless cultivators were discussing it. Everyone was paying attention to the development of the situation. The situation was indeed very unfavorable for Lin Feng. However, many people felt that Lin Feng wouldn't be killed so easily, right? After all, if such a heaven-defying figure was killed just like this, wouldn't it be too easy for him to die? However, the world was unpredictable. Some seemingly impossible things could happen. Everything was unpredictable. For example, this time Lin Feng might be killed. If he was really killed, it was indeed unexpected. However, it wasn't impossible. Seeing the painful expression on Lin Feng's face, Su Yueshi became more and more pleased with herself. "Let's see how you'll die." The corners of Su Yueshi's mouth curved into a sinister smile. In her opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. There was naturally a reason why Su Yueshi was so confident. This method of hers was indeed terrifying. It was almost unsolvable. At this moment, Lin Feng said coldly, "Su Yueshi, I can only say that you're really too naive. In this world, regardless of whether it's a divine ability, immortal technique, poison, or any other method, there's a way to neutralize it. It just depends on whether you find the right method or not. If you find the right method, everything will naturally be solved." Su Yueshi sneered. "Is that so? I'd like to see how you're going to neutralize the epical collapse force in your body. If you can't neutralize this force in 15 minutes, then you can only go to hell to think of a way to neutralize this force." At this moment, Su Yueshi's face was filled with undisguised pride. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. He began to neutralize the strange epical collapse force in his body. Lin Feng's method. It was very simple. He was using the heavenly flames to neutralize this force. Tsuyoshi felt that Lin Feng couldn't neutralize this epical collapse force because Tsuyoshi didn't know how many heavenly flames Lin Feng had mastered. 1 or 2 heavenly flames, or even 3 or 4 heavenly flames. He might not be able to neutralize this epical collapse force. However, Lin Feng had 9 heavenly flames. The power of 9 heavenly flames repeatedly forging was not something that 3 or 4 heavenly flames could compare to. Just ask in this world, since ancient times, how many people had collected so many heavenly flames. After all, there were a total of 72 heavenly flames. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that the 9 heavenly flames would definitely be able to burn the epical collapse force that had invaded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng began to activate the 9 heavenly flames. When the 9 heavenly flames were completely activated by Lin Feng, the epical collapse force that Tsuyoshi felt couldn't be neutralized began to burn rapidly. Tsuyoshi obviously noticed the situation as well. Her face instantly turned ugly. She was originally full of confidence. She originally thought that she could watch Lin Feng die in front of her. However, everything that was happening now, her wish was going to be dashed very soon. Tsuyoshi absolutely couldn't accept this. Go to hell, Tsuyoshi charged toward Lin Feng quickly. She wanted to kill Lin Feng while Lin Feng was neutralizing the epical collapse force. This was indeed a good time to deal with Lin Feng. After all, when Lin Feng was neutralizing the epical collapse force in his body, a lot of energy would be involved. In that case, his battle prowess would drop by a large margin. A Dharma treasure appeared in Tsuyoshi's hand. The Dharma treasure was surrounded by holy light. No one knew what kind of Dharma treasure it was. Tsuyoshi activated the Dharma treasure. The aura that belonged to the ancient weapon dissipated. Tsuyoshi was the leader of the 9 reincarnations of Xian Envi of the 9 heavens. In other words, according to Xian Envi of the 9 heavens plan, Tsuyoshi would devour the other 8 reincarnations. Therefore, the great opportunity that Xian Envi of the 9 heavens left behind. 80% of it was occupied by Tsuyoshi alone. As such, Tsuyoshi indeed had a lot of good things here. The power that Tsuyoshi released when she activated the ancient weapon was naturally extremely powerful. But Lin Feng was not afraid. To deal with Tsuyoshi, why would he need to be in 100% condition? Lin Feng took out the epical war spear. Epical spear technique. The spear shadows were like a forest. Lin Feng stabbed towards Tsuyoshi across the void. The dense spear shadows condensed, and each spear shadow seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was really terrifying. After feeling the terrifying aura of those spear shadows, Tsuyoshi's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly activated the Dharma treasure to block the dense spear shadows. Countless spear shadows were neutralized by Tsuyoshi. However, there was still a spear shadow. It was not neutralized by Tsuyoshi. Puff! That spear shadow pierced through Tsuyoshi's immortal robe. Then it pierced through Tsuyoshi's chest. Tsuyoshi's body flew out. Her face was pale. She did not have Lin Feng's undying bloodline, so such an injury was considered extremely serious for her. Such a reversal left countless people dumbfounded. Lin Feng held the epical war spear and charged towards Tsuyoshi. Lin Feng, do you really want to kill me? No matter what, the two of us were once together. Do you have the heart to kill me? Tsuyoshi looked at Lin Feng with a pale face. You still have the nerve to talk about the past. Since you are a whore, don't pretend to be chaste. Lin Feng sneered and stabbed towards Tsuyoshi with his spear. Everything should be over. However, just as Tsuyoshi was about to be stabbed to death, something unexpected happened. A woman appeared without a sound. The woman's hands were in the shape of a crescent moon. There seemed to be a terrifying magnetic field formed between her hands. She stood in front of Tsuyoshi. When Lin Feng's spear stabbed towards her, it fell into the magnetic field. It's you, when he saw the woman who suddenly appeared. Lin Feng's face changed slightly. because the person who appeared was none other than someone else. It was the mystic moon fairy, who had broken through the transcendence realm not long ago. Lin Feng had seen the mystic moon fairy some time ago. He really did not expect this woman to appear in this place and save Suyueshi. She might not know Suyueshi, but she definitely knew him. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. She saw him fighting with Suyueshi and saw that Suyueshi was about to be killed by him. She came to save her. It was normal. I didn't expect that the little ant whose soul descended to the heavenly court would grow to such a level. How shocking, said the Xian Yin celestial being looking at Lin Feng disdainfully. Chapter 6280. Lin Feng was actually quite afraid of the mystic Yin fairy. After all, the mystic Yin fairy was a true transcendent realm cultivator. Even if she was a transcendent realm cultivator, she was still far from being comparable to the mystic Yin fairy. This was because the mystic Yin fairy's life had undergone a huge change. She was completely different from the cultivators below the transcendent realm. Her comprehensive qualities, such as Dharma power, soul power, physical strength, speed, perception, etc., had greatly improved compared to the cultivators below the transcendent realm. There was no way to make up for the difference. Do you think you're awesome just because you broke through the transcendent realm? Don't you know how old you are? Lin Feng retorted. Dong Xia burst out laughing. Lin Feng's mouth was too sarcastic. What were the two things that women hated the most? First, people calling her ugly. Second, people calling her old. Lin Feng cursed the Xian Yin celestial maiden for being old. No matter how well-mannered the mystic Yin fairy was, she couldn't help but be angry. You're courting death. The mystic Yin fairy's eyes flashed with killing intent as she slapped at Lin Feng. Whoosh! At this moment, a light flashed and the glazed heaven cup flew out and floated in front of Lin Feng. The mystic Yin fairy's palm hit the glazed heaven cup. Her attack was blocked by the glazed heaven cup. Because she attacked Lin Feng, the power of the magnetic field she condensed was greatly reduced because she was distracted. Naturally, it couldn't continue to imprison Lin Feng's epic war spear. Lin Feng's right hand suddenly shook. The epic war spear broke free from the magnetic field. Lin Feng then used his sweeping army of 1,000 men's skill and moved towards the Xian Yin celestial maiden. The mystic Yin fairy's eyes suddenly turned cold. She raised her left hand and slapped at Lin Feng's epic war spear. Her left hand was surrounded by holy light. The next moment, she collided with Lin Feng's epic war spear. Lin Feng's attack was too powerful. Even the mystic Yin fairy was sent flying. However, the moment the mysterious Yin fairy was sent flying, Suyueshi made her move. Suyueshi took out the ancient weapon-grade treasure. The power of this treasure was completely activated by Suyueshi. This treasure shot towards Lin Feng at high speed. Suyueshi really knew how to seize the opportunity. When she was rescued by the mysterious Yin fairy, she had already begun to plan how to deal with Lin Feng. Of course, the Black Moon Fairy was very powerful. Perhaps she would be able to take care of Lin Feng without even lifting a finger. This was the most ideal situation. However, Suyueshi was a cautious person. Suyueshi's analysis of human nature was extremely accurate, such as the analysis of the mysterious Dark Fairy's character. In Suyueshi's eyes, the mystic Yin fairy was too powerful. Such a person. They were usually very confident. Of course, to put it nicely, it was confidence. To put it bluntly, it was arrogance. But who asked him to have the strength? He had the strength. Naturally, he could do whatever he wanted. But sometimes, this so-called confidence also depended on the person. When dealing with other practitioners, it was not a big problem for the mysterious Yin fairy to look down on the other party. But when dealing with Lin Feng, she couldn't keep this attitude. Because Lin Feng was too extraordinary. Others might not know much about Lin Feng, They didn't know how powerful Lin Feng was. But Su Yueshi knew it clearly. Su Yueshi knew Lin Feng too well. However, the mysterious Yin fairy obviously didn't know much about Lin Feng. So Su Yueshi thought, the mysterious Yin fairy might pay a price for her arrogance. This kind of thing really happened. The mysterious Yin fairy was sent flying by Lin Feng. In the eyes of a strong person like the mysterious Yin fairy, this was definitely an extremely humiliating thing. Su Yueshi didn't care about what the mysterious Yin fairy thought. She just wanted to kill Lin Feng. Her caution, her understanding of Lin Feng, played a huge role. So, Su Yueshi seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to deal with Lin Feng. Su Yueshi's ancient weapon was too fast. Lin Feng wanted to activate the glazed sky goblet to block Su Yueshi's attack, but it was obviously too late. The situation was very dangerous. Lin Feng was locked on by Su Yueshi's ancient weapon. He felt an extremely dangerous aura. When any cultivator faced an ancient weapon, they would not be able to resist it. They couldn't let down their guard. Or else, they might die miserably. At the critical moment, Lin Feng performed the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Swoosh! There was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. Su Yueshi's well-planned attack missed. Damn it! Seeing this situation, Su Yueshi couldn't help but curse. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but she didn't manage to kill Lin Feng. This made Su Yueshi extremely depressed. It wouldn't be easy to find such a good opportunity again. Su Yueshi planned to take back her ancient weapon. But at this moment, a broken jar flew out of the void. That broken jar. It was Lin Feng's magic treasure, the heaven-swallowing jar. An extremely powerful devouring power surged out of the heaven-swallowing jar. Perhaps it was because of the birth of the heaven-swallowing devil emperor. The power of the heaven-swallowing jar had increased a lot. This was very likely. After all, although the heaven-swallowing jar was now Lin Feng's, it was still a magic treasure forged by the heaven-swallowing devil emperor. There was still some karma between it and the heaven-swallowing devil emperor. The heaven-swallowing devil emperor's cultivation increased. Then, because of this karma, the power of the heaven-swallowing jar would also increase correspondingly. The terrifying devouring power released by the heaven-swallowing jar directly enveloped the powerful ancient weapon. Although they didn't know what kind of ancient weapon this ancient weapon was, it didn't stop the heaven-swallowing jar from devouring this ancient weapon. This ancient weapon didn't want to be devoured by Lin Feng's heaven-swallowing jar, so it began to struggle. It was indeed difficult for the heaven-swallowing jar to devour this ancient weapon. It looked like this ancient weapon was about to break free and escape. But at this critical moment, Lin Feng appeared beside this ancient weapon. He shot out dense sealing runes. Those sealing runes were all imprinted on this ancient weapon. The ancient weapon that was originally struggling violently. It suddenly became quiet. Then this ancient weapon was devoured by the heaven-swallowing jar. After seeing her ancient weapon being taken away by Lin Feng, Su Yueshi felt like she was about to go crazy. She screamed angrily, "Lin Feng, bastard, son of a bitch, give me back my ancient weapon!" Hell, Lin Feng sneered. Then he said, "An ancient weapon-level magic treasure. I love this level of magic treasure the most. I want this ancient weapon of yours." Su Yueshi was so angry that her whole body trembled. But at this time, she had no way to take back her ancient weapon. Interesting, no wonder Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones were killed by you. You are indeed the son of Lin Baitian. At this time, the Black Moon Fairy walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Her eyes were extremely cold. But if you think you can escape from here, you are very wrong. Today, you are destined to become a trapped beast. When she finished talking, the Xian Yin celestial being attacked Lin Feng again. This time, the Black Moon Fairy condensed an illusory world, She wanted to use this illusory world to trap Lin Feng. If she could trap Lin Feng in this illusory world, then she could deal with Lin Feng however she wanted. But Lin Feng did not give the Black Moon Fairy this opportunity. When Lin Feng saw the serene celestial use that skill against him, Lin Feng was stunned. He quickly put away the heaven-swallowing jar, glazed sky goblet and epic war spear. Then, Lin Feng used the space Dao. Lin Feng mainly used void travel, which was easy for him to do, but the Black Moon Fairy's divine ability was too powerful, so it took more time to use it. Therefore, Lin Feng's empty space Dao was a bit faster than the serene celestial fairy. Lin Feng disappeared directly. When the Black Moon Fairy used her divine ability, Lin Feng had already left the area. Lin Feng knew that with the Black Moon Fairy here, it was impossible for him to kill Su Yueshi. He had suppressed Su Yueshi's ancient weapons. This was a huge gain. After he subdued Su Yueshi's ancient weapons, he had mastered 9 ancient weapons. When the time came, he would form the ancient weapon array and then support the heavenly fire array. Lin Feng was confident that he could fight against the serene celestial being, who was a real cultivator of the surpassing layer. Lin Feng, Fatso, Little Donkey, Dong Xie, and the others gathered together. Then Lin Feng took them through the void and disappeared instantly. Stay, the Black Moon Fairy's voice was cold. She wanted to use her space Dao to force Lin Feng and the others to stay. However, in reality, although her cultivation was strong, her use of the space Dao was far inferior to Lin Feng's. Therefore, the Black Moon Fairy was unable to use her space Dao to force Lin Feng and the others to stay. A surpassing realm expert is only SOSO. Black Moon Fairy, do you know what your only advantage is compared to me? Lin Feng's voice came from the void. After asking this question, Lin Feng didn't intend to let the Black Moon Fairy answer. Lin Feng continued, your only advantage is that you are older. You can't escape. The Black Moon Fairy was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She directly traveled through the void. She chased after Lin Feng and the others. Su Yueshi's ancient weapon was suppressed by Lin Feng. This ancient weapon was too important to Su Yueshi. Su Yueshi naturally couldn't watch this ancient weapon be taken away by Lin Feng, so she quickly chased after him. This Lin Feng's mouth is really sarcastic. The Black Moon Fairy is about to die from anger. A cultivator sighed. Then, another cultivator said, the Black Moon Fairy is a cultivator of this era. Actually, she's not that old. Yeah, she's really not that old. However, this Lin Feng is really awesome. Even a powerful existence like the Black Moon Fairy couldn't take him down. He hasn't even broken through to the surpassing realm, and he's already so terrifying. If he breaks through to the surpassing realm, how powerful will he be? Another cultivator said. Countless cultivators were discussing the battle just now. They were discussing Lin Feng, the Black Moon Fairy, and even Su Yueshi. At this moment, Lin Feng flew out of the void. They arrived in an ancient forest. This ancient forest was very large. It was vast and boundless. The huge mountain range between the middle and the depths of this ancient forest was Mount Buzhou. Lin Feng used the Great Fate technique to conceal their aura. So, it wouldn't be easy for the Black Moon Fairy to find them. However, the Black Moon Fairy's methods were heaven-defying. Who knew if she had some powerful methods to find the whereabouts of Lin Feng and the others? Lin Feng felt that it was necessary to subdue Su Yueshi's ancient weapon now. He wanted this ancient weapon to become his own ancient weapon. As a result, his battle prowess soared. When he faced the Black Moon Fairy again, he had the confidence. Not to mention, Mount Buzhou was an extremely evil place. Even the Dong ancestor had suffered serious injuries when he entered, but he had still managed to escape. The Dong ancestor was an expert that surpassed the realm. So, one could imagine how dangerous this place was. Going to such a dangerous place, he naturally had to be careful. Therefore, before entering Mount Buzhou, he had to increase his battle prowess. This was a very necessary thing to do. Chapter 62-81. It was not particularly difficult to find a place to cultivate in seclusion in the forest. Lin Feng and the others found a hidden and dry cave in a valley. Lin Feng sealed the cave with a restriction. After all this was done, Lin Feng began to cultivate in seclusion, trying to refine Su Yueshi's ancient weapon. He still did not know what kind of treasure Su Yueshi's ancient weapon was. Lin Feng summoned this treasure. The holy light was restrained. This treasure showed its original appearance. This treasure. It was a heaven and earth chakra. This type of treasure was relatively rare. Its shape was like a crescent moon. Lin Feng was not sure whether this treasure was forged by the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens or not. People like Su Yueshi, stealing the luck of heaven and earth, in addition to the various opportunities passed down by the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens. There must be some other great opportunities, so, through other methods, it was also very possible to obtain some good things. For example, the heaven and earth chakra in front of him might have been obtained in this way. It probably had nothing to do with the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens. Of course, Lin Feng had no interest in how Su Yueshi got this ancient weapon. Now, he was only interested in refining this ancient weapon. Lin Feng's divine thought invaded this ancient weapon. Lin Feng, you will die a horrible death. I curse you to die a horrible death. Venomous curses were suddenly heard. This was Su Yueshi's voice. Although Lin Feng temporarily suppressed this magic treasure was still Su Yueshi's. Su Yueshi's divine thought was still controlling this powerful magic treasure. Su Yueshi's divine thought condensed into Su Yueshi's appearance. Lin Feng's spiritual will condensed into Lin Feng's appearance. Su Yueshi, you're on the wrong path. I finally understand why you're so evil. It's probably because you're the reincarnation of the mysterious lady of the 9 skies. Lin Feng sneered. However, Lin Feng thought about it and felt that it was not quite right. After all, there were some reincarnations of the 9 heavens maiden, and their personalities were very good. For example, the Wu sisters had excellent personalities. It seemed that the reason Su Yueshi was so bad was because of Su Yueshi's personal reasons. However, there was no need for Lin Feng to explain any further. I will kill you, Su Yueshi said coldly. Next, Su Yueshi's divine sense transformed into a powerful divine sense once again and directly pounced on Lin Feng's divine sense. She wanted to destroy Lin Feng's divine sense. Some extremely powerful cultivators left their divine sense in their magic treasures. After destroying someone else's divine sense, they could even enter someone else's mind. They could also destroy someone else's soul. Ha! Even your original body is no match for me, let alone your divine sense? It's a completely useless struggle. Facing the attack of Su Yueshi's divine sense, Lin Feng's divine sense transformed into a sneer. Next, Lin Feng's divine sense transformed into a powerful divine sense and directly blasted towards Su Yueshi's divine sense. Bang! The 2 different kinds of divine thoughts collided fiercely, and the power that could destroy the heavens and earth suddenly burst out. It was really shocking. The collision between the 2 sides. It even formed a powerful storm. Su Yueshi's divine sense relied on the heaven and earth scripture's support, and its combat power was very strong. However, so what? Lin Feng was fearless. Bang bang bang! A series of collisions. It was earth-shattering. After the 2 sides collided for hundreds of times, Su Yueshi's divine sense finally couldn't hold on. Su Yueshi's divine sense, after all, did not have the support of her original body. It was equivalent to a rootless duckweed. Although it had the support of the ancient weapon, it was at most equivalent to a more powerful rootless duckweed. Naturally, there was no way to compete with Lin Feng's divine sense. Lin Feng, don't be complacent. It's only a temporary victory, it's not the final victory. I know some incredible secrets. Wait until I understand them. At that time, you will be nothing more than a pitiful insect in front of me. After Suyueshi's divine sense was defeated, Suyueshi's divine sense was suddenly transmitted with a resentful and threatening voice. Lin Feng sneered. He said, Suyueshi, no matter how you jump, you are destined to be just a jumping clown in the end. As soon as his voice fell, Lin Feng's powerful divine sense was like a huge wave between heaven and earth. It instantly drowned Suyueshi's divine sense. Suyueshi's spiritual will was completely destroyed in an instant. After destroying Suyueshi's divine sense, Lin Feng began to try to refine the Heaven and Earth Sutra, a magic treasure at the ancient weapon level. However, Lin Feng failed after many attempts, which made Lin Feng frown slightly. This magic treasure was resisting him to refine it. Obviously, the magic treasure had a spirit. Although this magic treasure was subdued by Lin Feng and Suyueshi's aura was erased by Lin Feng, the magic treasure itself did not want to be refined by Lin Feng. This situation was worse. After all, this magic treasure was an ancient weapon-level magic treasure. If it were any other magic treasure, Lin Feng could use forceful methods to refine it. However, he could not do so when facing an ancient weapon-level magic treasure. The main reason was that it was very difficult to do so. After all, the god of an ancient weapon-level magic treasure was too powerful. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the god of the Heaven and Earth Sutra. You have no other choice now. Your only choice is to be refined by me. I think that as the god of an ancient weapon, you should be full of wisdom. You should know which choice is the best for you. Lin Feng said. He believed. The god of the Heaven and Earth Sutra could hear him. However, the god of the Heaven and Earth Sutra did not answer Lin Feng. This guy refuses to communicate with me? Lin Feng's face revealed a cold smile. You can choose not to cooperate with me, but I can also choose to destroy you. Of course, I know that it is not easy to destroy a powerful god like you. But I have time to waste with you. I control the 9 heavenly flames. I can't refine you to death in a short time, but as time goes on, I will be able to refine you to death sooner or later. You are a scoundrel, an exasperated voice came from within the Heaven and Earth Sutra. It was the voice of a woman. It should be the voice of the god of the Heaven and Earth Sutra. Unexpectedly, the god of the Heaven and Earth Sutra was a female god. This was relatively rare. Lin Feng said, Thank you for your praise. Yes, I am a scoundrel. Now that you know who I am, you should obediently let me refine the Heaven and Earth Sutra. The god of the Heaven and Earth Sutra snorted coldly. However, in the end, she compromised. Although the Heaven and Earth Sutra belonged to Suyueshi, her loyalty to Suyueshi had not reached the point where she was willing to sacrifice herself. Lin Feng successfully refined the Heaven and Earth Sutra. Ha 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 ha, I have finally refined the 9th ancient weapon. Now, my 9 ancient weapons can form an ancient weapon array. With the combination of the Heavenly Flames array and the ancient weapon array, coupled with my own battle strength, I have nothing to fear even if I face a real Transcendence Realm cultivator. Lin Feng was in an incomparably good mood. If he really met the Xianin fairy again, Lin Feng felt that he might be able to suppress her. After all, the Xianin fairy had not been in the Transcendence Realm for long, and she was not particularly familiar with the power of the Transcendence Realm. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, the group flew in the direction of Mount Buzhou. Lin Feng was originally looking forward to meeting the Xianin fairy and getting back at her. However, he was not able to meet the Xianin fairy along the way. He did not know where this woman had run off to. If he could not find her, then so be it. The most important thing now was to enter Mount Buzhou and retrieve the item that the soul-devouring clan wanted. In this way, He would be able to exchange for the soul-sealing grass with the soul-devouring clan. When Lin Feng and the rest arrived at Mount Buzhou, they saw hundreds of cultivators loitering around the outer area of Mount Buzhou. Most of them were here to pay their respects to Mount Buzhou. Of course, sometimes there would also be people who would try to enter Mount Buzhou to see if they could find any opportunities. Rumble. At this moment there were violent waves in the distance. Everyone looked over and saw dozens of ancient war chariots flying through the void. Universe war chariots. They are foreign life forms from the universe of time. A cultivator exclaimed. Among these foreign life forms, there were fewer foreign life forms from the Kunlun universe and the universe of time. Therefore, it was rare to see foreign life forms from the Kunlun universe and the universe of time. However, these people were foreign life forms from the universe of time. There were about 100 of them. There were indeed many of them. It was rare to see so many foreign life forms from the universe of time. They are from the Immortal Emperor tribe. An old cultivator exclaimed. Immortal Emperor tribe? What tribe are they really from? Another cultivator asked. The old cultivator replied. The Immortal Emperor tribe is a heaven-defying tribe. It is said that they were one of the ruling families of the universe of time. However, they suffered heavy losses in the war with their enemies. They had no choice but to flee. Some of them fled to the Nine States universe. The Immortal Emperor tribe has been in the Nine States universe for at least 7 or 8 eras. They keep a very low profile and are different from other foreign life forms. Hearing the old man's words, many people couldn't help but exclaim. This Immortal Emperor tribe was so ancient and powerful, although their current strength was far from what it used to be. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The foundation of this clan was still incomparably strong. Unfathomable. However, why were so many cultivators from the Immortal Emperor tribe gathered outside Mount Buzhou? Could they be here for the origin stone of Mount Buzhou? A cultivator suggested a certain possibility. What is the origin stone of Mount Buzhou? Many people were puzzled. They had never heard of such a thing. Even Lin Feng was hearing about the origin stone of Mount Buzhou for the first time. Therefore, he listened carefully. The old man said, The origin stone of Mount Buzhou is good stuff. It is said that it is the main material for creating Creator Realm Immortal Treasures. Creator Realm Immortal Treasure? What level of immortal treasure is that? Many people were still puzzled. The old man explained. Ancient weapons are a term from a very long time ago. This term is actually more general. Now, cultivators regard immortal treasures that surpass their cultivation level as ancient weapons. However, this classification doesn't really distinguish the differences between these immortal treasures. Because these immortal treasures are at different cultivation levels, the differences in power are huge. For example, I heard that there are many levels of immortal treasures that surpass their cultivation level. In theory, immortal treasures that surpass their cultivation level should also be divided into different cultivation levels. Among those that surpass their cultivation level, the difference in power between immortal treasures of different levels is huge. As for Creator Realm Immortal Treasures, they are of an even higher level. They are many times stronger than immortal treasures that surpass their cultivation level. The immortal treasures that are circulating in the world of cultivators today, such as the ancient weapons that we speak of, are all immortal treasures that surpass their cultivation level. Creator Realm Immortal Treasures can be considered the most elite of immortal treasures. However, after so many years, I have never heard of anyone who has mastered a Creator Realm Immortal Treasure. If someone really did master such an immortal treasure, then it would be terrifying. With such an immortal treasure, even if his cultivation level is not high enough, he could still kill an expert that surpasses his cultivation level. After hearing the old man's words, many people couldn't help but take a deep breath. The old man's words had indeed brought a deep shock to everyone. The origin stone of Mount Bujo. It was too precious. It was enough to drive people crazy. No wonder the immortal emperor tribe had come all the way to Mount Bujo. The old man frowned and said, "In the past, many strong cultivators entered the Bujo mountain range to search for source stones, but they found nothing. The Bujo mountain range is too strange. Many people died in there. After that, no one went in to search for source stones." Someone spoke up. "Since these people are here, could it be that they have a clue about the origin stone of Mount Bujo? Is that why they came all the way here?" Hearing the words of these cultivators, many people hesitated. They felt that this possibility, it was really high. Many people were observing the movements of the immortal emperor tribe cultivators. Very quickly, about 40 people from the immortal emperor tribe entered Mount Bujo. About 40 people entered, and they quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone looked into the depths of Mount Bujo, wanting to see what was going on inside. However, the violet chi within Mount Bujo obscured everyone's vision, and they could not see anything. About 6 hours later, a cultivator drenched in blood rushed out. To everyone's surprise, the blood-soaked cultivator was the one who had led the immortal emperor tribe into the abyss. He was the only one who had come out, and he had been beaten to death. Where were the others? Could it be? Had they all died in there? What had happened to them in Mount Bujo? The cultivators from the immortal emperor tribe hurried over and carried the injured cultivator to the war chariot. An old man whispered something into the injured cultivator's ear. No one knew what they were talking about. Then the cultivators from the immortal emperor tribe left quickly. Do you guys think that the immortal emperor tribe cultivator found the origin stone of Mount Bujo? Some cultivators were very interested in this matter. That was the origin stone of Mount Bujo. It was a treasure that countless people and factions would go crazy for. "I don't know. I don't think so," someone said. "They left in such a hurry. Could it be that they found the origin stone of Mount Bujo? That's why they left in such a hurry, right?" Following that, another cultivator voiced his opinion. Everyone began to discuss. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The cultivators from the immortal emperor tribe were well prepared, but only one of them had escaped alive. It was clear how dangerous Mount Bujo was. The sky was getting dark. It would be dark soon. Night fell. Strange things often happened in a place like Mount Bujo. Therefore, it was better to wait until the next day to enter Mount Bujo. Lin Feng and the others found a place to rest. The next morning, a big piece of news quickly spread through Mount Bujo. The cultivators from the immortal emperor tribe who had left yesterday had all been killed. Because the old man in the lead was an expert who had fallen from a higher cultivation level, he could still use battle strength that exceeded his cultivation level for a short period of time. However, even the old man had been killed. The other party had acted decisively and killed everyone silently, leaving no clues behind. It must be an expert who has surpassed his cultivation level. If that's the case, the immortal emperor tribe must have gotten the origin stone of Mount Bujo. That's why they were killed. That's right. The origin stone of Mount Bujo is too precious. It's enough for any faction to take the risk. But I don't know which faction did it. Even in the heaven domain, there shouldn't be many factions who have the ability to kill the immortal emperor tribe. Indeed, there aren't many of them, but we can still find some. Although the immortal emperor tribe is not as strong as before, they are still not to be underestimated. Besides, they still have an expert who has surpassed his cultivation level. This time, the immortal emperor tribe lost so many experts to get the origin stone of Mount Bujo. But it was stolen and so many of their people were killed. The immortal emperor tribe will not let this matter rest. That's right. I'm afraid there will be a bloodbath in the heaven domain soon. Countless people were talking about it. They were all guessing which faction had done it. Lin Feng was also shocked when he heard the news. The other party really dared to pluck the fur off a tiger. At present, the only known surpassing realm expert in the 4th level of the Heaven Domain is the Xian Yin Immortal. Could it be her? Fatso said. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "It's hard to say. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but I think it's probably not the Xian Yin Celestial. After all, everybody knows that in the 4th world, she's the only cultivator who has surpassed the cultivation level. Now that something like this has happened, everybody will suspect her. She won't act blindly without thinking. But it's hard to say. Maybe she will take advantage of everyone's suspicions to kill the immortal Emperor tribe and steal the origin stone of Mount Buzhou? But whether or not she did it, we can help her spread the news of her great achievements." Little Donkey's eyes lit up. "Brother Feng, you mean to say that we should spread the news that the Xian Yin Immortal killed the immortal Emperor tribe and stole the origin stone of Mount Buzhou?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. "Little Feng wants the Xian Yin Immortal to take the blame? But will the immortal Emperor tribe believe it?" Fatso said. Lin Feng said, "3 people make a tiger. Fake things will become real once more. Besides, who knows if the Xian Yin Immortal really did it? So when the immortal Emperor tribe finds out, they will definitely investigate this matter. At that time, it will not be easy for the Xian Yin Immortal to clear her name. Although the Xian Yin Immortal Emperor tribe is strong, if the Xian Yin Immortal Emperor tribe hates her, there will be endless trouble. Hee, that's good. We will spread the news later. At that time, we will say that we saw it with our own eyes." Fatso laughed slyly. Lin Feng nodded. "Alright, you guys go ahead. I will go explore Mount Buzhou and see if there is anything special about it." With that, Lin Feng flew towards Mount Buzhou. "Look, someone is flying towards Mount Buzhou again," many cultivators exclaimed when they saw Lin Feng fly towards Mount Buzhou. Could it be that the kid has a token? Otherwise, why would he risk entering Mount Buzhou at such a young age? A cultivator said doubtfully. When the cultivator said that, many people's eyes twinkled. If Lin Feng really had a talisman, maybe he could take some precious treasures out of Buzhou Mountain. Lin Feng was just a young cultivator. How strong could he be? If he really brought out some treasures, when the time came, perhaps they could make a move and snatch those treasures. If he knew what was good for him, he would hand over the treasures to them. If he did not know what was good for him, then they did not mind killing Lin Feng. Killing others for their treasures was something that many people had done countless times. To them, killing one more person was not a big deal. So what if Lin Feng had a big power behind him? After killing Lin Feng, they would immediately leave. The world was vast and the influential groups behind Lin Feng wouldn't be able to find them. Therefore, many people were already rubbing their hands, waiting for Lin Feng to come out of Mount Buzhou with treasures. Chapter 6282. Lin Feng naturally did not know that many people had their eyes on him. Even if Lin Feng knew, he would not take it to heart. After all, Lin Feng's cultivation was there for all to see. With his strength, why would he care what others thought of him? If they were honest, he would let it go. If they were dishonest, Lin Feng did not mind killing them and taking all their treasures. At this moment, Lin Feng had already entered the perimeter of Mount Buzhou. The lesson of the past was still fresh in his mind. Lin Feng knew that Mount Buzhou was a dangerous place. Therefore, after entering Mount Buzhou, Lin Feng looked cautious. He did not dare to be careless. Most of the time, the key factor that determines the success of a matter may be an extremely small matter. In such a dangerous place, the factor that determined whether a person could survive or not might be as simple as being careful and careless. Lin Feng had experienced too many similar situations. Naturally, he would be cautious and careful. Lin Feng kept observing his surroundings. He did not see any ferocious beasts or other dangers. For now, the only danger was that the restrictions here were very strong. But these restrictions were nothing to Lin Feng. Everyone knew about the dangers of Mount Buzhou, but Lin Feng could not detect the many dangers here. This was the strangest part. It was enough to show how strange this place was. After walking for about 2 hours, Lin Feng saw a cultivator's corpse in front of him. He increased his speed. When Lin Feng was a dozen meters away from the corpse, he stopped and didn't continue forwards. Because when Lin Feng wanted to get closer to the corpse, Lin Feng found his blood flowing quickly. The sudden inspiration ability. In other words, he continued walking. There was a danger that could threaten his life. Lin Feng did not know what the danger was. He only needed to know. The path ahead was not feasible. This person should be a cultivator from the Immortal Emperor tribe? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Right at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a rustling sound coming from under his feet. Something was wrong. Whoosh! Lin Feng seemed to have teleported, disappearing from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. Where Lin Feng originally stood, a large number of black bugs actually appeared. After seeing those black bugs, Lin Feng immediately felt his scalp go numb because those black bugs were actually soul-binding bugs. The soul-binding insect was an extremely rare insect. This type of insect wouldn't cause any damage to the physical body. It was said that the soul-binding insect would only harm the soul. This type of insect would enter a cultivator's soul. Then, it would reside in the cultivator's soul. It was equivalent to a blood-sucking bug. Then, he would control the cultivator's soul. In this way, it was equivalent to controlling the cultivator. The death of the immortal Emperor Cultivator was a little strange. Logically speaking, he should have been controlled by the soul-possessing worms. But he shouldn't have died here. However, in the next instant, Lin Feng knew what was going on. Because in the next instant, Lin Feng realized that the dead cultivator had actually come back to life. This guy floated in midair, looking coldly at Lin Feng. It was a pair of eyes devoid of human emotions. This cultivator must have known how terrifying these soul-binding bugs were, and therefore chose to commit suicide before being controlled by them. Therefore, he had died here. However, even though he was already dead, his corpse was still controlled by the soul-binding bug. Lin Feng quickly flew deeper into the forest. The soul-binding bugs, and the cultivator controlled by them, chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face darkened. These soul-binding bugs were really persistent. He didn't want to provoke these guys, but they wouldn't let him go. Lin Feng took out his heavenly fire. 9 heavenly fires flew out, burning fiercely. Lin Feng wanted to use his heavenly fire to burn these soul-binding bugs to death. However, Lin Feng frowned. His 9 celestial fires were scorching hot, but they couldn't kill the soul-amplifying insect. How terrifying was the power of the 9 heavenly fires! They could even burn cultivators who were beyond their realm to death. But now they couldn't burn these soul-binding bugs to death. This made Lin Feng feel incredulous. However, it was all real. He saw it with his own eyes. He had to believe it even if he didn't want to. These soul-binding bugs, they really didn't burn to death. There were such terrifying bugs in the world? No wonder the soul-binding bugs were listed as one of the 10 most terrifying bugs. It was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, he had so many heavenly fires. Although the heavenly fire couldn't burn the soul-binding bugs to death, the high temperature of the heavenly fire would still cause them great pain. Therefore, these soul-binding bugs didn't dare to continue pestering Lin Feng. Secondly, they quickly retreated and distanced themselves from Lin Feng. If it was someone else, unless they could quickly get rid of the soul-binding bugs or had some treasures that could restrain them, or else, they wouldn't be able to resist the soul-binding bugs. Of the dozens of immortal emperors who had entered previously, only one had died here. This meant that the immortal emperors must have something that could restrain the soul-binding bug. Otherwise, many of them would have been killed here. The immortal emperors had made ample preparations for this operation, but they hadn't expected that there would be experts beyond their cultivation level who would try to kill them. The soul-binding bugs didn't dare to move forward. The corpse of the cultivator controlled by the soul-binding bugs rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. With a flash of sword chi, he decapitated the cultivator's corpse. The corpse fell to the ground. A large number of soul-binding bugs burrowed out of the cultivator's head. This scene that was disgusting. Lin Feng didn't linger. He hurried inside. After experiencing the thrill of the soul-binding bugs, Lin Feng knew that this place wasn't without danger. The dangers here were all hidden. They might not appear easily, but if they did, the consequences would be dire. An hour later, Lin Feng found more and more corpses of the immortal emperors. These immortal emperors were all shriveled-up corpses. Most of their flesh and blood had been sucked away. He didn't know what had sucked them dry. Lin Feng's facial expression was becoming more and more serious. On the way, he had seen over 20 corpses scattered all over the place. Suddenly, the spirit patterns in the forest began to intertwine. Lin Feng was trapped by a terrifying restriction. Lin Feng's blood began to flow at an unprecedented speed. Lin Feng knew that he was in trouble. The restriction that trapped him was too terrifying. It could kill him. Lin Feng couldn't believe it, because Lin Feng hadn't felt this way for a long, long time. However, this restriction was indeed terrifying. Before he was trapped, he hadn't even realized that there was a restriction hidden in this place. Lin Feng wanted to take action. He couldn't just sit and wait. He had to leave the restriction quickly. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. But Lin Feng just moved. Something terrifying happened. 4 or 5 bloody holes appeared on Lin Feng's body. What was going on? How did he get hurt? Could it be because of the restriction here? Or was it because of some other reason? Lin Feng felt that it was most likely because of the restriction. It had silently caused him such serious injuries. This was a terrifying thing. But at this moment, something even more terrifying happened. Lin Feng heard light footsteps. Outside the restriction, a black shadow walked over. Keek. The black figure uttered a series of eerie voices. What was that? Seeing the black shadow, Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. He thought of a possibility. So many people had been sucked dry. Could it be this black shadow's doing? Perhaps. It was true. Lin Feng now suspected that he was trapped in this place by the restriction because of this black shadow. Lin Feng opened his eye of origin, wanting to see what the black shadow was. However, when Lin Feng's eye of origin looked at the black shadow, Lin Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his eye of origin. Black shadow. It couldn't be seen. Some of the special creatures in Mount Buzhou were truly terrifying. Before entering Mount Buzhou, Lin Feng had heard too many terrifying rumors about Mount Buzhou. Lin Feng had entered many death zones and life-forbidden zones, so he was actually quite confident about entering Mount Buzhou. But now he knew. Mount Buzhou was much more terrifying than the death zone and life-forbidden zone. He didn't know what secrets were hidden in Mount Buzhou. As the black shadow kept approaching him, Lin Feng felt as if his body was about to fall into endless darkness. Because he was trapped in this place by the restriction. He couldn't get away. But this black shadow wasn't hurt by the restriction. He could come to his side unimpeded. Then, when it comes to my side, will it be able to devour my flesh and blood like how it devours the flesh and blood of others? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's mood instantly sank to the bottom. He knew. Now it was a moment of life and death. He had to find a way to get out of the current predicament. Go all out. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He rushed into the depth. When Lin Feng rushed into the depths, Lin Feng found that his body began to dismember. What a terrifying restriction. Lin Feng felt the aura of death enveloping his body. It made it difficult for him to struggle and resist. He hated this feeling. Lin Feng could multitask. Therefore, he began to use the Phoenix Nirvana technique and the Immortal Rebirth technique. when Lin Feng rushed to the edge of the restriction. Something terrible happened. Lin Feng's body instantly exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. Lin Feng was dead. But the next moment, a ball of flame was born from the void. Lin Feng was reborn from the flame. The Phoenix Nirvana technique revived Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the restriction. Huff, huff. He panted violently. Just now it was really too dangerous. Fortunately, he knew the Phoenix Nirvana technique and the Immortal Rebirth technique. His luck was quite good. He actually succeeded in using it. That was why he survived. Lin Feng was sure. In that situation just now, even if it was a powerhouse who surpassed the realm, it was very likely that only death would be left. When the Black Shadow saw that Lin Feng had escaped, he was in disbelief at first. Then, he let out a strange laugh. He pounced toward Lin Feng. Humph! Lin Feng snorted coldly. The 9 great ancient weapons and 9 great heavenly flames all flew out. The 9 great ancient weapons and 9 great heavenly flames floated around Lin Feng. In contrast, Lin Feng looked like an ancient god. Controlling the 9 great ancient weapons and 9 great heavenly flames, Lin Feng was fearless against a powerhouse who surpassed the realm. Now that he had broken free from the restriction, naturally, he was not afraid of the Black Shadow. Of course, Lin Feng knew that the Black Shadow was terrifying. However, he was not weak. Even if he could not defeat the Black Shadow, Lin Feng believed that with his ability, it would not be difficult for him to escape successfully. The Black Shadow. It was already a fool's dream to use the previous restriction to trap him a second time. Lin Feng was still confident about this. After seeing the 9 great ancient weapons and 9 great heavenly flames floating around Lin Feng, the Black Shadow stopped in time. That black silhouette's blood-red eyes were coldly looking at Lin Feng. He was an intelligent creature. He knew when to advance and retreat. Now that Lin Feng relied on these ancient weapons and heavenly flames, they gave him an extremely dangerous aura. He knew that things seemed to be a little out of control. The Black Shadow retreated in the end. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He put away the ancient weapons and heavenly flames and continued to walk inside. Lin Feng took out the token that Ancestor Dong had given him. It was a bamboo stick. There was a name written on the bamboo stick. Dong Qiongtian. It was the name written on the bamboo stick. According to Ancestor Dong, the ancestor of the soul-devouring clan who died here was called Dong Qiongtian. This bamboo stick was personally written by Dong Qiongtian and was injected with Dong Qiongtian's divine origin power. Therefore, when the bamboo stick and Dong Qiongtian's corpse were within a certain range, there might be a special reaction. But as of now, there was no reaction. Lin Feng took the bamboo stick and walked into the depths of the forest. He did not see any corpses of immortal emperors for the rest of the journey. But he saw the skeletons of other cultivators. They had been dead for a long time and had long decayed. Lin Feng did not check the skeletons. Curiosity killed the cat. It could also kill people. Especially in Buzhou Mountain. Every step was filled with danger. Therefore, it was best to keep his curiosity in check. After an hour, Lin Feng passed by a valley. Suddenly, Lin Feng found that the bamboo stick in his hand was actually vibrating slightly. It finally vibrated. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He looked at the valley. Therefore, he walked towards the valley. When Lin Feng entered the valley, he immediately saw that the walls of the valley had been nailed to death with battle spears. These cultivators must have been extremely powerful when they were alive. But now they were nailed to death here. It was a tragic death. Seeing the tragic deaths of these cultivators, Lin Feng frowned. He could not help but frown. Who on earth had nailed so many experts to death here? Lin Feng counted the number of people nailed to death. He found there were a total of 99 cultivators nailed to death here. 99. This number. It was too damned unlucky. Which one is Dong Qiongtian's corpse? Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked at the corpses that had been impaled by the spears on the walls. Chapter 62-83. There were so many corpses. Lin Feng didn't know what Dong Qiongtian looked like, so he couldn't tell which one was Dong Qiongtian. Maybe he could use the bamboo scroll to sense it. Maybe it would give him some clues. Lin Feng walked past the corpses with the bamboo scroll in his hand. Unfortunately, the bamboo scroll didn't emit any special waves. This made Lin Feng a little depressed. Could it be that the bamboo scroll could only sense an approximate location? If he wanted the bamboo scroll to sense something deeper, the bamboo scroll couldn't sense it? It was really possible. So, could he only look through the corpses one by one? Lin Feng frowned slightly. This was the result he didn't want to face. Suddenly. Lin Feng looked at one of the corpses. He found that the corpse was wearing a jade pendant. The word Dong was written on the front of the jade pendant. Were the words Jade Sky written on the back? Damn, seems like my luck is not bad. Lin Feng's spirit suddenly shook. He quickly flew towards the cultivator who was nailed to the wall. He wanted to check the jade pendant. He wanted to see if he could confirm his identity. However, at this time, the law of order in the valley was activated. A terrifying force directly rushed towards Lin Feng. After feeling the terrifying force, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He quickly summoned the ancient weapon-level defensive treasure, the Glazed Sky Goblet. Immediately, he activated the Glazed Sky Goblet. The Glazed Sky Goblet released a defensive light shield to protect Lin Feng. Bang! When the powerful force came, it fiercely hit the defensive light shield formed by the Glazed Sky Goblet. The powerful force didn't destroy the defensive light shield, but the shield, Lin Feng, and the Glazed Sky Goblet were all sent flying. Some of the force passed through the Glazed Sky Goblet and shook Lin Feng's body. Although the force was very strong, it didn't cause any harm to Lin Feng. The defensive light shield formed by the Glazed Sky Goblet showed no signs of breaking. The laws of order here are truly terrifying. I can't let this continue. I also can't delay any longer. I need to end this quickly. Who knows what terrifying things will happen if I continue to delay? Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. From the beginning to the end, Lin Feng felt a deep sense of dread towards Mount Buzhou. He had a feeling that the greatest danger in Mount Buzhou wasn't the dangers he had encountered before. The greatest danger hadn't appeared yet. Therefore, the best choice was to quickly finish what he had to do and leave this place. Thinking of this, Lin Feng continued walking towards the corpse. Lin Feng even activated his 15x domineering magnetic field in order to resist the law of order in this place. When the 15x domineering magnetic field was unleashed, the power of the order precepts was indeed negated. Lin Feng sped up and rushed towards the corpse. However, just as he was about to reach the corpse, another kind of power appeared. The power of the magnetic field. The power of the law of order. Coupled with the power of the magnetic field. They fused together. The power had increased by countless times. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This place was truly terrifying. Boom! After the magnetic field and the power of the law of order fused together, it rushed towards Lin Feng again. Lin Feng didn't choose to fight it head-on. Lin Feng felt that if he chose to fight it head-on, it would be difficult for him to get close to the corpse. Only by using his wits would he be able to get close to the corpse. Swoosh! When the terrifying power rushed towards him, Lin Feng used the teleportation technique recorded in the Tao of Space. He disappeared from where he was standing. He dodged the terrifying attack. The next moment, Lin Feng came to the corpse. He pulled the jade pendant off and quickly checked it. It really was Dong Qiongtian. Lin Feng then took off Dong Qiongtian's storage ring. Then, he roughly scanned the items in Dong Qiongtian's storage ring. There were all kinds of treasures, including the painting. It was also in the storage ring. Got it. He had to leave quickly. But just as Lin Feng was about to leave, Dong Qiongtian, who was nailed to the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. It was a pair of pale green eyes, just like the eyes of a malicious spirit. After Dong Qiongtian opened his eyes, he grabbed Lin Feng's neck with both hands. "Give me back my things, give me back my things!" Dong Qiongtian roared. His entire face was distorted. Wasn't he dead? Why did he suddenly wake up? Was he resurrected? No. It didn't seem like a resurrection. This was a corpse. This place was too evil. "Return your sister, hurry up and let go of me." Lin Feng grabbed Dong Qiongtian's hands, trying to pry open Dong Qiongtian's hands that were strangling his neck. However, Dong Qiongtian's strength was too great. Lin Feng actually couldn't pry it open. At this moment, a terrifying power quickly rushed towards Lin Feng from behind. After feeling the terrifying power that was sweeping towards him, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. Right now, his mind was being tied up by Dong Qiongtian's corpse, so it was difficult for him to release the power of the glazed sky cup. Obviously, the laws of order and the magnetic field here could continuously attack him. How many times could the glazed sky cup withstand? The safest way was to get rid of Dong Qiongtian as soon as possible. 7 times the power of the dragon elephant instantly erupted. Lin Feng grabbed one of Dong Qiongtian's arms with both hands, and then suddenly exerted force. Gotcha! Dong Qiongtian's 2 arms were directly broken by Lin Feng. The power of the 7 times dragon elephant arm was awesome. Lin Feng broke free from Dong Qiongtian's restraints. He quickly moved to the left. He avoided the power of order and the magnetic field. Since he had already gotten what he wanted, there was no need to stay here any longer. Lin Feng quickly rushed outside. "We can't escape. We can't escape. We can't escape." At this time, one by one, the corpses that were nailed to the valley opened their eyes. Then, these corpses roared loudly. This place. It also became incomparably eerie. It was as if it had turned into hell in an instant. It was too strange, too terrifying. Seeing those distorted faces, Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. He didn't know why these cultivators who had been dead for an unknown period of time had all woken up. Lin Feng didn't want to know about this either. It was better to leave this place as soon as possible. "You will become one of us. The 100th position is reserved for you." The revived corpses continued to roar. "Damn it, what bad luck!" Lin Feng cursed in a low voice. He rushed out of the valley. But just as he rushed out of the valley, Lin Feng felt as if he was being targeted by some terrifying existence. This feeling was too terrible. Something terrifying must have appeared. Lin Feng became extremely vigilant. Rumble! 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 Suddenly, the earth shook. He didn't know what had happened. The next moment, a terrifying creature walked over. This terrifying creature was actually a purple stone golem with a huge stone hammer in its hand. Lin Feng had goosebumps all over his body when he saw that cultivator. This existence. It was definitely unimaginably strong. "It's the legendary Buzhou mountain god." The demon lord's extremely condensed voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Mountain gods weren't considered great gods. In the era of titled gods, mountain gods were even controlled by earth gods. However, this situation wasn't absolute. For example, the mountain gods of some famous mountains were terrifying. They weren't comparable to ordinary gods. The mountain gods of these famous mountains often had unfathomable cultivation. For example, Kunlun, Tianshan, Taihang, and other famous mountains in the legends. Of course, these famous mountains were all famous mountains in the Kunlun universe. Buzhou Mountain was very special. Although it might not be comparable to the famous mountains mentioned above, it was still terrifying enough. If one dared to underestimate the mountain god of Buzhou Mountain, it would definitely be an extremely dangerous thing. At this time, the demon lord continued, "It is said that the mountain god of Buzhou Mountain was a very special existence. Its origin was incomparably ancient and its strength was incomparably powerful. I just didn't expect that the mountain god of Bujo Mountain would be here. This was because after Bujo Mountain was broken, this was only a part of the mountain. And it wasn't even the main mountain. Therefore, in theory, if the mountain god of Bujo Mountain didn't die, he shouldn't appear here. He should appear where the main mountain was. No one knew where the main mountain of Bujo Mountain was located, and in the fourth layer of the heaven realm, Bujo Mountain. It seemed that the answer was about to be revealed. It should be related to the mountain god of Bujo Mountain. Lin Feng knew that it was extremely dangerous to be blocked by the mountain god of Bujo Mountain. However, Lin Feng wasn't too afraid of the mountain god of Bujo Mountain. The mountain god of Bujo Mountain was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng also admitted this. However, Lin Feng felt that as long as he was a bit more cautious, even if he couldn't defeat the mountain god of Bujo Mountain, he should still be able to shake it off, right? Give up struggling. You will become the 100th corpse here. The mountain god of Bujo Mountain stared coldly at Lin Feng. Clearly, not just anyone was qualified to be nailed to death in that valley. Only extremely powerful people were qualified to do so. Asked Lin Feng, "Why did you put so many strong cultivators' corpses in there?" "To offer sacrifices," said the mountain god. "Sacrifice?" Lin Feng was shocked. "Sacrifice what? That's not something you should know. You can die now." The mountain god's voice was cold. He locked onto Lin Feng's aura. He walked step by step towards Lin Feng. With each step, his aura grew stronger. Facing a terrifying existence like the mountain god of Bujo Mountain, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly summoned the 9 ancient weapons and 9 heaven fires. The 9 ancient weapons and 9 heaven fires hovered around Lin Feng. They released the power to distort spacetime. Chapter 6284. Ancient Weapons and Heavenly Fire. When mountain god Bujo saw Lin Feng take out so many ancient weapons and celestial flames, he was astonished. He hadn't thought someone would be able to collect so many ancient weapons and celestial flames. Lin Feng had been studying new heavenly fire formations recently, but he wasn't particularly familiar with them. Thus, he was still using the 9-fold Skyfire Immortal Slaughtering formation against mountain god Bujo. Apart from the heavenly fire formation, Lin Feng had also studied many powerful ancient weapon formations. For example, the Invincible Sovereign Celestial Soldier formation, the Octagonal Universe Immortal Slaughtering formation, and the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths formation. Lin Feng chose to use the Octagonal Universe Immortal Slaughtering formation. This was the ancient weapon formation he was most familiar with, so it was easier for him to use it. Hammer, shatter, heaven, earth. Mountain god Bujo swung the stone hammer in his hand and smashed it viciously at Lin Feng. Endless purple light surged out from his hammer. Purple represented the supremacy realm. Mountain god Bujo's attacks were all purple in color, which showed just how terrifyingly powerful mountain god Bujo was. Under Lin Feng's control, the 9-fold Skyfire Immortal Slaughtering formation and the Octagonal Universe Immortal Slaughtering formation unleashed terrifying attack. First, the power of the 9 ancient weapon-level treasures was completely linked together. When the power of these ancient weapon-level treasures was linked together, time and space were instantly distorted. A treasured sword formed in the void, like the Immortal Slaughtering Sword. The treasured sword slashed at mountain god Bujo. The treasured sword and hammer collided viciously, and then both were annihilated. At the same time, the 9-fold Skyfire Immortal Slaughtering formation's attack was also released. Huge fireballs formed in the void. Each fireball was a 9-colored fireball. These 9-colored fireballs were naturally formed from 9 different types of heavenly flames. This technique was a bit like Lin Feng's Burning Wrath. However, Burning Wrath only had 1 fireball. Now it was different. Countless fireballs appeared. Once these balls of flame exploded, one could imagine what kind of frightening level would the power released by these exploding fireballs reach. Bang, 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 one after another, huge fireballs crashed into the mountain god of Mount Bujo and exploded. A destructive explosive force. The mountain god of Mount Bujo was drowned. When the energy of the explosion dissipated, Lin Feng immediately noticed that the mountain god of Mount Bujo was unharmed. After seeing this, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a shocked expression. Bujo Mountain had withstood such a terrifying attack, yet it wasn't injured. Wasn't this too inconceivable? Even Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of damage. However, thinking about it carefully, Mount Bujo's body was made of purple stone. Although it wasn't a stone golem, its body was perhaps much stronger than a stone golem. Lin Feng's power might be greater than Mount Bujo's. However, the toughness of Lin Feng's body, he definitely couldn't compare to the mountain god of Mount Bujo. Of course, Lin Feng soon discovered that although the attack just now didn't hurt the mountain god of Mount Bujo, it actually caused great damage to the mountain god. The mountain god's aura wasn't as strong as before. Very good attack. The mountain god of Mount Bujo looked coldly at Lin Feng. It's been a long time since someone like you could give me some trouble, but that's all. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my power. As soon as the voice fell, a purple haze suddenly gushed out of the mountain god's body. This purple haze gave Lin Feng a very strange feeling. This purple haze should have some special ability. The specific ability of the purple haze. He had to wait until the attack. Only then would he know. Lin Feng attacked again. This time, he activated the heavenly fire formation to deal with the mountain god of Mount Bujo. Boom, boom, boom. 9 colored fireballs blasted toward the mountain god of Mount Bujo. Those fireballs exploded when they came into contact with the purple haze. The strange thing was, after the 9 colored fireballs exploded, Li Yunmu's eyes lit up. The destructive power they formed was completely swallowed up by the purple haze. Purple haze. What a terrifying ability. Die, kid! The mountain god of Mount Bujo sneered. The giant hammer in his hand once again smashed toward Lin Feng. This time, the hammer light was even more terrifying. The octagonal universe destroyer formation once again condensed an immortal slaying sword chi. Besides, this time, the sword chi was much more powerful than the previous one. It was obvious that Lin Feng hadn't used his full strength at the beginning. The sword chi and the hammer light collided for the second time. Then, both were annihilated. At this time, the 9 heavenly fires formed a 9-colored heavenly fire chain of order. This was one of the abilities of the heavenly fire formation. The 9-colored heavenly fire chain of order flew toward the mountain god of Mount Bujo and wrapped around his body. Seeing this, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Lin Feng activated the offensive ancient weapons and blasted toward his opponent. In fact, Lin Feng's 9 ancient weapons still couldn't fully unleash the power of the ancient weapons formation. This was because one of the 9 ancient weapons was a defensive ancient weapon. The other 8 ancient weapons, they were all offensive ancient weapons. Defense-type ancient weapons and attack-type ancient weapons were different types of ancient weapons. As for the ancient weapons formation, its main function was to attack. Therefore, defensive ancient weapons and offensive ancient weapons didn't work well together. Only when the power of 9 ancient weapons-grade offensive magic treasures was combined could the strongest combat power be unleashed. At this stage, Lin Feng couldn't collect the 9th offensive ancient weapon, so he could only wait for a while. Even so, the power of these 8 ancient weapons was still extremely terrifying. The soul-subduing bell began to vibrate, unleashing a soul attack. It affected the soul of the mountain god of Mount Bujo. As for the other 7 ancient weapons, they directly bombarded the mountain god of Mount Bujo with the most violent power. Ah! The mountain god of Mount Bujo roared in pain. It seemed that after being attacked by the Requiem Bell, his soul was also severely injured. The 7 offensive ancient weapons came at this time and bombarded the mountain god of Mount Bujo. The mountain god of Mount Bujo was sent flying. Then, many wounds appeared on the mountain god of Mount Bujo. Purple blood immediately flowed out from the wound. The mountain god of Mount Bujo roared in anger. He even forgot when he was last injured. Now, he was injured by Lin Feng. A weak human cultivator had managed to injure him. He couldn't stand it. Purple halos surged out of the mountain god of Mount Bujo. The purple halos enveloped him. The mountain god of Mount Bujo's power began to increase rapidly. Moreover, the mountain god of Mount Bujo's body was constantly growing. It seemed that the mountain god of Mount Bujo was going to use some powerful unique skills. The situation became worse. Lin Feng strengthened his attack. He wanted to finish off the mountain god of Mount Bujo before his battle strength increased. The Requiem Bell continued to attack the mountain god of Mount Bujo's soul. The other 7 ancient weapons continued to attack the mountain god of Mount Bujo's body. A 2-pronged attack. More and more wounds appeared on the mountain god of Mount Bujo's body. His injuries were getting more and more serious. The mountain god of Mount Bujo was now covered in blood and looked rather pitiful. However, his body was indeed too strong. Although Lin Feng had caused considerable damage to the mountain god of Mount Bujo, it wasn't fatal. Break! The mountain god of Mount Bujo suddenly roared. After his roar, his body instantly doubled in size. The mountain god of Mount Bujo's battle strength increased greatly as his body grew larger. The 9-colored skyfire chains of order that wrapped around the mountain god of Mount Bujo instantly snapped. The powerful ancient weapons bombarded the mountain god of Mount Bujo's body, but they were all sent flying by his body. As for the mountain god of Mount Bujo's soul, it seemed to be protected by a strange power. Therefore, the Requiem Bell could no longer continue to damage the mountain god of Mount Bujo's soul. This is bad. I have to retreat. Seeing this, Lin Feng's face suddenly sank. It was absolutely unwise to stay and fight the mountain god of Mount Bujo. But Lin Feng wanted to leave, but the mountain god of Mount Bujo had no intention of letting Lin Feng go. He had been injured by Lin Feng. He felt as if his dignity had been trampled on. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be a man. Right now, the mountain god of Mount Bujo only wanted to capture Lin Feng. He wanted to nail Lin Feng to the cliff of the valley and let him slowly die in fear and helplessness. The mountain god of Mount Bujo leapt up and became one with his hammer. He swung his hammer at Lin Feng. The shock waves emitted by this attack instantly shattered the void. What the FCK, you're that scary. Sensing the terror of the mountain god of Mount Bujo's attack, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. This attack, it was truly terrifying. It made him feel a sense of horror. The ability of sudden inspiration was also activated. This meant that the mountain god of Mount Bujo's attack had the possibility of killing him. At this moment, after using the secret technique, the mountain god of Mount Bujo's battle strength should have reached the pinnacle. It was indeed difficult to deal with. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the power of the glazed sky cup. The glazed sky cup formed a powerful shield of light to protect Lin Feng. The mountain god of Mount Bujo attacked. The hammer smashed down. The shield of light formed by the glazed sky cup was instantly destroyed. Then, the terrifying attack. It smashed heavily on the glazed sky cup. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to quickly retreat and widen the distance between him and the mountain god of Mount Bujo. Then, Lin Feng quickly called back the magic treasures and heavenly fire. Demon Lord, is there any way to deal with this guy? Lin Feng transmitted to the Demon Lord. The mountain god of Mount Bujo was now an invincible existence. Lin Feng knew that the mountain god of Mount Bujo couldn't maintain this state forever. However, even if the mountain god of Mount Bujo could hold on for a while, He wouldn't be able to endure it, the demon lord said. It's indeed difficult to deal with this guy. Perhaps you can use your ultimate yin and yang mysteries to deal with him. The ultimate yin and yang mysteries could greatly increase Lin Feng's battle strength. But Lin Feng didn't want to use the 8-9 mysterious skill because it would consume a lot of his lifespan. This kind of damage would cause serious side effects to the body. Although Lin Feng now had a way to replenish his lifespan, who knew if using the ultimate yin and yang mysteries would cause great damage to his body? Lin Feng had been wondering if he could find a way to deal with the side effects of the ultimate yin and yang mysteries, but he hadn't found it yet. At this moment, the mountain god of Mount Buzhou attacked again. Lin Feng was once again engaged in a fierce battle with the mountain god of Mount Buzhou. He couldn't get rid of this guy, but the mountain god of Mount Buzhou was so terrifying now. Lin Feng was greatly suppressed by the mountain god of Mount Buzhou. It seemed that he really had no other choice but to use the ultimate yin and yang mysteries to deal with the mountain god of Mount Buzhou. Otherwise, he might really die here. At this thought, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was about to use the ultimate yin and yang mysteries to fight the mountain god of Mount Buzhou when something happened that surprised Lin Feng. The scroll that the soul-devouring clan had asked Lin Feng to find flew out of its own accord. Then, it slowly unfolded. Lin Feng looked over and saw that the scroll was surrounded by clouds and mist. Suddenly, a cultivator walked out of the clouds and mist. It was a cultivator in snow-white robes. It was unknown who he was, but he was walking out of the depths of the scroll step by step. Lin Feng wanted to see his face clearly, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see his face clearly. There was nothing covering his face. Logically speaking, he should be able to see his face clearly. Since he couldn't see his face, it was obviously because of some special force. I've lived for 108,000 years. I don't care about the world, I only care about my heart. Suddenly, the man in the scroll spoke. His voice was very magnetic. It was as if it had traveled through the long river of time. It was transmitted to the present. After his voice was heard, the mountain god of Mount Buzhou, who was attacking Lin Feng, quickly retreated. His eyes were filled with fear. Lin Feng was extremely shocked by this scene. The mountain god of Mount Buzhou was so powerful, but now he was afraid of a painting. What was going on? It was a little strange. The soul-devouring clan attached so much importance to this painting. It must be extraordinary. What a pity. He didn't know much about this painting. Although he knew that this painting was extraordinary, Lin Feng wouldn't be greedy for it. In Lin Feng's opinion, awakening Yuji, that was much more important than obtaining a powerful treasure. The scroll painting that hasn't moved since ancient times is now moving. Is it because of you or something else? Said mountain god Buzhou icily. But Lin Feng could hear that he was scared. Alright, I'll be fine, said mountain god Buzhou. The scroll painting was too extraordinary. The mountain god of Mount Buzhou obviously knew the origin of the scroll, so he was a little afraid. Of course it's because of me. I activated it, said Lin Feng. The mountain god of Mount Buzhou didn't know that Lin Feng was tricking him. The mountain god of Mount Buzhou sneered. You activated this treasure, which means that you have a karmic connection with it. Do you think that's a good thing? If that's what you think, then you're gravely mistaken. Let me tell you, this isn't a good thing. Not only that, but it's also a great disaster. Lin Feng didn't think that the mountain god of Mount Buzhou would lie to him at a time like this. The mountain god of Mount Buzhou was probably telling the truth. In other words, the scroll painting would bring disaster. What kind of disaster would it bring? Can you be more specific? Asked Lin Feng. The mountain god of Mount Buzhou's lips curled into a sinister smile. I won't tell you. You can wait for the disaster to descend in fear. Lin Feng was speechless. This bastard only spoke halfway. What a scam. He really wanted to beat this bastard to death. In that case, can I leave now? Asked Lin Feng. Of course. I don't want any karmic connection with you, said the mountain god of Mount Buzhou. He then opened a path for Lin Feng. Was he really going to let him leave? Lin Feng was stunned. It was all because of the scroll painting. But what kind of secret was hidden in the scroll painting? How could it scare someone as terrifying as the mountain god of Mount Buzhou to such an extent? Lin Feng frowned as he pondered. However, he didn't stop and put away his treasures. He quickly walked outside. Demon Lord, what do you think is going on with the scroll painting? Why is the mountain god of Mount Buzhou so afraid of it? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. I'm not too sure myself, but I think that the scroll painting flying out of its own accord and scaring away the mountain god of Mount Buzhou shouldn't have anything to do with you, right? After all, you didn't activate the scroll painting. Yes. It shouldn't have anything to do with me. Lin Feng couldn't help but say, but it sounded like he was comforting himself. Along the way, Lin Feng kept thinking about the scroll painting. Lin Feng didn't put the scroll painting into the space-time continuum. Instead, he sent it into his storage ring. He was worried that the scroll painting would bring him karmic connections. After the scroll painting changed, it didn't return to normal just because Lin Feng put it into his storage ring. Lin Feng scanned it with his divine sense. His expression changed slightly. Lin Feng discovered that many images had appeared in the scroll painting. Mountains stretched out endlessly. Palaces and palaces. The mountains were shrouded in immortal energy. The palaces and palaces were entrenched in the clouds. The figures of immortals were faintly discernible. Waves of immortal music could be heard. There seemed to be immortals dancing in the air. Where is the place depicted in the scroll painting? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. It was a bit like the legendary kingdom of myriad immortals. However, it clearly wasn't the kingdom of myriad immortals. It should be a place similar to it, a place where top-tier experts gathered. At that moment, many of the images began to disappear. The man who walked out from the depths of the clouds once again walked into the depths of the clouds. The scroll painting seemed to be returning to its original state. Just as the man was about to disappear into the clouds, however, something extremely strange happened. The man actually turned his head. He looked at Lin Feng. It was a pair of cold and deep eyes. There seemed to be a deeper meaning. When Lin Feng saw that pair of eyes, he immediately felt as if he was about to fall into a bottomless abyss. This feeling, it was really terrible. That pair of eyes made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Then, the man turned his head. He entered the world shrouded in clouds and disappeared without a trace. Phew, only then did Lin Feng feel a little relieved. It was too oppressive just now. That oppressive feeling made Lin Feng a little crazy. He thought of the eyes of the man in the scroll painting. What did the deep meaning in his eyes mean? Chapter 6285. Lin Feng walked out of Buzhou Mountain safely. When they saw Lin Feng come out, Fatso, Little Donkey, Dong Xia, and the others quickly flew towards Lin Feng and joined him. Everything went well, right? Fatso asked. Lin Feng nodded. The donkey opened its mouth and said, "That's right. Hee with my big brother Feng, of course there's no problem. Who do you think my big brother Feng is? He's rare in the heavens and unparalleled in the earth." Little Donkey loved to be funny and liked to flatter Lin Feng. Lin Feng just laughed at Little Donkey's flattery. He didn't take it to heart. "Did you find the item?" asked Dong Xia. Her main purpose for coming here was to obtain information about the item as soon as possible. Lin Feng nodded. The scroll was a hot potato. He didn't want to take it out even for a moment. Lin Feng quickly took it out and handed it to Dong Xia. Dong Xia unrolled the scroll and glanced at it. Suddenly, an excited expression appeared on her face. Then, she put the scroll away. "Let's go," said Lin Feng. He couldn't wait to return to the ancestral land of the soul-devouring clan. That way, he could get the soul-sealing grass and wake Yuji up. He wondered what Yuji would think when she woke up and saw him. She wouldn't give her heart to him, would she? If Yuji really did give her heart to him, what should he do? When he thought of that, Lin Feng's heart bloomed with joy. When the group was about to leave, they discovered that many cultivators were flying over and surrounding them. When he saw the cultivators surrounding them, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. It seemed that these people were targeting them. Boy, did you take the scroll you gave that woman from Buzhou Mountain? You must have brought a lot of things out of Buzhou Mountain, right? Hand it over obediently, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make you bleed today. A quasi-surpassing expert said. This person came from a great clan and belonged to the middle generation. His reputation was extremely high. Many people recognized him. Scram! Lin Feng glared at the cultivator coldly and shouted. A powerful sound wave blasted the cultivator's body. The cultivator felt as if he was struck by lightning. His body flew backward. He spat out mouthfuls of blood in midair. When he fell to the ground, he was already motionless. No one knew if he was dead or alive. After seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but gasp. Many cultivators viewed Lin Feng as a fat sheep. They wanted to snatch the treasures on Lin Feng's body. Some even wanted to kill him for the treasures. However, they had miscalculated Lin Feng's strength. Previously, when they saw that Lin Feng was relatively young, they thought that even if Lin Feng was strong, how strong could he be? That was why they didn't take Lin Feng seriously. Only now did they realize how wrong and foolish their thinking was. Many people wanted to retreat. They wanted to flee. However, when they saw Lin Feng's cold eyes, they felt as if their legs were filled with lead. They couldn't leave at all. Many people became depressed. The situation was extremely bad. Lin Feng wouldn't kill them, would he? Spare me! Spare me! Many people began to beg for mercy. Many of the cultivators who wanted to fight were people with status. They were usually high and mighty existences. It was indeed embarrassing to take the initiative to beg for mercy, but it was better than losing their lives, right? If they had known that Lin Feng was so terrifying, they wouldn't have come to find trouble with Lin Feng even if they were beaten to death. All of them regretted it so much. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. It was too late to regret. Now, they could only pray that Lin Feng would spare their lives. Hand over all your storage rings and I'll spare your lives, Lin Feng said indifferently. After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Their wealth and lives. They were all in their storage rings. If they were to hand over their storage rings, they would instantly become paupers. It was the end of the era. They needed to constantly snatch opportunities to improve their strength. Think about it. If they handed over their storage rings, they would lose all their wealth, Dharma treasures, and so on. How could they compete with others for those opportunities? However, could they not hand it over? Some cultivators' eyes flashed with ruthlessness as if they wanted to risk their lives. However, when they thought of the terrifying combat strength Lin Feng had just displayed, they immediately gave up on that idea. It was better to be honest. If they risked their lives, they would definitely die miserably. Although they would become poor if they handed over their storage rings. It was better than losing their lives, right? Yes, we'll hand it over, these cultivators said with ugly expressions. Fatso, take their storage rings, Lin Feng said. Okay. Fatso quickly flew towards these cultivators. Including the cultivator who was knocked out by Lin Feng, there were a total of 75 cultivators. Some cultivators only had one storage ring, while some had 2 or even 3. Therefore, these cultivators had a total of 180 storage rings on them. After Fatso took these storage rings, Lin Feng gave Fatso and Little Donkey 30 storage rings each. He kept the remaining storage rings. When he had time, he would see if there were any good things inside. Lin Feng, you're still a good brother. Fatso received 30 storage rings and grinned. Little Donkey said, Of course, Brother Feng has always been generous. Do you think he's a stingy person like you? Fatso looked angrily at Little Donkey and said, Damn donkey, shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't talk. If you continue to talk nonsense here, do you believe that Lord Fatty won't beat you up? Little Donkey launched a sneak attack on Fatso. He suddenly raised his 2 hind legs. He directly kicked towards Fatso. Fatso was caught off guard by Little Donkey's attack, so he was unable to dodge this attack. He was directly sent flying by Little Donkey's kick. If Fatso and Little Donkey didn't fight for a day, they wouldn't be Fatso and Little Donkey. Lin Feng and the others didn't stop. They quickly flew into the distance. Fatso cursed Little Donkey loudly as he chased after Little Donkey. Damn, even a donkey has become a spirit and it's so powerful. These people are really monsters. How did I provoke these monsters? A cultivator said gloomily. My life savings have all been snatched away by him. How depressing. I cursed that kid to choke on water. Many cultivators who had their storage rings stolen by Lin Feng started cursing Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng couldn't hear their curses anymore. Lin Feng and the others successfully returned to the soul-devouring clan. The Dong clan's ancestor and the higher-ups of the soul-devouring clan came to welcome Lin Feng and the others. Dong Xia took out the scroll and handed it to the Dong clan's ancestor. The Dong clan's ancestor opened the scroll. He immediately became excited. Then, he passed the scroll to the other members of the clan. When the higher-ups of the soul-devouring clan saw the scroll, each one became more excited than the other. Lin Feng thought to himself, It seems that the higher-ups of the soul-devouring clan know some secrets about the scroll. Although Lin Feng was also interested in the scroll's secrets, Lin Feng had no intention of investigating them. He still remembered what Mount Buzhou's mountain god had said. The scroll might bring about many ominous things. Therefore, it was best not to get too involved with the scroll. Otherwise, who knew what evil things would happen in the future? On the way, Lin Feng and Dong Xia had discussed this topic. Lin Feng told Dong Xia that the scroll might be ominous. There were too many things that Lin Feng did not know, and he had no way of telling Dong Xia. However, Lin Feng expected that Dong Xia would find the right opportunity to tell him. He would tell the higher-ups of the soul-devouring clan what he had told her. As for how the higher-ups of the soul-devouring clan would view the scroll, it had nothing to do with Lin Feng. The Dong clan's ancestor put the scroll away. He looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, Lin Gongzi is really a young hero. This old man admires you greatly. Lin Feng smiled and did not say anything. The Dong clan's ancestor took out a white jade box and opened it. There was a spiritual herb in the white jade box. It was the famous soul-sealing herb. Many cultivators of the soul-devouring clan wanted to get a soul-sealing herb, but they could not. Even the higher-ups of the soul-devouring clan could not get their hands on one. Therefore, when they saw the soul-sealing herb in the white jade box, their eyes immediately lit up with a burning desire. They wanted nothing more than to immediately take action and snatch the soul-sealing herb. Thank you. Lin Feng accepted the soul-sealing herb and thanked the Dong clan's ancestor. The Dong clan's ancestor said with a smile, This is something that Lin Gongzi deserves. After pausing for a moment, the Dong clan's ancestor continued, It's been a tiring journey. Now let's go back and rest. We'll hold a welcoming dinner for Lin Gongzi tonight. Lin Feng nodded. He, Fatso, and Little Donkey went to rest. As for Dong Xia, she did not leave. He would probably talk to the Dong clan's ancestor about the many things he had experienced on this trip later. Back at his residence, Lin Feng could not wait to enter the space-time continuum. 2 sleeping beauties. Each had their own merit. Lin Feng did not know if the white-robed woman could wake up or not. It was up to fate. Lin Feng came to Yuji's side and took out the soul-sealing herb. Lin Feng fed the soul-sealing herb to Yuji. Right now, Yuji was unconscious and could not refine the soul-sealing herb. Thus, Lin Feng helped Yuji up. A hand was placed on her lower abdomen. A hand was placed on her back. Mana continuously poured into Yuji's body. Lin Feng tried to help Yuji refine the soul-sealing herb's medicinal power, because he was worried that it would clash with the mana in Yuji's body. Thus, the entire process was extremely careful. 2 hours later, the soul-sealing herb's medicinal power had been completely refined. Yuji's body began to absorb the soul-sealing herb's medicinal power. Soon, the soul-sealing herb's medicinal power was completely absorbed by Yuji. Yuji's long eyelashes fluttered a few times. Then, she opened her eyes. She saw Lin Feng. She immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Lin Feng, you really came to save me? Seeing that Yuji had woken up, Lin Feng was also very happy. He nodded and said, Yes, I found out that you had told me in a dream, so I went to look for the 9 mysterious ancient mountain. My luck was not bad. I found the 9 mysterious ancient mountain and saved you. Yuji said, At that time I was about to fall into a deep sleep. I really couldn't think of anything else, so I tried to send a message for help to you. I didn't expect that it would actually succeed. Yuji sighed. She had originally thought that she was dead for sure, but she was saved by Lin Feng. Now it was as if she had been reborn. The feeling of being alive. How good? Lin Feng asked, How are you feeling now? Yuji said, My body is fine. After resting for a while, I should be able to recover. That's great. Lin Feng said with a smile. Yuji continued, When we went to the undying world, I tried to find you, but your whereabouts were erratic, so I wasn't able to find you. Due to some matters, I quickly left the undying world and returned to the 9 provinces. Lin Feng's heart shook slightly and he asked, How is the 9 provinces now? Yuji said, A great change has occurred in the 9 provinces. The laws of the death zones and life zones have changed, and some terrifying creatures that were imprisoned within them have come out. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Does that mean that there's going to be chaos? Yuji said, That's not the case. Those terrifying creatures haven't caused too much chaos. They probably feel that their epoch is about to be destroyed, so they aren't in the mood to cause any trouble. Lin Feng said, If that's the case, then it's a blessing in disguise. Yuji continued, There are also some major events that have occurred in the 9 provinces. For example, the Martial Heaven continent's 9 life zones seem to be hiding some great secret. That's why many experts have gone to the 9 provinces, as if they want to dig deeper into those secrets. In addition, several 9 provinces lanterns have appeared. Many people want to obtain them, but none of them have succeeded. Lin Feng was shocked. Whether it was the life zones, or the 9 provinces lanterns, there were many secrets hidden behind them. Lin Feng suddenly thought back to his youth, when he had been trapped in the Eternal Life Divine Palace, the place where countless experts had been buried. If the 9 provinces lanterns hadn't suddenly appeared at that time, he might not have been able to escape. Was there some karma between him and the 9 provinces lanterns? Lin Feng said, After I'm done with some matters, I need to go to the 9 provinces great world to take a look. Yuji said, That is indeed necessary. The 9 provinces great world is even more extraordinary than you imagined. Perhaps you'll be able to obtain some extremely important opportunities there. Lin Feng nodded. The trip to the 9 provinces great world was indeed very important. For example, he still hadn't obtained the ancient weapon-grade demonic blood saber. If he could obtain the demonic blood saber, he would have 9 offensive ancient weapons. At that time, he would be able to use the 9 offensive ancient weapons to form an ancient weapon formation. The ancient weapon formation's power would definitely be many times greater than it was now. In addition, Lin Feng was very interested in the 9 forbidden zones of the Tianwu continent. Of course, Lin Feng was still most interested in the 9 provinces' lanterns. However, he didn't know if he would be able to return to the Martial Heaven continent. Would he be able to obtain a few 9 provinces' lanterns? Would he be able to uncover the shocking secrets of the 9 provinces' lanterns? Chapter 6286. Yuji had just woken up and was rather tired. She needed more rest to recover, so Lin Feng did not continue to disturb her. He quickly left the time-space and let her rest. After coming out, Lin Feng took out the storage rings he had obtained earlier and checked them one by one. There were many good things in the storage rings of the cultivators. After all, they were all cultivators from large factions and had accumulated a shocking amount of wealth. The only pity was that there was nothing that could truly attract Lin Feng's attention. It was indeed difficult to find such treasures now, mainly because Lin Feng basically did not lack anything now. Lin Feng looked at the last storage ring. This was Dong Qiongtian's storage ring. Lin Feng had only given the scroll painting to the soul-devouring clan. As for this storage ring, it naturally became Lin Feng's benefit. After all, the soul-devouring clan cultivators did not know that he had taken Dong Qiongtian's storage ring. There were even more good things in Dong Qiongtian's storage ring, such as high-tier immortal stones that were piled up like a mountain. There were all kinds of precious pills, refining materials, rare treasures, and so on. What's this? Suddenly, Lin Feng discovered something very special. It looked like an altar that had been shrunk countless times. It was a special kind of altar that was forged with a gray color. Lin Feng summoned this item and carefully touched it. Then, Lin Feng felt waves of coldness from this altar-like item into his body. It was a very strange item. Lin Feng held it in his hand and studied it carefully. He wanted to see what secrets it hid. He discovered that there were many runes imprinted on it. They were extremely mysterious and rare. Lin Feng did not know what these runes meant. However, no matter what they meant, one thing was for sure. These runes. Lin Feng did not recognize them. Lin Feng tried to blood bond with this item. When Lin Feng's dermic powers surged into this stone that was similar to a miniature altar, Lin Feng immediately realized that he seemed to have entered a world surrounded by holy light. Around him, the dazzling holy light dyed this place into a country of immortals. It was so extraordinary. There was a chair behind him. A spiritual world? Lin Feng was very surprised. The situation was a little strange. Lin Feng tried to use his divine will to sense this world surrounded by holy light, but he could not feel anything. Lin Feng tried to let his divine consciousness return to his body, but after a few attempts, he still failed. This scene shocked Lin Feng, because it should be a simple matter for his divine consciousness to return to his body. But now, he could not do it. This was really too strange. What should he do next? Could it be that his divine sense had always been trapped in this world of holy light? Was he a living the dead? Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a voice. Damn it, why did I fail again? This was a flustered and exasperated voice. From the sound of it, it should be the voice of an old man, but he did not know who it was. In this place, he could actually hear such a voice. It was really too strange. It was unprecedentedly strange. Where did this person come from? Lin Feng was not too sure. In the end, because I killed too many people, I could not take that crucial step. Lin Feng heard a second voice. From the sound of it, it should be the voice of a middle-aged man with a murderous intent. The research of the bloodline medicine is lacking some crucial information. Lin Feng heard a third voice. The third voice was a woman's voice. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He sat on the chair, thinking about the source of these 3 voices. These 3 people are not simple. If they can descend here, that would be the best. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. As soon as Lin Feng thought that, he suddenly realized something. Suddenly, 3 beams of light appeared in this world shrouded in holy light. 3 cultivators appeared in the 3 beams of light. The first cultivator was a white-haired old man wearing a long robe. However, this old man looked a little sloppy. The second cultivator was a middle-aged man wearing blood-stained armor without a helmet. This middle-aged man looked very dignified. The third cultivator was a tall woman wearing a purple dress. She looked to be around 30 years old, but who knew her real age? Where is this? It seems to be a spiritual world. Did you summon us here? Who are you? After a short moment of astonishment, the 3 of them looked at Lin Feng, who was sitting on the chair. The chair was floating in the air, surrounded by holy light, so they could not see Lin Feng's appearance clearly. Lin Feng sat on the chair and looked down at the 3 of them. In the face of the 3 people's questions, his heart was not calm at all. With a thought of his, the divine senses of these 3 people had actually entered this spiritual world. Everything was too strange. Seeing that Lin Feng did not speak, the 3 of them actually became a little nervous. This was because they knew that they could forcefully capture their divine sense. The power of this mysterious existence was simply unimaginable. He did not speak. Could it be that he felt that everyone had offended him? Great Existence, we were rude just now. Please forgive us, Great Existence. The 3 of them all bowed and apologized to Lin Feng. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. The ignorant are innocent. I forgive your sins. Lin Feng immediately said. He felt like he was pretending to be a fraud. However, this feeling was not bad. Thank you, Great Existence. The 3 of them said respectfully. If only I could give them a chair and a table, that would be even better. Lin Feng thought in his heart. At this moment, a round table appeared in front of the 3 of them, as well as 3 chairs. This round table was like a round table conference table. It was oval-shaped, about 5 meters long and 2 meters wide. It seemed like it could seat more than a dozen people in a circle. Have a seat, Lin Feng said. The 3 of them were slightly startled. They didn't even know how this great and mysterious existence had constructed these tables and chairs. Could it be? Had this great existence already come into contact with the means of creation? Thinking of this, the 3 of them couldn't help but tremble slightly. Thank you, my lord. The 3 of them first bowed and thanked him before sitting down on the chairs. Introduce yourselves, Lin Feng said. The sloppy old man stood up and said, reporting to my lord, I am the Kunlun Universe's alchemist, Sauron. Sauron? What a strange name. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He found that this old man looked a little strange, like he was from the Western universe, but he also had the characteristics of the Eastern universe. But he was from the Kunlun universe. Could he be a mixed blood? That was a possibility. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't speak, the middle-aged man said, I am the Black Devil King of the Nirvana universe. The Nirvana universe? Among the 4 universes, it's a universe ruled by heroes. Lin Feng frowned slightly. These 2 people actually came from the Kunlun universe and the Nirvana universe respectively. Could it be that the 3rd woman came from the Time universe? He still didn't speak. He pretended to be deep in thought. This was the most basic quality of a great god. The woman stood up and said, I come from the Time universe. My name is Sophia. She was indeed from the Time universe. This Sophia looked exactly like a cultivator from the Western universe. It seemed that Westerners didn't only exist in the 9 prefectures universe. They existed in other universes as well. Kunlun, Nirvana, and the Time universe's experts had sent their divine senses here. Although he was the one who had summoned them here, in fact, Lin Feng was filled with doubts about many things that had happened here. You can call me the Creator, Lin Feng said. The 3 of them were shocked. The Creator? He admitted that he was the Creator. No matter how powerful they were, the Creator was still a godlike existence in their eyes, high and mighty. They needed to look up to him. Other than endless respect for Lin Feng in their hearts, they were extremely surprised. This was because they had always felt that beyond the realm, there should be more to improve. However, no one could prove this point. Now, they had met this great and mysterious creator in front of them. They only knew now. The Transcendence realm was not the limit. Lin Feng didn't know what they were thinking. If he knew what the three of them were thinking, he would definitely be able to do it. Lin Feng would definitely have the urge to vomit 3 liters of blood. This was because Lin Feng had given himself the name Creator, because he felt that this name was cool and sounded very cool. He had actually caused these 3 to misunderstand. He was really sorry. Sauron mustered up his courage and asked, "Great Creator, I wonder if you have something to tell us by capturing our divine senses?" The other 2 also looked at Lin Feng nervously. In their respective universes, they were all existences that could make the entire universe tremble with a stomp of their feet. But now, their divine senses had actually been captured by someone in a mysterious space. Even though they were used to great storms, they were still extremely nervous. Lin Feng looked at Sauron and said, "I just want to ask you some questions." Hearing this great and mysterious creator say this, the 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. Kunlun, Nirvana, and Time, the 3 universes were filled with countless secrets. Lin Feng was indeed very curious about the 3 universes. He had countless questions that he wanted to ask the 3 of them. But when the words were about to come out of his mouth, Lin Feng quickly stopped himself. Because Lin Feng suddenly remembered something. Now, in the eyes of the 3 of them, he was a great and mysterious existence. For such an existence to roam the universe, it shouldn't be a difficult thing, right? He should be more familiar with the 4 universes of Kunlun, Nirvana, Time, and 9 provinces. Therefore, if he casually asked some questions, it would be too simple. Then, wouldn't that expose his identity? Lin Feng didn't know what realm these 3 people were at, but Lin Feng had a feeling. The cultivation of these 3 people was definitely so powerful that even he couldn't imagine it. They should be the top existences in the 3 universes. If he were to expose himself and let the 3 great experts know that he was playing with them, these 3 fellows would definitely immediately destroy his divine senses. Then, they could even use his divine senses to find his true body and destroy it. Damn, then wouldn't he be dead for sure? So, he should still pretend to be deep and mysterious. When he asked them questions, he had to carefully consider them and think about it carefully before asking them. Otherwise, he would be suspected by these terrifying fellows. Great Creator, no matter what the question is, as long as we can answer it, we will definitely tell you everything. The 3 of them said in unison. Lin Feng nodded and then said, "If you get something, you have to give something in return. Don't worry, if I ask you something, I can also answer some of your questions." "Thank you, my lord." The 3 of them were overjoyed. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly felt a pain in his head. He felt as if his spiritual world was about to leave this mysterious space. Lin Feng said, "Let's call it a day. If I need anything in the future, I will look for you." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, his divine sense left the mysterious space and returned to his original body. He felt very tired. His divine sense entering that mysterious space was a huge drain on his mental strength. Lin Feng immediately looked at the stone that looked like an altar. It was all because of this thing that his divine sense had entered that world. At this moment, Lin Feng discovered that he seemed to have a special reaction with this stone that looked like an altar. This caused Lin Feng to reveal a surprised expression. Lin Feng once again sensed this stone. Immediately, he received a lot of information. Name, Creation Stone Origin, an item that was passed down from the door of everlasting life, who forged it into a mystery. Effect, Creation Stone can construct a creation space. The owner of the creation stone can capture other people's divine sense into the creation space, and can even trap the other party's divine sense forever. Of course, the prerequisite is that the owner of the creation space is strong enough. And the creation space is said to be the prototype of the universe. In the future, there is a chance that it will become a new universe. Damn, after sensing these contents, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a deep shock. The origin of this stone was too shocking, and its effect was too shocking. Especially the creation space created by this creation stone. It was actually the prototype of the universe. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. The destruction of an era. The destruction of the universe. So how did the new universe come into being? Could it be that the creation stone's space evolved from a prototype of the universe? Thinking about that, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but pound. Chapter 62-87. Lin Feng made a bold guess. If the creation space formed by the creation stone in his hand really evolved into a universe at some point in the future, then, as the owner of the creation space, what kind of existence would it become? Could it be the Lord of the universe? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. But thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem to be so optimistic. The prototype of a universe wasn't a universe. Therefore, no one knew what would happen in the future. But the creation space was indeed very strange. Lin Feng's understanding of the creation space wasn't particularly deep yet, so he could slowly study it. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was night. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey went to the banquet. The banquet held by the soul-devouring clan was very lively. Many higher-ups, middle-aged cultivators, and outstanding disciples of the younger generation attended the banquet. The banquet was filled with toasts. The guests were all happy. There was also a ball. Dong Xia invited Lin Feng to dance. Lin Feng gladly agreed. When does Lin Gongzi plan to leave? Dong Xia couldn't help but ask. Tomorrow, Lin Feng said. Dong Xia couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The next day, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey left the soul-devouring clan. 5 days later, they came to a small town to rest. Yuji had almost recovered, so she came out of seclusion. Fatso and Little Donkey didn't know Yuji, but they knew that Lin Feng had deliberately gotten the soul-sealing grass to wake Yuji up. Lin Feng introduced both parties. Then, Little Donkey said, Sister Yuji is really as beautiful as a fairy. No wonder Brother Feng would go through a mountain of blades and a sea of fire for Sister Yuji. He didn't even frown. Actually, for now, Lin Feng and Yuji were just friends. Of course, they were good friends. For the time being, nothing intimate had happened. After hearing Little Donkey's words, Yuji smiled and did not explain anything. Sometimes there was no need to explain because there were some things that others might not believe even if they were explained. The saying, the more one tries to explain, the worse it gets was actually quite reasonable. Furthermore, speaking from the bottom of his heart, Yuji didn't seem to reject other people's view of her relationship with Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Yuji and asked, What do you plan to do next? Yuji said, I want to go to the overseas Mount Xianwang. Lin Feng asked in surprise, Mount Xianwang in the sea? What is this place? Rumor has it that Mount Xianwang was an ancient immortal mountain that was born in the primal chaos Xianwang world when the heavens and earth were first created. Later on, during the Great War between Xiantian lifeforms, experts from the primal chaos Xianwang world carried Mount Xianwang and killed countless experts. However, that expert eventually died of exhaustion, and Mount Xianwang was lost somewhere in the 4th level of the Heaven Realm. Back then, it was said that many people went to look for Mount Xianwang, but to no avail. Previously, when I was in the 9 prefectures, I obtained some clues about Mount Xianwang, so I came to look for it. Hearing Yuji's words, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Yuji had obtained a lot of opportunities when she returned to the 9 prefectures last time. The opportunity in Mount Xianhuang was one of the great opportunities that Yuji had obtained. The Mount Xianhuang that came from the primal chaos Xianhuang world was indeed very attractive. Why don't you follow me to the overseas world? Maybe there's something important to you in Mount Xianhuang? Yuji then looked at Lin Feng and said. Even if Yuji didn't mention this matter, Lin Feng also planned to take the initiative to mention this matter, because he was indeed very interested in this Mount Xianhuang world. And not long after, Lin Feng planned to make a trip to the primal chaos Xianhuang world. Lin Feng's understanding of the primal chaos Xianhuang world was still too little. Although he wasn't completely clueless, he still didn't know much. This trip to Mount Xianhuang world might be able to find some information about the primal chaos Xianhuang world. It would also be of great help to him when he went to the primal chaos Xianhuang world in the future. Lin Feng said. Alright, when the time comes, let's go to Mount Xianhuang world together. That night, something strange happened. Lin Feng was dreaming. He dreamed that he had arrived in a mysterious world. This place was surrounded by clouds and mist. It was a vast expanse of white, and he couldn't see anything. Lin Feng flew into the depths of the clouds and mist. He didn't know how long he had been flying for. Suddenly, he saw it. Immortal Qi lingered in front of him. Clouds spewed out, and palaces hung in the clouds. There were many pavilions and towers, and fairies flew by on colorful clouds. There were also many ancient immortals talking about the past and present. Where is this? Lin Feng was very puzzled. At this moment, Immortal Qi soared into the sky in the distance. A man flew over. Countless people flew towards that man. They greeted that man. That man was also looking everyone with a smile. It was a pair of very evil eyes. Lin Feng revealed a shocked expression. Felt a little uncomfortable because this was the man in the painting. Lin Feng originally thought that something would happen next strangely, and even have this man looked at him with that revealing a sinister and terrifying gaze. All the images disappeared. He actually dreamed of such a strange scene. The night was going on. This man was surrounded by countless cultivators. Everything was a dream. Could be said to be incomparably mysterious. Lin Feng had an extremely strong feeling that it wasn't a simple dream. But as for what exactly was evil, a sign of Lin Feng couldn't say. The words that the mountain god of Mount suddenly sensed an ice-cold Qi which was locking onto him. Even the mountain god of Mount Buzhou felt that the painting scroll. It was an ominous thing that would bring disaster. Could it be that some things were really going to come true? Lin Feng felt a little helpless. He had already given the painting scroll to the soul-devouring clan. If something strange really happened, it would be too late. These things should have happened to the soul-devouring clan, right? Please don't come looking for him. Lin Feng prayed in his heart. He still had a lot of things to deal with. He didn't want to be entangled with some evil things. This was for him. This was not a good thing. The next day, Lin Feng and the others set off for the overseas world. In the next few days, every night, Lin Feng would dream. He would dream that he had entered the world in the painting scroll. Everything was so strange, but Lin Feng felt that his current situation. He had a feeling of powerlessness. Lin Feng and the Demon Lord talked about this matter. The Demon Lord felt that perhaps something special was going to happen. This matter made Lin Feng a little worried, because he felt that the words of the mountain god of Mount Buzhou were becoming a reality step by step. Perhaps that painting scroll would really bring about some evil things and even bring about a bloody disaster. How to prevent these things from happening? It was a stormy night. Lin Feng and the others came to a small city to rest. While sleeping that night, Lin Feng felt that his body was very heavy. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his body. He felt that his spirit could sense some things in the outside world, but his body couldn't move. It was a bit like a ghost pressing down on the bed. Damn it! Was something terrible going to happen? Lin Feng's mood became bad. No one would be in a good mood after encountering such a strange situation. Not long after, Lin Feng vaguely heard the sound of the door opening. Then came the sound of footsteps. It seemed that someone had entered his room. Lin Feng sensed for a moment. he found that a man in white walked in. But Lin Feng couldn't see the appearance of the man in white. Lin Feng suddenly felt that things were very bad, and his body was cold. This was an extremely dangerous feeling. He felt that he was about to face a great disaster. Lin Feng wanted to ask who this person was, but he couldn't speak. What surprised Lin Feng was that when the man approached him, Lin Feng saw his appearance clearly. Turned out to be the man in the painting scroll. He appeared. He was holding a dagger in his hand. The corner of his mouth revealed a dense killing intent. Then step by step, he walked towards Lin Feng. It seemed that he wanted to kill Lin Feng with the dagger. Danger! 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 Lin Feng felt an unprecedented danger. He could sense everything outside. But his body couldn't move. This made Lin Feng feel extremely anxious. Could it be that he was waiting to die? I can't accept this. Ah! Shouted Lin Feng while struggling to break free. Suddenly, he felt that there was light in the darkness. When the light appeared, the man disappeared. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He found that the room was very quiet. Was it a dream again? It was just that the dream this time was a little different from the previous dreams. That is, suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly because he saw something. That thing was placed on the table. That thing was none other than the painting scroll that Lin Feng brought out from Buzhou Mountain. It actually appeared here. Damn it! It was too strange. Lin Feng quickly got up, went to the table, and picked up the painting scroll. He confirmed it again. It was indeed that painting scroll. How could this painting scroll appear here? It didn't make sense. This painting scroll should be in the soul-devouring clan. Could it be that someone brought this painting scroll out and then silently placed it in the room where he was resting? This possibility was quickly rejected by Lin Feng. Perhaps someone could do this. However, no one in the soul-devouring clan could do this. Even the soul-devouring clan's old ancestor couldn't silently place this painting scroll in his room. If this possibility was ruled out, then there was only one other possibility left. That was, this painting scroll appeared here of its own accord. This situation was exactly what Lin Feng didn't want to see the most. Because this situation, there were too many strange things about it. Moreover, after this situation, things seemed to be developing in the way that the mountain god of Buzhou Mountain had said. To him, this was an extremely dangerous situation. Who knew if this scroll painting would really bring him a calamity? Demon Lord, what do you think about this matter? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord said, "It is indeed too strange. The appearance of this painting scroll seems to mean that it has completely targeted you. This is the most terrifying part. Also, you said before that you have been dreaming recently. It seems that it was also caused by this painting scroll." Lin Feng then told her about his dream, the terrifying feeling he had, the danger he had felt, and how he had struggled before his death. He told her all about it. After hearing this, the Demon Lord's expression became more and more serious. Even with his 2 lives of experience, he had never experienced such a strange thing. Lin Feng was the same. He had experienced many things, but he had never experienced something as strange as this. "Why don't we burn this painting scroll?" Lin Feng said. "This." The Demon Lord's expression became uncertain because this painting was too strange. If he burned this painting, he didn't know if something terrible would happen. He couldn't make up his mind. Lin Feng was also somewhat hesitant. But in the end, he still made a decision. He said, "Burn it and end it once and for all." Then, Lin Feng brought out his heavenly fire, wanting to use it to ignite the painting. The painting scroll was ignited by the heavenly fire. Soon, it was burned into a pile of ashes. Lin Feng let out a long breath. But in the next moment, something incomparably strange happened. The painting scroll that had just been burned to ashes actually reappeared. Cultivators had the Nirvana rebirth technique. Could it be that this painting scroll also had the Nirvana rebirth technique? Lin Feng continued to use his heavenly fire to burn the painting scroll. The painting scroll was once again burned to ashes. But the strange thing was, after being burned to ashes for a few breaths, the painting scroll once again reappeared. Lin Feng tried many times before finally giving up. Because no matter how many times he burned the painting scroll, it would always reappear. This was too strange. Lin Feng's brows were tightly knitted together. What should he do with this painting scroll next? Leave it alone? But if he left it alone, he didn't know if something even more terrifying would happen. He wanted to destroy the scroll, but the problem was that he couldn't do so. Lin Feng had no choice but to put away the painting scroll for the time being. During the day, Lin Feng told Yuji, Fatso, and Little Donkey about this matter. Then, he took out the painting scroll and showed it to them. Yuji frowned and said, "This painting scroll is really too evil. It seems like it's troublesome." Little Donkey said, "I heard that there's a very awesome person in the fifth world of the Heaven Realm. People call him Master Dispelling Disaster. This person is good at dealing with all kinds of demons and evil spirit. Can we go and ask that person for help?" There's such a powerful person? Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. If this person really had such powerful abilities, then, when he reached the fifth world of the Heaven Realm, it was indeed necessary to find this Master Dispelling Disaster and see if he could help him solve the problem he was facing. If he could solve it, it would be even better. The Heaven Realm. As expected, it was a place full of extraordinary people. Lin Feng temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. The most important thing now was to find Mount Xianhuang. Lin Feng had a feeling that he might be able to obtain something important from Mount Xianhuang, or some important clues. After Lin Feng and the others finished their breakfast, they continued on their journey. 2 months later, they entered the overseas world. When they arrived at the overseas world, Yuji took out a sheepskin scroll. She opened the scroll. Lin Feng found that the scroll was actually a map. Using the map, everyone quickly flew toward the depths of the sea. After about half a month, Lin Feng and the others arrived at a sea region shrouded in black fog. This sea region was called the Ghost Fog Sea Region. It was an extremely terrifying sea region in the overseas world. It was said that there were too many undead gathered here. So, this place, it formed an incomparably powerful magnetic field, and this magnetic field could have an extremely serious impact on a cultivator's mind. They had to pay more attention, otherwise they might lose themselves in this sea region. There were so many undead here. Once they lost themselves here, it would be an extremely dangerous thing. They had to pay attention to this point. However, Lin Feng and the others had extraordinary methods, so they were not afraid of the danger here. They entered the Ghost Fog Sea region. After entering, they found that there were indeed many terrifying undead here. Most of them were transformed from cultivators who had died in the sea region. Because this place formed a ghost magnetic field. So, it was simply a paradise for these undead. Thus, the undead in the sea region liked to run to this place. As more and more undead came here, this place became more and more dangerous. And as more and more undead gathered, the magnetic field in this place also became stronger and stronger. It was probably equivalent to a mutual promotion model. So after a long time, this place became a place where everyone's expression changed. Among these undead, many of them were born with intelligence. These undead that were born with intelligence gathered even more undead and surrounded Lin Feng and the others here. Lin Feng found that among these undead, there were many saint-level undead and some that were almost beyond their realm. It was just right to use the Book of the Dead to devour these undead. The Book of the Dead hadn't had new members for a long time. It was very important to add new members. Now was a good opportunity. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Lin Feng waved his hand and the Book of the Dead flew out. The Book of the Dead's restraint on these undead was too serious. So when the Book of the Dead flew out, many undead were so scared that they trembled. In fact, those undead didn't know what kind of treasure the Book of the Dead was. But these undead had an instinctive reaction. This instinctive reaction, tell them, that book-like thing could pose a huge threat to them. So, a large number of undead began to flee. Lin Feng locked onto those saint-level undead, and those that were almost beyond their realm. These undead could increase the strength of his side. Lin Feng wouldn't easily let these undead escape from this place. The Book of the Dead released an extremely powerful devouring power. The devouring power enveloped these powerful undead. Although these undead had terrifying strength, there was always something to subdue them. After being enveloped by the Book of the Dead, these undead couldn't even struggle. A large number of undead were devoured by the Book of the Dead. Big Brother Feng, this treasure is awesome. Isn't it equivalent to having a lot of powerful underlings if you collect these undead? If you collect enough undead, won't you be able to form an army of cultivators? As long as there are enough people in this army of cultivators, won't they be able to sweep through the heavens? Little Donkey said. In theory, if Lin Feng created a gigantic army of undead, he would be able to destroy the celestial world. He would even be able to destroy the imperial clan of the world. However, the ideal was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. After such a long time, Lin Feng's Book of the Dead had only devoured 300 undead. Could it be called a cultivator army without 10,000 people? A cultivator army of 10,000 people was the smallest cultivator army. The number of undead in the Book of the Dead was a huge gap compared to the smallest cultivator army. Not to mention, they had formed a huge army of cultivators. In Lin Feng's opinion, at least 1 million undead were needed to form a cultivator army to be described as a huge cultivator army. If he could really form such an undead cultivator army, Lin Feng could immediately lead this cultivator army to the headquarters of the Mastermind's world. But right now, he could only think about it. Wanting to reach this step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng and the others went all the way until they arrived outside an island in the depths of the Ghost Fog Sea region. The Book of the Dead had already devoured 132 saint-level undead and 25 saint-level undead. The harvest this time was really too great. As a result, the number of saint-level undead in the Book of the Dead had reached 122. As for saint-level undead, they had reached 387. This place is the final location indicated on the map. The Xianhuang mountain we're looking for should be on this island. Yuji pointed at the island in front of them and said. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he looked at the huge island and saw that it was covered by ghost chi. The entire island appeared gloomy and sinister. After arriving on this island, it was as if they had arrived in the depths of hell. P.S. First update. A 6,000-word chapter. Looking for recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, and official subscriptions. Chapter 6288. I can faintly hear laughter coming from the island. Xia Dongwang suddenly said. Oh? Laughter? Everyone looked at Xia Dongwang in astonishment. They did not know what kind of laughter Xia Dongwang was referring to. Lin Feng and the others did not hear it. Xia Dongwang said. It's a woman's laughter. Lin Feng and the others frowned slightly. Could there be a living woman on the island? It looked like an island of undead. There must be many strange things about it. They had to be cautious. Come, let's go to the island and see what's going on, Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. Everyone cautiously made their way to the island. Even the mischievous Fatso and Little Donkey became extremely obedient. In a place like this, they had no choice but to be obedient. They had to keep an eye on their surroundings. If they did not, they might die a miserable death. The island was filled with a terrifying power of death. This power of death was nothing to Lin Feng and the others. It could not threaten their lives for the time being. Lin Feng and the others had thought that some powerful undead would appear on the island, but after walking a long distance on the island, they did not discover anything. There were so many powerful undead outside the island, but there were no undead on the island. This was indeed strange. Lin Feng could not figure out what was going on. They went deeper into the island, and when they arrived at the central region, they suddenly discovered a stream. This stream flowed from the deepest part of the island. The stream was black in color. It emanated the power of death, like spring water flowing from hell. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. This stream was very special. He had originally planned to take some water from the stream to take a look, but after thinking about it, he gave up on that idea. Did the laughter from before appear again? Lin Feng asked Xia Dongwang. No. Xia Dongwang shook his head. The fatty asked, You didn't hear wrong, did you? Little Donkey said, Misheard my ass. How could I possibly mishear? Fatso gritted his teeth. This D*Ned Donkey was always undermining him. Fatso really wanted to beat Little Donkey up, but he had to endure it for now. Moreover, he really couldn't do anything to Little Donkey. Little Donkey's methods were very powerful, and ordinary people couldn't compete with him. As Fatso and Little Donkey bickered, Lin Feng and the rest continued to walk inside. Not long after, they suddenly heard a vague voice coming from the depths. He couldn't hear what they were talking about. However, one could roughly tell that it was a woman's voice. Lin Feng and the others sped up. After walking for more than an hour, Lin Feng and the others finally heard what the voice in the depths was saying. They're all dead, I'm the only one left. This voice sounded familiar. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He thought of a voice he'd heard many years ago. That was over 200 years ago, during the early days of Lin Feng's cultivation. In the starry sea of specters, Lin Feng and Du Zhu were two people. They'd heard a woman's voice. That woman had repeatedly said, They're all dead, I'm the only one left. Later on, Lin Feng had tried to search for that woman's whereabouts, but he and Du Zhu had been searching for a long time, but they couldn't find her. Her voice had never faded away. And so, Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to sense the woman's location. When Lin Feng inspected the area with his godly awareness, he found that woman. There was a woman very, very far away from Lin Feng. She was walking alone in the starry sky. That woman was the one who'd said, They're all dead, I'm the only one left. Her voice. It was filled with sorrow. Her back view was filled with loneliness. Her back was facing Lin Feng and Du Zhu. She wasn't walking fast, and her footsteps looked a bit heavy. She seemed to have been abandoned by the world. At that time, Lin Feng hadn't been able to see the woman's face. He only saw the woman's back. Judging from her back, she should be an extremely beautiful woman. She had a perfect figure. Her jet-black hair hung down to her waist. Dressed in a long white dress, she looked like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens to the mortal world. At that time, Lin Feng had wondered who this woman was. Why was she walking alone in the starry sky world? Furthermore, he continued to repeat those words that caused one's hair to stand on end. Later, Lin Feng tried to catch up with that woman. Then he wanted to see what kind of person she was. He didn't know how long he'd chased her. Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. It shook violently. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship seemed to have hit something. After a burst of violent shaking, the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship left the starry sky covered by the magnetic field. The woman's voice also disappeared. Lin Feng could no longer sense the trace of that mysterious woman. More than 200 years had passed, but Lin Feng had never forgotten this matter. Just that. Something. There might not be an answer. Not in the past, not in the present, and not in the future. So, encountering such a thing, Lin Feng often didn't want to delve into the secrets hidden behind this kind of thing. In that case, wouldn't he die of exhaustion every day? It was just that he never thought that more than 200 years later, when Lin Feng came to the fourth layer of the Heaven Realm, on the island where the Xianhuang Mountain was located, he would once again hear the voice he heard more than 200 years ago. Could they be the same person? In fact, Lin Feng only remembered the content of this sentence, but he forgot what that woman's voice sounded like. After all, it had been too long. A few hundred years ago, hearing a few words from someone else, and hearing the same words again a few hundred years later, he would be able to determine whether it was the same person from hundreds of years ago. This was simply unrealistic. Who could remember it so clearly? Anyway, Lin Feng couldn't do it. Therefore, just from the voice, Lin Feng couldn't determine whether it was the same person. If it was a person, then it would be interesting. He actually saw that woman in this place. Last time, he didn't see what she looked like. Would he be able to see her face this time? Lin Feng and the others continued to walk inside. They're all dead. I'm the only one left, her voice could be heard from time to time. Not long after, a paper boat floated in the black stream. The paper boat looked very ordinary. It didn't seem to be any different from the paper boats that everyone usually folded. Fatso reached out to take the paper boat. But at this moment, Fatso disappeared. In the next moment, Fatso shrunk many times and appeared in the paper boat. Damn, what's going on? Lin Feng and the others were a little confused. This was too strange, wasn't it? Damn. How did I end up on this paper boat? Fatso's expression changed drastically. He shouted loudly and wanted to rush out of the paper boat. But he realized he couldn't leave the paper boat and was completely trapped inside. My lifespan is rapidly draining, Fatso shouted in horror. Hearing this, Lin Feng and the others' expressions changed drastically. This paper boat, could it be that it could devour Fatso's lifespan? Why was it so strange? Save me! Hurry up and save me, or I'll die! Fatso continued to shout. His voice sounded like he was about to cry. Little Donkey said speechlessly, "You're too useless. Don't tell me Brother Donkey knows you." Lin Feng said, "Wait, I'll save you now." He waved his sleeve. Powerful magic power surged out. It wrapped around the paper boat. However, Lin Feng discovered that the paper boat couldn't be moved at all. Not only was Lin Feng unable to move the paper boat, but he even felt an extremely strange power surging out from the paper boat. That extremely strange power enveloped him. It seemed to want to drag him into the ancient boat as well. The situation, something was wrong. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate and quickly retreated. He retreated hundreds of meters away before he could escape that power. Then, Lin Feng returned. "Brothers, sisters, uncles, aunties, hurry up and save me. I'm really going to die." Fatso's nose was running and his tears were running. Right now, he was really miserable. He was really afraid. "Do you have any way to save him?" Lin Feng looked at Yuji, Little Donkey, Xia Donghuang, and the others. They all shook their heads. The one who tied the bell should untie it. The paper boat floated out from the depth. Could it be that the woman in the depths folded it? If it's the paper boat she folded, then she can definitely release Fatso. Lin Feng said. "Should I go to the depths to find her now?" Little Donkey said. When arguing with Fatso, Little Donkey's mouth was really sarcastic. However, from the bottom of his heart, he was really concerned about Fatso. Lin Feng said, "It's too late. We can only try to communicate with that woman here." Everyone was nervous, because everyone was worried that this method would be useless. Moreover, it was hard to say if the person inside was human or not. However, there was no other way now. Sima treated it as a living horse. Or else, they could only watch as Fatso died in the paper boat. "Senior, my friend didn't disrespect the paper boat. He was merely curious and wanted to touch the paper boat. Senior, seeing that it was an unintentional mistake, and that he has already been taught a lesson, why don't you spare his life? Lin Feng shouted towards the depth. The other party ignored him. F***ck. It didn't work. Was Fatso really going to die this time? If he really died like this, then his death would be too aggrieved. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could befriend the woman inside. Lin Feng continued to shout, Senior, do you still remember what happened 200 years ago in the Dead Spirit Star Sea? I saw Senior at that time. Did Senior see me at that time? Look, we can be considered old acquaintances. Senior, can you spare my friend? Actually, Lin Feng did not have much hope when he said these words. However, what Lin Feng did not expect was that after he said these words, the paper boat shook with a powerful force. Fatso flew out. Damn, Lord Fatty, am finally free. It feels so good to be alive. Fatso immediately became excited. Lin Feng, thank you so much this time. Otherwise, I would have died. Come, let's have a loving hug. Fatso shouted excitedly, then opened his arms, wanting to give Lin Feng a bear hug. Scram! I'm not interested in hugging a man. Lin Feng glared at Fatso, wanting to kick him back into the paper boat. Two big men. What hug? It was so disgusting. I'm a real man. Lin Feng slandered Fatso in his heart. He looked into the depths and shouted, Thank you, Senior, for sparing my friend. The surroundings became extremely quiet. That woman no longer said, They're all dead and I'm the only one left. However, from time to time, paper boats would float out from the depths of the island along the stream. Until now, Lin Feng still had not figured out what was going on with the paper boat. That was because those paper boats looked very ordinary. Logically speaking, such an ordinary paper boat should not be so terrifying. But it was so terrifying. He could only sigh about this. The main reason was that that woman was too terrifying. This was the second time he had met her. Was this a kind of fate? This should be a special kind of dead spirit ship. Fatso whispered. A special dead spirit ship? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had seen the dead spirit ship before. For example, the souls of some dead cultivators in the sea would sit on the dead spirit ship and head to the underworld under the guidance of the nether emissary. But these were just paper boats. Since when could paper boats become dead spirit ships? Fatso said, The reason why I can tell that these paper boats are dead spirit ships is because when I was trapped on that paper boat, I found some special runes. If I'm not wrong, those runes should be death runes. Previously, I learned about the dead spirit ships. Those dead spirit ships were branded with these death runes, so I determined that these paper boats are also dead spirit ship. Little Donkey said, Even if they are really dead spirit ships, they are still much more terrifying than the dead spirit ships created by the underworld. Everyone agreed on this point. After walking for about an hour, a mountain peak appeared in front of them. That mountain peak was very special and it emitted a special aura. It was like the aura of the beginning of the world. Could that mountain peak be the Xianwang Mountain? Yuji's heart skipped a beat as she said. It should be. Lin Feng said. The mountain peak was very big. The ridge of the mountain extended for about 40 to 50 miles. The main peak was 100,000 meters tall. On the mountain peak, the trees were lush. The black stream flowed out from the mountain peak. Lin Feng and the others entered the mountain peak. When they arrived halfway up the mountain, Xia Donghuang suddenly said, Master, look over there. Lin Feng turned his head to look. He saw a woman in a white dress in the distance. Not far from where she was, there was a cliff. On the cliff, a stream flowed down and gathered together to form a black stream. At this moment, the woman's back was facing Lin Feng and the others. She was squatting by the stream. She was folding paper boat. Every time she folded a paper boat, she would place it in the stream. The paper boats followed the stream and floated downstream. P.S. A book friend pointed out that Xia Donghuang's name had been written out by Old Mantu. After carefully reading the first few chapters, I found that there were a few places where Xia Donghuang should have been mentioned. For example, Xia Donghuang should have been mentioned when he went to the Soul Devourer clan's banquet, but old Mantu forgot to write Xia Donghuang's name. Chapter 62-89. She didn't seem to notice the arrival of Lin Feng and the others. She was still there, minding her own business as she folded paper boat. Lin Feng and the others frowned slightly. How should they greet her? The main reason was that the woman in front of them was too mysterious. Facing such a person, Lin Feng and the others were actually a little nervous. Moreover, Lin Feng and the others couldn't even tell if the woman in front of them was human or some other kind of existence. Everything was so strange that it made people feel uneasy. Lin Feng indicated for Yuji and the others to wait here. He went over himself and talked to the mysterious woman. He wanted to see if he could find out her identity. Lin Feng arrived 10 meters behind the woman and did not continue forward. "I am Lin Feng. How should I address you, master?" Lin Feng said. The woman ignored him. "Senior, thank you for showing mercy before. If Senior has something to solve and it's inconvenient for you to come out, Junior can help you solve it." Lin Feng continued. However, the other party still ignored him. The woman was still folding paper boat. Lin Feng didn't feel embarrassed, mainly because he had experienced too many things over the years. He had experienced many more embarrassing things than this. He had long been trained to be thick-skinned. He continued, "Senior, these paper boats are really magical. Are these paper boats undead ships?" The woman still ignored Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It seemed that this woman really didn't want to talk to him. Since that was the case, it was better not to annoy people here. Who knew if this woman would suddenly turn hostile? If this woman turned hostile, then he would be in trouble. It was better to leave. He wanted to see what kind of opportunities there were in Mount Xianhuang. Then Junior will take his leave first. If Senior has any instructions, you can come to Junior," Lin Feng said. He then left. He felt a little regretful that he couldn't see the woman's face. He had always wanted to see what she looked like. It seemed that this wish would not come true for the time being. However, there were some things that couldn't be rushed, because there was no point in being anxious. Lin Feng met up with Yuji, Fatso, Little Donkey, and Xia Donghuang. He said, "Let's go. Let's search the depths of Mount Xianhuang and see if we can find the opportunity here." Everyone nodded. They didn't stop. He quickly made his way to the depths of Mount Xianhuang. There was indeed something strange about Mount Xianhuang because this place was deathly silent. This kind of place gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. However, for now, Lin Feng's group hadn't found any danger from Mount Xianhuang. This made them extremely surprised. On the enormous Mount Xianhuang, except for the mysterious woman he had met before, it seemed like he would never be able to find a second living being. "Does the map have a special reaction to this place?" Lin Feng asked Yuji. It was indeed not easy to find opportunities in a place like Mount Xianhuang. Only with the help of some special items would the possibility of finding an opportunity increase greatly. For example, some items like tokens. However, according to Lin Feng's understanding, Yuji didn't have any tokens with her, only a map. Therefore, if they wanted to find the opportunity here as soon as possible, they could only rely on this map. If this map was useless, they could slowly search for it. Yuji took out the map. Then, the map actually floated in midair. After seeing this scene, the eyes of Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but suddenly lit up. The map had such a change, which meant that it really had some special reaction. It seemed that they really had to find some opportunities, but they didn't know what these opportunities were. Perhaps they would find out soon. The map flew towards the depths, and Lin Feng and the others followed closely behind. Soon, they saw a waterfall on a cliff in front of them. The map quickly flew into the waterfall. It seems that there's another world behind the waterfall. Lin Feng and the others were delighted. They quickly flew towards the waterfall and passed through the curtain of rain in front of them. They entered the back. There was a platform here. There was a stone door on the rock wall in the depths of the platform. There were many runes on the stone door. These runes were very complicated, and they sealed the stone door. This is the opportunity we're looking for, right? I wonder what's behind the stone door? Fatso said slyly, staring at the stone door with shining eyes. Lin Feng walked forward and carefully studied the restrictions on the stone door. These restrictions were indeed very complicated, and it would take a certain amount of time to crack them. To completely crack these restrictions in a short period of time. It was completely impossible. In the following period of time, Lin Feng spent most of his time studying these restrictions. Yuji, Fatso, Little Donkey, and Xia Dongwang also had a deeper understanding of restrictions and formations. Although they were not as good as Lin Feng, that was only relatively speaking. Their level was extremely high. The few of them discussed the method of breaking the formation together. Fatso would curse a few times from time to time. The person who set up the restriction was too deceitful. He actually set up such a powerful restriction. It was too difficult to crack. But fortunately, Lin Feng and the others were skilled enough. After spending a month or so, they finally cracked the restriction on the stone door. Lin Feng said, "The stone door is sealed. Obviously, this matter is not simple. I don't know if there's something terrifying inside, so we should be careful." Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, Lin Feng pushed the stone door open. Perhaps it was because it had not been opened for too long. So after the stone door was pushed open, a rotting smell wafted out from within. The smell was very unpleasant. It even contained a large amount of poisonous gas. It needed to be ventilated. They would enter after the poisonous gas dissipated. After waiting for 2 hours, the poisonous gas had mostly dissipated. Lin Feng and the others entered the cave. Although the poisonous gas had dissipated, the smell inside was still extremely unpleasant and pungent. It was very dark inside. Fatso took out a luminous pearl, and the cave became bright. Everyone took a closer look and realized that the cave was quite large. It should be divided into multiple mountainside. Now, Lin Feng and the others were in the first mountainside. There was a pool in the mountainside and some vegetation lived there. There was a small path above the pool that led to a deeper place. Lin Feng and the others followed the small path and walked towards the inside of the palace. Not long after, they entered the belly of the second mountain. Seeing the scene inside the second mountainside, Lin Feng and the others immediately gasped. Chapter 6290. Corpses. Densely packed corpses. These corpses were all standing, holding weapons in their hands. Their faces were still the same as before they died. Their expressions were all different. Perhaps they did not expect to die here. Lin Feng counted. There were a total of 132 corpses here. Moreover, they had died in exactly the same way. Their foreheads had been pierced by a beam of sword chi. This sword chi should have instantly destroyed their souls. That was why they had died. The most unbelievable thing was that the other party seemed to have killed them at the same time. Lost clan of the epoch, foreign living beings, connate life forms. Xia Dongwang looked at the dead cultivators and could not help but frown. These people. They obviously did not belong to the same faction. For example, the relationship between the connate lifeforms, the lost clan of the epoch, and the foreign living beings was extremely tense. The war between the connate lifeforms. They belonged to the opposing faction. But now, the connate lifeforms, the lost clan of the epoch, and the foreign living beings were on the same side. This was too strange. Obviously, it must be for the sake of benefit. Lin Feng thought of a sentence. There were no eternal enemies. There were only eternal benefits. Therefore, sometimes, when two groups of people were locked in battle, in the eyes of others, these two groups of people would definitely fight to the death. However, not long after, these two groups of people actually joined forces. Could it be that the grudge had been resolved? That was not necessarily the case. It was probably because these two groups of people wanted to work together to obtain something. In fact, this was a common phenomenon in the world of cultivators. Lin Feng would not make a fuss about it. The person who attacked is very terrifying. He killed so many experts with one sword. It is obvious how shocking that sword is. Lin Feng said. Yuji said, the person who attacked, could it be the cultivator who carried Mount Xianhuang out of the chaotic world? Lin Feng thought about it and said, that is possible, but I don't think it is that person. Perhaps it is someone else. At that moment, Fatso had already taken off the storage ring of a dead cultivator. Then, he took a closer look and found that the storage ring was not damaged. Fatso instantly became happy. He took off all the storage rings of the cultivators. However, not everyone's storage rings were intact. Some of the cultivators' storage rings had already been destroyed. Whether a storage ring could be preserved or not mainly depended on the materials and craftsmanship of the storage ring. 132 cultivators. There were a total of 263 storage rings. 63 of them were destroyed. The remaining 200 storage rings were still intact. Lin Feng and the others divided the storage rings equally. The dead cultivators were all experts. Therefore, there should be some good stuff in the storage ring. Besides, Lin Feng couldn't use these treasures, but he could give them to the undead in the Book of the Undead. In this way, the strength of the undead could be increased. Yuji, Fatso, Little Donkey, and Xia Dongwang did not lack Dharma treasures. Was that why Lin Feng had taken all these magic treasures? Everyone then headed towards the third mountain. After entering the belly of the third mountain, Lin Feng and the others discovered that there was a man sitting cross-legged here. This man wore blood-stained clothes and looked extremely valiant and extraordinary. In front of him was a treasured sword. He was already dead. Fatso swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, looks like this person is the expert who killed those cultivators outside. Little Donkey said, this person must have been extremely terrifying when he was alive, but in the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of death. It really makes one sigh. At this moment, the treasured sword suddenly let out a series of trembling sounds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the treasured sword continued to tremble, the air seemed to be filled with a broken aura. This aura, it made one's heart tremble. Everyone, be careful, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. No one dared to be careless as they all took out their defensive magic treasures to face the situation in front of them. There was nothing wrong with being careful. Buzz, suddenly, the treasured sword began to tremble violently once again. Then, an endless amount of sword chi surged out from the sword. An incredible amount of sword chi was moving towards Lin Feng and the others with the intention to kill. What a terrifying sword chi! What a terrifying sword intent! Lin Feng and the others were all experts, so they could naturally feel how terrifying those sword chi were. Everyone's mind was solemn as they hurriedly activated their defensive magic treasures. Lin Feng's glazed sky goblet formed a powerful defensive light shield. The dense sword chi bombarded the sword chi formed by the glazed sky goblet, but was blocked by the defensive light shield formed by the glazed sky goblet. The glazed sky goblet was an ancient weapon-level defensive magic treasure, so its power was naturally extremely extraordinary. As for the others, they all had Sage Realm defensive magic treasures. Therefore, although the sword chi's attack power was very tyrannical, it did not cause any harm to anyone. The next moment, the scene changed. Lin Feng and the others discovered that they had actually come to a mysterious world. This world. There was sword chi everywhere. Boundless sword chi surrounded the area. Sword Chi world. This was a small world. If it was just a sword, Lin Feng would never believe that such a Sword Chi world would be formed. Therefore, someone must be secretly manipulating all of this place. Other than them, only the corpse was the most suspicious. Sir, do you still intend to continue hiding? Why don't you come out and meet me? Lin Feng said. Heh. You're quite vigilant. A cold voice was heard. Then, a cultivator appeared. This cultivator was an energy body. This person's appearance was exactly the same as the corpse's. It's an energy body formed from remnant souls, origin, and some other strange energies, Fatso said with a slight frown. The other party's special energy body was very strange and very powerful. Fatso could be considered an experienced and knowledgeable person. Therefore, he was able to deduce this. Lin Feng nodded, looked at the cultivator, and said, Your Excellency's swordsmanship is really superb, to be able to kill so many people with a single sword strike. Mentioning this matter, the cultivator's eyes suddenly burst out with killing intent, and he said in a cold voice, These people deserve to die 1,000 times. If it wasn't for them, my body wouldn't have run out of oil, and I wouldn't have ended up in this state. I'm not human anymore, Gui Bu Gui, I hate it, I wish I could kill these people 1,000,000 times over. No matter how powerful a cultivator was, when their body was destroyed for some reason, their mentality would become unbalanced. They would be filled with hatred, anger, and killing intent. This was very normal. If the other party wasn't like this, Lin Feng would be surprised. It seems that these people should have blocked you in this place. They probably wanted to get something from you, but you weren't willing to hand it over. Then, you all fought together. After all, there were too many of them, so even though you killed them, you also exhausted yourself here. Lin Feng said. The cultivator immediately revealed a disdainful expression and said, These people are worthy? You think too highly of them. If it wasn't for the fact that I exhausted myself before they came, killing them would be like slaughtering dogs. Lin Feng frowned slightly, thinking about the hidden meaning in the cultivator's words. Lin Feng deduced some things. The things that he had deduced made him feel extremely shocked and incredulous. Lin Feng said, In that case, the fortune in Mount Xianhuang should have been obtained by you, right? Even the expert who carried Mount Xianhuang here from the primal chaos was killed by you. The cultivator was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Feng to say something like this. He looked deeply at Lin Feng and said, Yes, that's right. I did kill that guy. Do you have a grudge with him? Or do you just want to kill him and take his treasure? Lin Feng asked the question in his heart. The cultivator sneered and said, Of course it's because I have a grudge with him. That's why I killed him. Lin Feng and the others frowned. This person had always made Lin Feng feel very uncomfortable. From the looks of it, this guy wasn't a good person. Can you tell me the reason? Yu Ji asked. The cultivator sneered. Why should I tell you? I can't be bothered to talk to you now. I just want to kill you. Then, I'll take over that pretty boy's body. That way I can be reborn. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack again. Yu Ji sneered. What a pitiful guy. What did you say? The cultivator was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He immediately looked at Yu Ji angrily. His reaction to Yu Ji's words was very intense. This fully reflected some of his personality. You must be very lonely right now, right? Look at us, we're all together in groups of 3 or 5, but you've always been here alone. If you're not pitiful, who will be pitiful? Yu Ji said sarcastically. You're courting death. The cultivator shouted angrily. He held a treasure sword in his hand and slashed towards Yu Ji. This sword strike was extremely terrifying. The sword chi instantly tore through heaven and earth. However, Yu Ji's defensive magic treasure was extraordinary. Her defensive magic treasure was a purple gold shield. The purple gold shield blocked the cultivator's sword strike. However, The purple gold shield's luster had become much dimmer. It was obvious that the purple gold shield had suffered quite a bit of damage from the sword strike just now. Lin Feng said, "If I'm not wrong, you must have been chased all the way here by that cultivator, right? At that time, you must have been like a stray dog, chased miserably. However, that person was still careless in the end and was killed by your sneak attack. However, the heavens and earth are clear, and retribution is not good. You killed that person with a sneak attack, but you didn't have a good ending in the end. All these years, you haven't been able to leave this place in this wretched state. You must have lived a life worse than death, right?" "Shut up," the cultivator said coldly, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. "A stray dog dares to make a fuss here?" Fatso shouted loudly. Little Donkey said, "Yeah, he really doesn't find it embarrassing. This guy must have been in a very bad situation back then. He must have been one of those poor bastards with no status or status." Xia Dongwang said, "The poorer the bastard, the more sensitive he is. For example, this guy in front of us is like that." He heard Lin Feng, Fatso, Little Donkey, Xia Dongwang, and the others mocking him one after another. The cultivator said angrily, "Bullshit! What do you know? I'm a member of the Primal Chaos family in the Primal Chaos Xianhuang world. My status is high and mighty. You? Who are you trying to fool?" Lin Feng had a look of disbelief. "Stop bragging. If you keep bragging, the sky will turn dark." Fatso was speechless. The cultivator said coldly, "Do I need to lie to you? I'm a direct descendant of the Primal Chaos family. As for this guy carrying Mount Xianhuang, he was just my sword servant back then. This guy isn't a good person. Back then, I saw that he had a talent for cultivation, so I removed his slave status and gave him many cultivation techniques, divine abilities, resources, and so on. But this guy caused trouble behind my back and plotted to steal the woman I loved. This kind of ungrateful person, even if he were to be killed 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough to quell my anger." Lin Feng said, "You're lying. If my guess is correct, this former servant of yours should be a very powerful person. His cultivation level must be very high, and his talent must be amazing. Even you can't compare to him. The woman you liked most likely liked him. He also likes that woman, so the two of them fell in love. You look at your former servant. His talent is better than yours, his cultivation is better than yours, and even the woman he loves him. That's why you are jealous. Am I right?" "You." The cultivator's expression changed. That cultivator's facial expression kept changing. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so good at divination. Lin Feng had calculated everything so clearly. This made him feel incomparably astonished. It was inconceivable. There were some things he didn't want to talk about, so even when he talked about the past with Lin Feng and the others, he was hiding the truth. He wanted to use this to deceive Lin Feng and the others, but he failed and was exposed by Lin Feng. After a long while, he said coldly, "That's right, it's just as you said. I'm jealous of him. Why does he, the son of a servant, have such good talent and such a powerful cultivation? When he showed his talent back then, I wanted to suppress him, but an elder in the family didn't agree and helped him remove his slave status. He even took him as a disciple. I was the #1 genius in the family, but compared to a servant's son, I was overshadowed. Countless people talked about the glory he created. Do you know what it feels like?" Lin Feng said, "You're the one who's narrow-minded, but you blame the heavens and others." "Yes, I was narrow-minded. I couldn't bear to see a lowly servant's son being more dazzling than me. What I couldn't bear was that the woman I liked also fell in love with him. They got married later. One time, he went out to do something, and I secretly snuck into his house. I wanted that woman." "You beast." Yuji couldn't help but curse when she heard this. Her expression was very ugly. As a woman, she naturally sympathized with other women. One could imagine. That woman's fate must have been very tragic. The cultivator said, I originally wanted to take her for myself, but that bitch would rather die than submit. She severed her own meridians and died, so I secretly disposed of her body and quickly left. It was impossible to hide it from him completely. The family helped me cover it up, but he still found out. He actually wanted to kill me. Everything he has was given to him by my family. It's just a woman's death, yet he wants to kill me. Don't you think he's an ungrateful wretch? That's his wife, Yuji said coldly. That's his wife, said Yuji coldly. The cultivator retorted, Isn't there a saying that wives are like clothes, and brothers are like hands and feet? Look, in the eyes of the ancient people, wives are like clothes. What's the big deal? Our family's kindness to him is the kindness of rebirth. If it weren't for us, he would still be a lowly servant's son. Fatso cursed, motherfucker, you're the one with the wrong values, and you expect others to have the same. The cultivator sneered. How can lowly people like you understand the thoughts of people from noble races like us? Noble people? How laughable. Do you believe that Master Donkey will stomp you to death with his fart? Little Donkey sneered. The cultivator didn't pay attention to Little Donkey's provocation for now. Now that he had spoken, he wanted to say a lot of things that had been bottled up in his heart. As for what Lin Feng and the others thought, he didn't care. That servant's son insisted on killing me to avenge that bitch. He didn't even hesitate to break off relations with my family because of this. That bastard, he's been hiding his strength all this time. Our strong cultivators wanted to suppress him, but he killed many of our strong cultivators and escaped, said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. Our clan's experts naturally wouldn't let him escape. They chased him all the way to Mount Xianhuang. Then, he actually took control of Mount Xianhuang. Rumor has it that Mount Xianhuang can kill surpassing realm experts. After he took control of Mount Xianhuang, he killed a large number of our clan's experts. After learning about this, I hurriedly left the primordial chaos world, but he carried Mount Xianhuang on his back and chased me all the way. There are many secrets hidden in Mount Xianhuang, and I'm sure that many people are interested in them. So he kept spreading the secrets of Mount Xianhuang. Many people wanted to kill him and obtain the secrets hidden in Mount Xianhuang. But those so-called experts were useless. So many people came to kill him in waves, but they were all killed by him. Fortunately, he was schemed against and his soul was injured. He then found a secluded place in the ocean to heal. I used some special methods to find his location and attacked him while he was healing. Unfortunately, my sword didn't kill him directly. If I had killed him directly, I wouldn't have been injured by him. If I hadn't been injured by him, I wouldn't have been killed by those who came later. Lin Feng sighed. That person could be considered an outstanding talent of his generation. Unfortunately, he didn't fully mature. It's even more unfortunate that a hero like him was schemed against by a despicable person like you. Despicable person? That's not a bad name. Your perfect body will be mine in a moment. The cultivator said coldly. The story is over. You can all die now. As soon as he finished speaking, he held his sword with both hands. He walked forward step by step. Although my physical body is dead, I've become a special body of energy over the years. I've borrowed the power of Mount Xianhuang to continuously increase my strength. I can use the power of Mount Xianhuang and comprehend the ultimate meaning of the Chaos Sword technique. So, you people are no different from dead people in front of me. Now, I'll let you have a taste of the terror of the Chaos Sword technique. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword slashed towards Lin Feng and the others. Then, everyone felt a sword of chaos appear between heaven and earth. It seemed to have become the center of the world. Then, the sword of chaos slashed towards them. Chaos Sword Chi. It seemed to be able to destroy an entire era. It carried endless divine might. It slashed towards them. Bang bang bang, a series of collision sounds were heard. Yuji, Fatso, Xia Dongguang, and Little Donkey's defensive treasures were instantly destroyed by the dazzling sword Chi. They were also sent flying by the shockwave. The sword intent entered their bodies. It caused them serious injuries. Each of them could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Only Lin Feng? With the help of the glazed sky cup, he blocked the opponent's attack. What a terrifying chaos sword technique! Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal a deep expression of shock. This guy was indeed very powerful now, so Lin Feng did not dare to be careless. The other 8 great ancient weapon-level treasures also flew out. The heavenly flames also flew out. 9 great heavenly flames, 9 great ancient weapon-level treasures, floated beside Lin Feng. After seeing these things, the cultivator's face also looked as if he had seen a ghost. Even though he came from an extraordinary background. However, he had never heard of someone who could obtain so many ancient weapon-level treasures and heavenly flames. How much luck and opportunity did one have to be able to obtain these ancient weapon-level treasures and heavenly flames? Thinking that Lin Feng's body would soon become his own body, this cultivator suddenly became extremely excited. Because in his opinion, after Lin Feng's body became his body, at that time, Lin Feng's treasures and heavenly flames would all be his, and Lin Feng's luck would also be his. At that time, he would have a perfect body. With his own ability and Lin Feng's perfect body, he felt that he had the chance to become a supreme existence. Even an existence that could be on the same level as the mastermind behind the scenes. Thinking of this, he felt extremely excited. Boy, let me show you the second move of my Chaos Sword technique. Sword devours the heavens. This cultivator's cold voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. He slashed out with his sword. Heaven and earth instantly darkened. That sword of his, it seemed to have swallowed the entire sky. It caused heaven and earth to be silent, time to stop, and space to be still. It seemed that Lin Feng could only wait for death in the darkness. Chapter 6291. Sword devours the heavens. That attack was extremely powerful. Lin Feng was astonished and moved. However, this move was powerful, but Lin Feng was not weak either. Heaven devours the heavens. Lin Feng mobilized the power of the heavenly fire and the ancient weapons, plus the Panga mark, the ruler's armor, the true dragon rune, the saint bone, the magic lotus, the golden dwarf, the stone golem clone, the immortal lotus, and other treasures, all of which surged into Lin Feng's body. Therefore, Lin Feng's combat strength had reached the peak. The heaven devours the heavens that Lin Feng used was a supreme technique recorded in the Demon Summoning Scripture. Demon Summoning Scripture. In the 732th era, it was perfected by 36 generations of Wushang demon ancestors and finally created. It was rumored that the Demon Summoning Scripture had an extremely strange power that could awaken the demonic power in a cultivator's body. When the demonic power in a cultivator's body was awakened, the cultivator would be controlled by the one who awakened it. In addition, it was said that the Demon Summoning Scripture could awaken all sleeping creatures, such as connate lifeforms. At the same time, the Demon Summoning Scripture could summon the primordial spirits of the 36 demon ancestors that were born in the 732th era. This combat art was comparable to the 6 paths of reincarnation and other combat art. After Lin Feng used the Demon Summoning Scripture, a demon ancestor primordial spirit appeared. The demon ancestor primordial spirit stood in the void, opened its mouth wide, and suddenly swallowed as if it could devour everything. Sword devours the heavens. Heaven devours the heavens. After the two powerful divine powers collided, they were both annihilated. Between heaven and earth, brightness was restored. The 9 heavenly fires formed a dense 9-colored heavenly fire chain of order that wrapped around the opponent. At the same time, the requiem bell vibrated with the sound of death to affect the opponent's mind. As for the other 7 ancient weapons, they also quickly charged towards the other party. Ah! The chaotic race cultivator showed a painful expression. The requiem bell, an ancient weapon that attacked the soul, was indeed very extraordinary. It rarely missed. It was the same when dealing with the chaotic tribe cultivator before him. When he showed this painful expression, the dense 9-colored skyfire chains of order had already wrapped around his body. Meanwhile, the 7 great ancient weapons bombarded his body. Bang, 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 one ancient weapon-level true treasure after another bombarded his body. His body was torn to pieces. That's not right. He can't be killed so easily, right? Lin Feng could not help but frown. For some reason, he felt that the other party had died too easily. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case, right? Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed a dangerous qi which he had never sensed before enveloped his body. His sudden inspiration ability was activated once more after being stimulated, and the blood flow in his body increased tenfold. Lin Feng wanted to escape, but he found that he was locked down by a terrifying sword qi and could not escape. The space behind Lin Feng trembled slightly. The chaotic race cultivator attacked with a treasured sword and then stabbed towards Lin Feng. The third sword, one sword breaks all Dao. His sword strike was truly terrifying to the extreme. It was truly breathtaking to the extreme. Lin Feng's glazed sky goblet formed a defensive light shield that was extremely powerful, but under the attack of this sword, it was instantly pierced through. One sword breaks all Dao. This name sounded very impressive, and since it dared to use this name, this sword must be unique. After piercing through the glazed sky goblet's defense, the sword went straight for Lin Feng's back. He wanted to kill Lin Feng with this sword. Just as this terrifying sword was about to stab Lin Feng's body, suddenly, the world changed. The surroundings turned into a mysterious world. This world was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was empty. Other than Lin Feng and the chaotic race cultivator, there was no one else. This was a world within a world. The so-called world within a world meant that a new small world was formed within the small world formed by someone else. In the past, Lin Feng and the others were trapped in the chaotic race cultivator's sword world. The world that Lin Feng was forming now was the 6 realms of emptiness, formed by the 6 heavens skill. 6 heavens skill. It was a supreme superpower that was born in the 108th era. The so-called 6 nothingness referred to no self, no other, no heaven, no Tao, no life reincarnation, no reincarnation hell. The 6 heavens skill could form 6 kinds of domains. Selfless domain, no other, no heaven, no Tao, no life reincarnation domain, and no reincarnation hell domain. In the selfless domain, the user would be like a dream, and it would be difficult to find where he was. It was like a mass of air, a stone, or a leaf. In the selfless domain, the cultivator trapped in the domain would fall into endless illusions and lose himself. In the no-heaven domain, contact with the spirit qi of heaven and earth would be cut off. In this place, every attack of the cultivator would consume a lot of energy. Moreover, there would be no replenishment. Even if there were natural treasures or high-grade immortal stones that could replenish one's dermic powers, they would not be able to use them. It was easy to die of exhaustion. In the no-Dao domain, the trapped cultivator's superpower would be restricted. However, the caster's superpower would not be restricted. Lifeless reincarnation domain, effect unknown. Reincarnation hell domain, effect unknown. The 6 realms of emptiness that Lin Feng formed was superimposed with the selfless, no other, no heaven, and no Tao. As for the last two domains, Lin Feng had not been able to understand them yet. Therefore, they could not be superimposed into the 6 realms of emptiness. However, even if only 4 domains were superimposed, the power of the 6 heavens skill was already extremely terrifying. First of all, Lin Feng was like air or dust here. He was unfathomable. However, it was different for the chaotic race cultivators. Here, his superpower would be restricted. Endless illusions would appear in his soul. Each attack would consume a lot of energy. This place was extremely disadvantageous for him. Swoosh! Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. The chaotic race cultivator's sword stabbed empty air. This is the legendary 6 heavens skill. You've cultivated this super power. The chaotic race cultivator exclaimed, as if he could not believe it. This person was very knowledgeable. He even knew about the 6 heavens skill. Swoosh! There was a flash of light. Lin Feng appeared behind the primal chaos clan cultivator and condensed his human king punch. He threw a punch at the primal chaos cultivator. In the 6 heavens world, the chaotic race cultivator's dermic powers could not be restricted. Although he could not use chaotic resolve, his dermic powers were still there. In other words, many of his abilities were still there. The only difference was that he could not use his superpower. He reacted quickly. He turned around and slashed at Lin Feng with his sword. The power of the dragon elephant arm 7 times stronger suddenly exploded and collided violently with his opponent's sword. It was as if 2 planets had collided violently. After the chaotic race cultivator took the brunt of the impact, he was sent flying. The chains of order formed by the 9-colored heavenly fire once again wrapped around his body. The 7 offensive ancient weapons attacked him. Bang bang bang, these ancient weapons once again bombarded his body. His body exploded for the 2nd time. He did not know what technique this guy used last time, but he was not killed. However, this time, he could not use the same trick as before. This time, after his body exploded. He really did explode. The super sword was suspended in the air. Because his body was made of energy, many special energies appeared in the void after his body exploded. These special energies were the basic energies that made up his body. However, these energies did not dissipate. Instead, they all surged toward the super sword. He's still not dead? Lin Feng was shocked. Initially, he thought that the chaotic race cultivator would have been destroyed in both body and soul after suffering such severe injuries. However, it seemed that he had underestimated him. This chaotic race cultivator's technique was indeed terrifying. He did not die even after his body exploded. The remaining energy after the explosion merged with the super sword. He probably had more tricks up his sleeve. Break for me. The chaotic race cultivator's eerie voice came from the super sword. The super sword did not attack Lin Feng. Instead, it went for Lin Feng's 6 realms world. He knew that too. If he fought Lin Feng in the 6 realms world, it would be too disadvantageous for him. Therefore, he had to break the 6 realms world quickly so that he could escape from this disadvantageous situation. The super sword was indeed powerful. It tore apart Lin Feng's 6 realms world in an instant. It was not easy to use a powerful technique like the 6 realms world. Therefore, it would be difficult to use it again in a short period of time after it was broken by the opponent. Lin Feng and the others returned to the world of swords. Lin Feng's opponent became a super sword. This surprised Yuji, Fatso, and the others. It seemed that Lin Feng had gained the upper hand. This made them happy. Big brother Feng, you're so awesome. You beat that bastard until he's crying. Little Donkey shouted. His words greatly boosted the chaotic race cultivator's morale. After all, the energy body he had spent so much effort to condense had been destroyed by Lin Feng. This was too much damage to him. It was not just physical damage. It was also mental damage. Therefore, after hearing Little Donkey's words, The chaotic race cultivator wanted nothing more than to kill Little Donkey immediately. However, there was a hierarchy to everything. Little Donkey was nothing to be afraid of. The most important thing now was to get rid of Lin Feng. After dealing with Lin Feng, it would not be too late to deal with the others. Although his body was destroyed, he was not discouraged. His body was formed from energy. As long as his soul was not destroyed, he would not die. The various abilities Lin Feng had displayed were too terrifying. This showed how extraordinary Lin Feng was. If he took over this body, he felt that with his experience, he would be able to defeat Lin Feng. His combat strength was much more terrifying than Lin Feng's. He was looking forward to taking over Lin Feng's body. You've indeed shocked me by injuring me to this extent. However, that's all. Now, I'll let you experience the ultimate meaning of the Chaos Sword technique. The chaotic race cultivator's voice came from the sword. This sword was also very extraordinary. It was made from a Chaos Immortal King stone. There were many types of Chaos stones. For example, Lin Feng had obtained a Chaos stone before. He had used that Chaos stone to forge a main suppressive natal treasure. Now, that natal treasure had reached the quasi-transcendence realm. Chaos Immortal King Stone. Just from its name, one could tell that it was even more extraordinary. The Chaos Immortal King Stone was of a higher grade than Lin Feng's Chaos Stone. It was also rarer. It was a top-grade Chaos Stone. Therefore, although the chaotic race cultivator's sword had not reached the level of an ancient weapon, the materials used to forge it were too precious. Therefore, its power was not any weaker than an ancient weapon treasure. Ultimate meaning: first sword, edgeless heavy sword. The chaotic race cultivator's cold voice suddenly rang out. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword rapidly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 1,000-meter-long sword. This sword was simply too big. It was as tall as a mountain, and its sword will shot up into the sky. Then, it descended from the sky and slashed towards Lin Feng. Danger! 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 At that moment, Lin Feng sensed a dangerous qi which he had never sensed before. It engulfed his body and enveloped him. Lin Feng even felt the aura of death. As expected of the Chaos Sword technique's ultimate meaning. The Chaos Sword technique itself was terrifying enough. The Chaos Sword technique's ultimate meaning was naturally even more powerful. It was simply it could make one feel an unbearable sense of despair. Lin Feng controlled the 7 ancient weapons treasures to attack the sword. The 7 ancient weapon-level treasures collided violently with the sword. This collision was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could destroy the world. The 7 ancient weapons-grade true treasures were all sent flying away. However, the attack of the giant sword was also blocked. Ultimate meaning: second sword, invincible sacred sword. The chaotic race cultivator's cold voice rang out again. The 1,000-meter-long giant sword released an endless amount of holy light. The giant sword instantly turned into a sun. It was extremely dazzling. Next, the second sword slashed down again. Lin Feng could clearly sense that the power of the second sword was far more terrifying than the first. As the Chaos Sword technique's ultimate meaning, naturally, each sword was stronger than the previous one. This was normal. Lin Feng still planned to use the ancient weapons to deal with the second sword. However, at this moment, Lin Feng was shocked to find that the holy light released by the second sword was extremely strange. The holy light seemed to have a strong binding power. It could bind everything. Lin Feng's ancient weapons were bound. Besides, Lin Feng had the feeling that his body was being sealed by an extremely powerful strength. It was the holy light released by the sword that bound his body. The Chaos Sword technique's ultimate meaning was too strange. Not only did it have a terrifying attack power, but it also had the ability to bind others' movements. This was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Facing the sword, Lin Feng suddenly had the feeling that he was at a loss for what to do. Chapter 6292. This person's methods were really terrifying, especially this invincible sacred sword that could kill gods and immortals. Who could compete with it? With Lin Feng's combat strength. They all felt helpless. If it was someone else, they would have no choice but to accept death when faced with this attack, right? But Lin Feng was not a person who would sit still and wait for death. The opponent's attack was indeed very powerful. Lin Feng admitted this, but Lin Feng was not without a way to deal with it. Lin Feng activated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. His body immediately regained its mobility. The sword was about to slash Lin Feng's body. At this moment, Lin Feng straightened his index and middle fingers on both hands, while the other 3 fingers were clenched. His hands were in a half-moon shape in front of him. His hands seemed to have some kind of magical power. When the terrifying sword slashed down, it stopped half a meter away from Lin Feng, unable to take another step forward. Lin Feng's current appearance was not a pose, but the weapon control art recorded in the Bing mantra. According to the Bing mantra, Lin Feng's current posture was the most correct one. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to use the sword to its fullest potential. That's why Lin Feng wanted to use the sword to its fullest potential. Weapon control art. The chaotic race cultivator's cold voice came from the sword. This guy was very familiar with the sacred arts that Lin Feng had mastered. He was extremely eager for these sacred arts. He wanted to be able to obtain these sacred arts himself. If he killed Lin Feng and searched Lin Feng's soul, he might be able to obtain these sacred arts. Until now, this guy still felt that he could kill Lin Feng. It was not a difficult thing to do. You're quite knowledgeable. Lin Feng sneered. He was thinking about how to deal with this guy. After all, this person's remnant soul had entered the sword. So it would be very difficult to deal with him. If he could also enter the interior of the treasured sword, it should not be a difficult matter to deal with this fellow. However, how were they supposed to enter? Lin Feng used his divine sense to explore and see if he could find a way to enter the inner space of the treasured sword. It was a pity. Nothing was found. 1. At this moment, the sword began to vibrate again. That powerful shockwave slammed into Lin Feng's body, causing Lin Feng's blood and qi to churn. Lin Feng was trying his best to imprison the sword. With the third sword, I can completely destroy your will. After I obtain your physical body, I will use a special method to refine your physical body. After I refine your physical body, it will become even stronger. The primal chaos cultivator's voice was still cold. The vibrations of the treasured sword became more and more intense. Lin Feng's situation was becoming more and more dangerous. What should he do next? If he were to give up on restraining this sword now, he would definitely suffer an even more terrifying attack. If he continued to persist, Lin Feng felt that his body could not take it anymore. The terrifying vibrations of the treasured sword were still very damaging to his body. Lin Feng was in a dilemma. Brother Feng, let me help you. At this moment, Little Donkey called out. Then, Little Donkey quickly flew over. Lin Feng's spirit was slightly shaken. Could Little Donkey have a way to deal with this treasured sword? Little Donkey's methods were still very shocking, so if Little Donkey really had a way to deal with this treasured sword, Lin Feng would not be too surprised. Soon, Little Donkey flew over. Then, Little Donkey took out an item. It was a porcelain bottle. What is this? Lin Feng asked curiously. Hee, this is good stuff. Little Donkey grinned. This expression was very despicable. In order to prevent the soul fragments of the primal chaos cultivators in the treasured sword from hearing, he transmitted to Lin Feng. This thing is called sulfuric immortal liquid. It has a terrifying corrosive power. It can corrode anything. Lin Feng was shocked. He had heard of this thing before. Rumor had it that sulfuric acid had formed when the epoch was destroyed. After tens of thousands of years of nurturing, a terrifying liquid had formed inside. Someone had given this liquid a very pleasant name, which was what Little Donkey had called sulfuric immortal liquid. But in reality, it was not immortal liquid. This thing was too terrifying. It was much more terrifying than poison. If a cultivator ate this poison, their cultivation would be strong and they would not die in a short time. Once they found an antidote, they would be able to neutralize the poison in their body. But if they ate sulfuric immortal liquid, they would really be in trouble. Sulfuric immortal liquid would instantly corrode their internal organs. They would die in an instant. Furthermore, this was something that was almost unsolvable. There was no way to repair the damage caused by sulfuric immortal liquid. Once they were corroded by sulfuric immortal liquid, it was equivalent to permanent damage. Lin Feng had wanted to get his hands on some sulfuric immortal liquid before. It was better to be prepared. If he carried this thing with him, it would be of great use sooner or later. It was just that this thing had always been a legendary thing. It was really too difficult to find this thing. Lin Feng did not have any clues about this thing. He did not expect Little Donkey to have such a thing. This treasured sword was indeed very powerful. Lin Feng admitted that. Sulfuric immortal liquid was said to be able to corrode everything. But this treasured sword's material was very special. It might not be able to completely destroy this treasured sword. But it should not be a problem to destroy the densely packed runes on the treasured sword, right? The power of a treasured sword was not only related to its material and level, but also the runes imprinted on it played a huge role. Once the runes were destroyed, the treasured sword would not be able to operate. Naturally, its power would not be displayed. Hurry up and do it, Lin Feng transmitted his voice to Little Donkey. Little Donkey understood and quickly uncorked the porcelain bottle. The bottle flipped over and the sulfuric immortal liquid inside immediately flowed out. Actually, this chaotic tribe cultivator did not know what the liquid that flowed out of the bottle was, but this did not stop him from being very wary of it. After all, Little Donkey had come full of confidence. The thing that was used to deal with him was definitely not ordinary. Therefore, the treasured sword vibrated with an unprecedentedly powerful force, trying to break free from Lin Feng's shackles. He had to quickly dodge the falling sulfuric immortal liquid. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and persevered. The powerful vibrations shook Lin Feng so much that he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng was really depressed. It had been a long time since he had been injured like this. But at least he was able to restrain the treasured sword. The sulfuric immortal liquid dripped onto the treasured sword and then quickly flowed on the treasured sword. Wherever the sulfuric immortal liquid passed, all the runes were corroded. Not only were the runes corroded, the treasured sword was also full of holes. The sulfuric immortal liquid had caused fatal damage to the treasured sword. In fact, Lin Feng quite liked this treasured sword. After all, the materials used to forge it were too shocking. It was not an ancient weapon, but it was able to fight against an ancient weapon. This treasured sword was too powerful. Lin Feng felt that if it fell into his hands, he might be able to forge it into an ancient weapon. What a pity, what a pity, what a pity. Now it was destroyed. But there was no other way. After all, if they did not destroy this treasured sword, they would be in danger of dying. Therefore, destroying this treasured sword was something that they had to do. They couldn't put themselves in danger just because of a treasured sword, could they? What is this thing? Why can't it corrode the sword? The chaotic tribe cultivator's terrified cry came from the treasured sword. There were 2 reasons why he could be so fierce. First, he was strong enough. Second, it was because of this treasured sword. He could completely fuse with the treasured sword, and then use the power inside Mount Xianwang to strengthen the treasured sword. At the same time, he could use the Chaos Sword Art's ultimate meaning. He was unbelievably strong. The treasured sword was a carrier, and it was the fundamental guarantee that he could use his strength. If the treasured sword was destroyed, then he wouldn't be able to use his strength. Therefore, he was very anxious. Large amounts of holy light poured out of the treasured sword. The chaotic tribe cultivator wanted to use this special holy light to dissolve the sulfuric immortal liquid. However, he didn't understand how terrifying the sulfuric immortal liquid was. That holy light couldn't do anything to the sulfuric immortal liquid. The sword's body was severely damaged by the sulfuric immortal liquid. The treasured sword's power grew weaker and weaker. It grew weaker and weaker, and in the end it couldn't even vibrate with any power. The treasured sword was completely destroyed by the sulfuric immortal liquid. Moreover, the treasured sword had shrunk from 1,000 meters to a normal 1.5 meters in size. Yuji and the others also came over. Fatso said, "What a pity for such a peerless sword." Yuji said, "It's good that he's fine. This is already the best outcome for us." Xia Dongwang said, "After that guy lost the treasured sword, his threat was greatly reduced." Lin Feng said, "Let me see if I can find a way to enter the treasured sword's inner space." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng tried to use his spiritual will to sense the treasured sword's aura. After carefully sensing it, Lin Feng found the location of the treasured sword's entrance. The main reason was that the treasured sword was severely damaged by the sulfuric immortal liquid, causing the entrance to be exposed. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to find the location of the entrance. Lin Feng directly flew into the treasured sword's inner space. As soon as he entered, he was ambushed by the remnant soul of the chaotic tribe cultivator. However, in his current state, he didn't pose much of a threat to Lin Feng. Lin Feng fought with the remnant soul of the chaotic tribe cultivator. In just a few rounds, he suppressed the remnant soul. Then, Lin Feng brought the remnant soul of the chaotic tribe cultivator out of the treasured sword's inner space. The sword world also disappeared. Lin Feng and the others returned to the belly of the third mountain. Chapter 6293. Fatty, go search this guy's corpse to see if he has a storage ring, Lin Feng said. All right. Fatso grinned. This was his favorite thing to do. They didn't find a storage ring, but they did find a crystal bracelet. I only found this. Fatso waved the crystal bracelet. Lin Feng took the bracelet from Fatso and sensed it carefully. It was a spatial bracelet. The interior of the spatial bracelet was huge. There were all sorts of treasures piled up in it. High-grade immortal stones, for example, were piled up to form mountains of immortal stones. Of course, there were many other treasures. As expected of a cultivator from the Primal Chaos tribe, he had a lot of treasures. Lin Feng looked at the soul of the Primal Chaos tribe cultivator and said, "You've been in Mount Xianwang for such a long time. I'm sure you know many of its secrets, right? Now, tell us the secrets of Mount Xianwang. That way, you'll suffer less pain." The Primal Chaos tribe cultivator looked at Lin Feng with disdain. He sneered at Lin Feng and said, "I'm sure you've heard of the Primal Chaos tribe's reputation? My primordial spirit is stored in the Primal Chaos tribe's primordial spirit lamp palace. Before, even though my physical body was destroyed, my primordial spirit wasn't destroyed. But if you dare try to harm me, the lamp will be able to sense what's going on here. You'll be blacklisted by my clan," said Lin Feng. "All of you may be strong, but you're nothing in front of the ancient Primal Chaos race. You're not even worth mentioning. That's why your best choice is to let me go. I can pretend that nothing happened." The Primal Chaos tribe cultivator's sense of superiority came from his bones. Of course, there was a reason why he was so arrogant and self-righteous. After all, the chaotic tribe was an extremely ancient and powerful tribe. Ordinary people could not afford to offend the chaotic tribe. Compared to the celestial realm, the chaotic Xianwang world was even more mysterious. Some of the races in the chaotic Xianwang world were even more ancient. Therefore, even the heaven realm was incomparably fearful of the chaos Xianhuang world. As the top chaotic tribe in the chaotic black-yellow world, their foundation was naturally unimaginably terrifying. If it were anyone else, they would probably be scared to death at this moment, right? Perhaps he would choose to compromise. Then, he released the Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator. However, and now, this guy just had to meet Lin Feng. So what if he was from the chaotic race? You think I'm afraid? I'm not even afraid of the masters of the 33 heavens. Why would I be afraid of the primal chaos race? You're courting death. Do you still not understand the current situation at a time like this? Lin Feng's face revealed a cold expression. With a flick of his finger, a cluster of heavenly fire flew out and enveloped the remnant soul of the chaotic race cultivator. And then there was the heavenly flame. It began to burn furiously. As the heavenly fire burned, the remnant soul of the Primal Chaos Tribe cultivator was severely injured. It was a fate worse than death. Heavenly fire was definitely the most effective method to deal with a cultivator's soul. It was very difficult for a cultivator's soul to withstand the torture of heavenly fire. Are you going to speak or not? If you don't, I'll make you suffer 10 times more. Do you believe me? Lin Feng sneered as he looked at the remnant soul of the Primal Chaos Tribe cultivator. When dealing with an enemy, there was no room for mercy. If I don't speak, then burn me to death with heavenly fire if you can. Haha, after I die, all of you will become the enemies of the Primal Chaos Tribe. The Primal Chaos Tribe won't let you go. The Primal Chaos Tribe cultivator roared with hatred. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Lin Feng's voice was cold as the heavenly fire's power continued to increase. As the heavenly fire burned more and more fiercely, the Primal Chaos Tribe cultivator's injuries became more and more serious. The pain he was suffering now was more than 10 times more than before. But this guy still showed no signs of relenting. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He didn't choose to search the Primal Chaos Tribe cultivator's soul because Lin Feng knew that there were often some restrictions placed in the souls of these disciples of big families. If he searched his soul, once the restriction sensed it, his soul would be destroyed. By then, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to get any useful information. The safest way was to pry open this guy's mouth. But who would have thought that this guy was so unyielding? After being tortured, he still clenched his teeth and didn't say anything. But Lin Feng didn't believe that this guy could really withstand the pain of heavenly fire burning his soul. He didn't say anything now because the pain caused by the heavenly fire hadn't reached his upper limit. If it reached his upper limit, he wouldn't be worried that he wouldn't say anything. So, Lin Feng continued to increase the power of the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire's power became more and more terrifying. The Primal Chaos Tribe cultivator's remnant soul was suffering more and more damage. Finally, the Primal Chaos Tribe cultivator couldn't take it anymore and started to howl in pain. In the end, he started to beg for mercy. Spare me, I don't want to die. Don't torture me anymore, I'm willing to tell you anything, please spare me. Hearing the Primal Chaos Tribe cultivator's remnant soul begging for mercy, everyone's faces lit up. Said Lin Feng. All right, let's talk about the treasures here, said Lin Feng. The Primal Chaos Tribe cultivator's remnant soul said, there should be a lot of opportunities here, but I only control a part of them. The biggest opportunity is, of course, controlling this Mount Xianhuang. After all, this Mount Xianhuang is too strange and powerful. It's not particularly difficult to kill transcendence, but it's very difficult to control this Mount Xianhuang. For example, it took me a long time to control this Mount Xianhuang. But to be honest, I don't really control this Mount Xianhuang. The reason I say this is because I can only use a part of its power for my own use. But there's no way to activate Mount Xianhuang. Only if I can activate it can I be considered to have complete control over it. The reason I can't control it is probably because I've lost my physical body. How long did it take you to refine this Mount Xianwang? Lin Feng asked. It took about 500 years. The Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator's remnant soul said. That long? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator had indeed spent much more time than he'd expected. But thinking about it carefully, this Mount Xianwang was indeed extraordinary. The Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator had spent so much time refining this Mount Xianwang. In Lin Feng's opinion, there were probably two reasons. The first reason: Mount Xianwang was extraordinary and difficult to control. The second reason: Mount Xianwang was not fated with him. What was fate? Yu Ji had obtained a map of Mount Xianwang. That was fate. It was fate that had been decided by fate. Therefore, if Yu Ji had refined Mount Xianwang, it wouldn't have taken that long. Of course, this was all just Lin Feng's guess. He couldn't say for sure. Did you find anything good in Mount Xianwang? Lin Feng continued asking. The Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator's remnant soul said, I did find something good. For example, something like the Xianwang Grandmother Aura. It's a type of origin energy that was born when the world was first created. I sealed it in a porcelain bottle, and it's in a purple box in my storage bracelet. Lin Feng hurriedly searched with his divine sense and found the purple box. He took it out and opened it. Inside the purple box was a spatial bottle. Lin Feng took it out and sensed it. Sure enough, there was a faint yellow energy stored in the bottle. That should be the Xianwang Grandmother Aura. Lin Feng had heard of this Xianwang Grandmother Aura before. It was an extremely rare cultivation resource that could greatly increase a cultivator's cultivation. There was one thing he had to be careful about. The Xianwang Grandmother Aura didn't just increase a cultivator's cultivation. It could also greatly increase one's soul power. It was a treasure that could increase both one's cultivation and soul power. This kind of treasure was extremely rare, so once it appeared, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. Come, everyone has a share, Lin Feng said with a smile. He divided the Xianwang Grandmother Aura into 5 portions, one for each person. Everyone was extremely happy after obtaining the Xianwang Grandmother Aura. This was a good thing. After refining the mysterious yellow grandmother essence, their cultivation would surely improve by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but feel happy. Let's talk about other opportunities, Lin Feng said. The Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator's remnant soul said, Previously, I also obtained a stone tablet made of Xianwang stone. There are many mysterious runes recorded on it. I don't know what's recorded, but I'm guessing that it's either some peerless divine ability or some shocking secret. Lin Feng began to use his spirit sense to search for the whereabouts of the stone tablet. Because the space inside the bracelet was relatively large, there were too many things. After searching for a while, he finally found the stone tablet. The stone tablet was 5 meters tall, almost 3.5 meters thick. It was dark yellow all over. From the outside, it didn't seem to be special. However, Lin Feng wouldn't underestimate this stone tablet. After all, just now, the remnant soul of the Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator also said that this stone tablet was extraordinary. Lin Feng took out the stone tablet. Everyone stood beside the stone tablet and studied it. The runes on it were indeed very mysterious. Even Lin Feng didn't know what the runes meant. The rest of the people observed for a while. They also didn't know what the runes meant. The remnant soul of the Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator that Lin Feng suppressed saw Lin Feng and the others studying the runes on the Xianwang stone tablet and felt a little disdainful. The Primal Chaos Tribe had many ancient words, runes, and so on. Even he didn't know what these runes meant, let alone Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng asked the Demon Lord to see if the Demon Lord knew these mysterious runes. However, Lin Feng was surprised. Even the Demon Lord didn't know these runes. The Demon Lord was very knowledgeable, but even he didn't know. This showed how mysterious these runes were. "Take it, Lin Feng," said Lin Feng. Yuji looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded and didn't refuse. He was indeed interested in this stone tablet. Lin Feng felt that he might be able to unearth some shocking secrets from this stone tablet. Of course, this would take some time. What other good things are there? Lin Feng looked at the remnant soul of the Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator and asked. The Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator smiled bitterly and said, "I got some good things before, but I used them all." The Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator had lost his physical body and was only left with a remnant soul, but his combat power had increased greatly. Obviously, this had something to do with the opportunity he had gotten. However, there was no point in delving deeper into this matter. Lin Feng thought for a moment and asked, "What about the cultivator you killed? Why don't I see his body?" The Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator's remnant soul said, "Maybe he was afraid of being humiliated by me after death, so his body spontaneously combusted." Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard this. That person really made people feel pity for him. If he had continued to grow smoothly, he would have become a supreme powerhouse who could shake the heavens. However, many times things didn't go as smoothly as expected. In fact, there were many times when things would develop in the opposite direction of one's expectations. The Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator knew that Lin Feng wanted to kill him. He originally thought that he wasn't afraid of death, but the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Staying alive was the most important thing. If he died, everything would be for naught. Even if someone helped him take revenge, could he get his life back? No. "As long as you don't kill me, I can tell you the location of a great opportunity," the Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator's remnant soul said. He knew that if he became a useless person, he would definitely be killed by Lin Feng. Therefore, he had to make himself useful. That way, Lin Feng wouldn't kill him. He did have information about a great opportunity. Back then, he had planned to explore it. However, before he could explore that place, many unexpected things happened. "Tell me more about the opportunity," Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator's remnant soul was overjoyed. This was because he knew that Lin Feng was tempted. He wouldn't have to die. The Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator's remnant soul said, "This opportunity is said to be related to an ancestor of the Imperial family in the Mastermind's world." "Is that true?" Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression on his face. Lin Feng knew very well what the Mastermind's world's Imperial family represented. If he wanted to change the situation of the myriad worlds, he had to destroy the Mastermind's world's Imperial family. Otherwise, he would be destroyed by the Mastermind's world's Imperial family. However, this race had always been mysterious and unfathomable. The outside world didn't know much about this race. Lin Feng also didn't know much about this race. There was a saying, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated." If he didn't know anything about the enemy, or if he knew very little, it would be too difficult to defeat the enemy. If what the Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator said was true, then he might be able to find the weakness of the Mastermind's world's Imperial family from this place. He had to fully understand their clan's weakness. Only then would he be able to defeat their clan in the Great War. If this clan was defeated, even if the Mastermind's world leader and other top experts were alive, they wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. The outcome of a war of this scale couldn't be changed by a few top experts. The remnant soul of the Primal Chaos Tribe Cultivator hurriedly said, "Everything I've said is the truth. I wouldn't dare to hide anything. If I lie, may the heavens strike me with lightning and I'll die a horrible death." "Alright. Wait until we reach the Xianwang realm. Let's have a good talk about finding the opportunity here," Lin Feng said. Then, he suppressed the soul of the Xian Wang cultivator in the four ferocious cauldron. Now that Lin Feng was still in the heaven realm, it was indeed too early to think about finding the opportunity here. Just as he said, it wouldn't be too late to think about finding the opportunity here after reaching the Xian Wang realm. Lin Feng and the others cleaned up the corpses of the cultivators here. Then, they began to cultivate in seclusion in Xian Wang Mountain. Lin Feng refined his portion of the Xian Wang grandmother qi. Lin Feng was originally at the first firmament of the Sage Immortal Realm, but after refining the Xian Wang grandmother qi, his cultivation rose by 3 levels, reaching the fourth firmament of the Sage Immortal Realm. Lin Feng's soul was originally at the 5th firmament of the Sage Immortal Realm, but after refining the Xian Wang grandmother qi, Lin Feng's soul reached the 8th firmament of the Sage Immortal Realm. The Xian Wang grandmother qi was really good stuff. Lin Feng was very happy that his cultivation had increased by so much. Lin Feng was the first to come out of seclusion. Then, Yuji, Xia Dongwang, Fatso, and Little Donkey came out of seclusion one after another. Everyone's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Everyone was overjoyed. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Therefore, it was normal for everyone to be so happy. What do you plan to do next? Lin Feng looked at Yuji. Yuji said, I want to stay here and try to refine this Xian Wang mountain. That was Yuji's choice. Lin Feng had already expected this. Yuji was fated with this place, so there was a high chance that she could smoothly control Xian Wang mountain. In fact, this was the best choice. After all, if Yuji was allowed to cultivate seriously, Lin Feng felt that when the doomsday battle came, Yuji would at most be able to cultivate to the quasi-transcendent realm. She might not even reach that realm. So what if she cultivated to the quasi-transcendent realm? When the doomsday battle came, it would still be extremely dangerous if she didn't have the combat strength of a transcendent realm. However, if she controlled Xian Wang Mountain, it would be completely different. There was a special power inside Xian Wang Mountain that could help Yuji quickly improve her strength. In addition, Xian Wang Mountain itself was terrifying enough. After Yuji took control of Xian Wang Mountain, even if she couldn't kill a Transcendent Realm expert, she would at least have the means to compete with a Transcendent Realm expert. When the time came, she wouldn't be completely helpless against a Transcendent Realm expert. Lin Feng said, Alright, then stay here and cultivate. I hope you can quickly control Xian Wang Mountain. I'll try my best, Yuji said. In fact, Lin Feng was still a little reluctant to part with Yuji. Although his relationship with Yuji wasn't ambiguous. However, the two of them both had signs of this. However, now was not the time to talk about personal feelings. Now, he had to seize the time to improve his cultivation. Or else, when the doomsday battle came, he would become a cannon fodder. Not to mention fighting against the doomsday battle, protecting his lover, family, clansmen, and friends. Lin Feng and the others didn't stay for long. After bidding farewell to Yuji, they quickly rushed outside. When they left, Lin Feng and the others saw the mysterious woman again. She was still squatting there, folding paper boat. She seemed to be repeating this thing. Lin Feng and the others stopped and watched for a while, not disturbing the mysterious woman. The few of them headed outside. At this moment, the woman stood up. She turned around and revealed her beautiful face. She looked in the direction Lin Feng and the others left. Her eyes looked at Lin Feng's back. He gives me a sense of déjà vu. Have I seen him countless years ago? But he doesn't seem to be a reincarnation. Why do I have such a strange feeling? The woman muttered to herself. Chapter 62-94. Lin Feng naturally didn't know what the woman was thinking. The four of them left the Ghost Fog Sea area and then came to a cultivator gathering area on the sea. This sea gathering area was located on an island called Panming Island. This island was bustling with people coming and going. Many cultivators who came to the outer seas would come to this island to rest. On this island, there were all kinds of shops spread out in rows. Recently, the island was holding the Mazu festival, so it was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Many people's faces were filled with cheerful smiles. As the patron saint of the sea, Mazu's status on the sea was indeed very high. It was even higher than Poseidon, the sea god. After all, strictly speaking, Poseidon should belong to the Western Universe Sea area. As for Mazu, she was the Eastern Universe Sea area. Mazu festival was held once every 100 years. At this time, there would be temple fairs and large-scale sacrificial activities. Temple fairs were often very lively because they attracted more people, so many cultivators would set up stalls to sell some things that they didn't need. There was no lack of rare treasures, and cultivators also liked to search in the temple fairs. They wanted to see if they could get some good things. If they really got some good things, naturally it was a very happy thing. And the large-scale sacrificial ceremony of Mazu festival was the most important. It was said that every time there was a sacrifice, a miracle would appear. This was also one of the main reasons why the sacrificial ceremony of Mazu festival could attract a large number of cultivators. After many years of development, the current system of Mazu festival had become very mature. The main forms of Mazu festival could be divided into 5. Temple sacrifice, suburb sacrifice, sea sacrifice, boat sacrifice, and family sacrifice. Temple sacrifice referred to the sacrificial ceremony held within the range of Mazu temple. Its characteristics were standard and rigorous. Suburb sacrifice referred to the setting up of an altar in the suburbs of the city and the form of remote sacrifice to the Mazu goddess. It was usually presided over by the emperor himself. Its characteristics were solemn and dignified. Of course, there was no such thing as an emperor in the overseas world, so the sacrificial ceremony was often held by the people in charge of the overseas cultivator gathering area. Sea sacrifice to Mazu referred to the worship of Mazu by the sea. From the existing sea sacrificial ceremonies in various places, one could see that in the face of the vast waves, prayer flags and banners were raised with the sun, conches were trumpeted, sacrificial texts were chanted, sacrificial music was played, dances were performed, fruits were offered, wine was offered, flowers were offered, and all kinds of folk customs were displayed. Boat sacrifice refers to worshipping the statue of Mazu on the ship. It is a form of worship to the Mazu goddess when going out to sea, when returning home, or when encountering strong winds and waves. Family sacrifice was a way for the believers of Mazu to set up a Mazu god tablet at home. Every first day, the 15th day, or the anniversary of Mazu's birth and ascension to heaven, they would burn incense and worship. The family sacrifice was something that could be done anytime and anywhere. As for this kind of large-scale sacrifice that was held once every 100 years, there were 4 main activities. That was to say, the temple sacrifice, the suburban sacrifice, the sea sacrifice, and the boat sacrifice, which lasted for a month. In fact, when Lin Feng was in the mortal world, he had also seen the activities of worshipping Mazu. However, in terms of scale, it was far from the scale of the heaven realm. The overseas cultivators of the heavenly realm had an almost fanatical worship for Mazu. Mazu was the faith of countless people. Lin Feng and the others first found a place to stay. Then, they planned to go to the temple fair to see if they could find anything good. As there had been too many people coming to participate in the Mazu festival recently, the inns with high-end courtyards were already full. Thus, Lin Feng and the others booked a few ordinary rooms. After washing up, Lin Feng and the others went out to eat. There were many delicacies in the overseas world. After Lin Feng and the others enjoyed a big meal, they walked towards their residence. Because the Mazu festival was about to begin, even at night, the streets were bustling with people. Demonis! At this moment, Little Donkey suddenly shouted. Fatso was shocked and looked forward. Then, his expression changed. Lin Feng also looked over and saw a woman. She was tall and wore a black dress. She had beautiful black hair, fair skin, and a beautiful face. No matter how he looked at her, she looked like a goddess, not a demoness. However, when Fatso saw the woman, he looked very scared. He turned and ran, afraid that the woman would see him. Fatso always wanted to bring a fairy back to be his wife. Because of this, he had caused a lot of trouble. Could it be that the woman just now was the woman Fatso had offended? Thus, it was understandable why Fatso turned and ran when he saw the beautiful woman. Little Donkey also ran away. After they left, the woman seemed to sense something and looked in Lin Feng's direction. However, she did not find anything unusual. His gaze shifted to other places. When Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang returned, Fatso and Little Donkey were not back yet. About 15 minutes later, Fatso and Little Donkey returned. They went to Lin Feng's room. At this moment, Lin Feng was drinking tea with Xia Dongwang. "Who's that woman?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Little Donkey said with lingering fear, "That woman is definitely the most black-hearted woman in the world." If you fall into her hands, you will know what it means to live a life worse than death. Fatty, on the other hand, nodded in agreement. To be able to scare Fatso and Little Donkey, this fearless duo, to such an extent, Lin Feng felt that he might have underestimated the situation. That woman's identity might not be simple. "Who is she?" Lin Feng asked again. Fatso smiled bitterly and said, "She's my sister." Pfft. Lin Feng spat out the mouthful of spirit tea that he had just drunk. F***ck. What kind of joke was this? He had known Fatso for so many years, but he had never heard that he had a sister. Of course, even if he had a sister, wasn't she a little too beautiful? Fatso looked like this. His sister was actually so beautiful? This news was indeed explosive. Xia Dongwang had a very astonished expression as he sized up Fatso. However, after carefully examining Fatso, he did not look too ugly. The main reason was that he was fat. Once he was fat, everything would be ruined. If he could slim down, his appearance should be there. "She's really my sister," Fatso sighed and said. Little Donkey added, "Fatso's sister is called Zhuge Xiao Xiao. Doesn't this name sound very refreshing? Doesn't it sound like the name of a pure, cute, and gentle girl?" Hee, but the actual situation is completely different. This woman is two-faced and ruthless. No one can beat her in terms of tricks, and no one can compare to her in terms of strength. Lin Feng said in surprise, "Is Zhuge Xiao Xiao that powerful?" Little Donkey nodded and said, "Of course she's terrifying. This woman has consumed Firmament's blood, and her body has been modified by it. She even obtained the Firmament's inheritance, so she's incomparably terrifying." Lin Feng said, "The firmament you speak of should be the firmament that was slaughtered back then, right? The 33 heavens. It wasn't always the same. In fact, the 33 heavens would also change. There was a saying, 'The firmament is dead, and the yellow sky shall rise.' It was said that in the earliest days, the firmament was the ruler of the 33 heavens. What was the firmament? It was a vast and boundless world. It had its own will. Later it was buried. Then, the yellow sky replaced it. Of course, the yellow sky was also destroyed later on. Just like that, generation after generation, it was passed down until now. It was unknown how many times the 33-layered heavens had changed. But, no matter how many times it changed, the 33 heavens still stood tall. Of course, Zhuge Xiao Xiao had been able to devour Firmament's blood and obtain the Firmament's inheritance. This was indeed an amazing opportunity. It was no wonder that she was so powerful. Anyone who obtained such an inheritance would definitely be terrifying. Little Donkey said, "That's right. It's the Firmament that was slaughtered back then." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. If that was the case, Fatso's sister might be even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Lin Feng thought to himself, I've long guessed that Fatso's origins are extraordinary, but I've never asked him about it. Now, it seems that my guess has come true. This damned Fatso's origins are indeed extraordinary. However, even if he knew that Fatso's identity was extraordinary, Lin Feng did not intend to ask him about it. From Lin Feng's point of view, he was not befriending Fatso because of the power behind Fatso. Instead, it was Fatso himself who was worth befriending. That was all. If one was too utilitarian, their friendship would become impure. Fatso frowned and said, logically speaking, the demoness shouldn't have appeared here, but she did. Something's not right. She couldn't have come to find me, right? That's possible. Little Donkey said embarrassedly. Lin Feng said, Zhuge Xiaoxiao is your sister after all. What are you afraid of if she comes to find you? Fatso frowned and said, You don't know how scary that demoness is. When I was at home, I was taught a lesson by her every day. It was worse than death. Is it really that bad? Lin Feng asked. Of course it is. Fatso hurriedly nodded and said, That demoness is a pervert. Her mind is twisted, and she takes pleasure in teaching me a lesson. No matter what, I'm still her younger brother. She really doesn't hold back at all. That's why I'm hiding from her as much as I can, hoping that she won't find me. If she does, I'll be in trouble. Damn Fatso, you're talking about me behind my back again. Are you tired of living? As soon as Fatso finished speaking, a cold snort came from outside the room. When Fatso heard the snort, he was so frightened that his body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. Bang! The next moment, the door of the room was kicked open. Zhuge Xiaoxiao, who was tall and slender and had a charming face, walked in. Chapter 62-95. Sister, why are you here? The expression on Fatso's face was uglier than crying. He really wanted to run away now. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. The female devil had already found him. How could he possibly escape? If he really tried to escape, he might not be able to. Once he was caught by the female devil, he would be in trouble. You still know that I'm your sister? Didn't you just call me a female devil? Zhuge Xiaoxiao snorted, not giving Fatso any face. She walked to Fatso's side, grabbed Fatso's ear, and twisted it 365 degrees. Fatso grimaced in pain. Sister, my friend is here, give me some face. Fatso shouted. Hee, most likely a bunch of bad friends. Zhuge Xiaoxiao sneered. Lin Feng rubbed his teeth, thinking that his sister's words were too harsh. How did he become a bunch of bad friends? Forget it, he couldn't be bothered to argue so much with a woman. Arguing so much with a woman would make him seem too narrow-minded. Fatso obviously didn't have any status in front of his sister. In front of his sister there was nothing but fear, and he didn't dare to speak. As for Little Donkey, this topic of conversation, he had already shut his mouth when Zhuge Xiaoxiao arrived, not daring to say another word. It seemed that he was also filled with fear towards Zhuge Xiaoxiao. Fatso rolled his eyes. Then he said, Sister, I haven't seen you for a while, and I find that you've become even more beautiful. Lin Feng laughed in his heart. This damn Fatso really knew how to play tricks. He knew that women liked to hear others say that they were beautiful. So, Fatso kept praising Zhuge Xiaoxiao's beauty. Sure enough, Zhuge Xiaoxiao's face couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. Women, they all have vanity. However, Zhuge Xiaoxiao said, Don't think that you can buy me off with a few flattering words. I'm telling you, I came here under the orders of my clan. I must bring you back. A bitter smile appeared on the fatty's face. He said, Sis, why do you have to make me go back? I'm not very useful, and I don't have any ambitions. Why don't you go back yourself? I can't help but want to beat you up when I see how sloppy you are. Can't you have some backbone? Zhuge Xiaoxiao looked as if she had expected better from Fatso. She punched him 3 times, causing Fatso to wail in pain. Fatso hurriedly shouted, "Don't hit him. Really, don't hit him. If you continue, he'll die. I'll listen to you, okay?" At least you know your place. Zhuge Xiaoxiao snorted coldly. She didn't make things difficult for Fatso anymore and let go of Fatso. Fatso said, "Sis, it's not easy for you to come out, so there's no need to go back so quickly. Why don't we wait for a while before going back?" "No. We'll leave tomorrow," Zhuge Xiaoxiao said. Fatso continued to persuade her. "Look at how lively the Mazu festival is outside. Don't you want to participate in it? You might be able to find something good at the temple fair. What do you think?" Zhuge Xiaoxiao thought about it and finally nodded. "All right, let's stay here for a while then. However, you'd better behave yourself during this time. Don't try to play any tricks, or I won't forgive you." Fatso hurriedly promised, "I've decided to behave myself. Besides, you're here, sis. How would I dare to play any tricks?" Zhuge Xiaoxiao nodded, then looked at Lin Feng and said, "If I'm not wrong, you're that guy called Lin Feng, right? Fatso mentioned you before." Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right, it's me." Zhuge Xiaoxiao said, "Fatso used to be very obedient, but now he's become very dishonest. It's most likely because of you, so stay away from him in the future. You don't seem to be able to interfere with my dealings with Fatso, right?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "Heh." Zhuge Xiaoxiao sneered and said, "What if I insist on interfering?" Her gaze towards Lin Feng sharpened. This woman. She obviously liked to use force to solve everything. However, Lin Feng didn't fall for it. Fatso saw that something was wrong, so he looked at Zhuge Xiaoxiao and said, "Zhuge Xiaoxiao, don't go too far. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? If you continue to use such a tone to treat my friend, I'll fall out with you." "Damn, Fatso, you've grown up, haven't you? You're asking for a beating, aren't you? You actually dare to call me by my full name? And you dare to talk back to me? Do you believe that I won't cut you down right now?" Zhuge Xiaoxiao didn't give Fatso any face. From the moment she appeared, she kept calling him Fatso and Fatso. She didn't even call him her little brother. Unfortunately, Fatso was afraid of Zhuge Xiaoxiao. It seemed that he had been oppressed for too long. Miserable Fatso. It was not an easy task to turn the tables around and sing, "Demonis, don't force me. If you force me, I can do anything," Fatso said fiercely. Zhuge Xiaoxiao looked coldly at Fatso, then at Lin Feng. In the end, she chose to compromise. She said, "Brother, I'm your sister. I won't harm you." Fatso nodded, but didn't say anything. Zhuge Xiaoxiao looked at Xia Donghuang and said, "Get me a room." Xia Donghuang couldn't be bothered with Zhuge Xiaoxiao. This infuriated Zhuge Xiaoxiao greatly. "Are you asking for a beating?" Fatso quickly said, "I'll go." Fatso quickly went to get a room for Zhuge Xiaoxiao. After getting a room, he came back. Zhuge Xiaoxiao knew that she wasn't welcome, so she went back to her room. "This sister of yours is really not very likable." Lin Feng frowned slightly. It wasn't as if Lin Feng hadn't seen powerful women before. For example, the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy was a decisive person. However, he was definitely not someone who would do whatever he wanted just because he had the strength to back it up. What about Zhuge Xiaoxiao? She was very strong. Perhaps she was born into a noble family. She had a strong sense of superiority. She did things without any scruples. This kind of personality was naturally not likable. Fatso smiled bitterly and said, "She's such a person. She never cares about the feelings of others. Give me some face and don't lower yourself to her level." Lin Feng smiled. "From the beginning to the end, I didn't lower myself to her level," said Lin Feng. Fatso thought about it and realized that it was true. He knew Lin Feng too well. If Lin Feng really wanted to argue with Zhuge Xiaoxiao about this, he wouldn't be nice to her. Fatso said, "Actually, thinking about it carefully, my sister hasn't had it easy all these years." Lin Feng knew that Fatso was about to tell him about himself. He didn't interrupt. At this time, the best way was to be a listener. Fatso said, "When I was very young, my mother died. My father was busy with many things in the clan, so he didn't have time to take care of us. At that time, my sister was only about 14 or 15 years old, and I was about 6 or 7 years old. My father was too busy, and without my mother's protection, he was naturally bullied by the other children in the clan. Every time, my sister would step forward. Perhaps it was because she didn't want to be bullied, so she disguised herself as she is now. She has a bad temper and is easily provoked. More importantly, she wanted to let others know that she's not to be trifled with so that they wouldn't dare to bully her. In my impression, my sister was very brave. When some of the older children in the clan bullied me, my sister would immediately rush over. Even if she couldn't beat them, she wouldn't retreat. She was like an angry leopard. Over time, the other people in the clan didn't dare to bully us anymore. As for me, because of my personality, I was lazy and didn't have much ambition. My sister wanted me to be above others, so she was very strict with me. Therefore, when I was about 10 years old, my sister began to use her method to urge me to cultivate. "Did she punch and kick you?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Fatso nodded and said, "My sister often said that a filial son is born under a rod, and a strict teacher can produce outstanding disciples. Therefore, her method was very direct and very violent. I used to hate this kind of lifestyle, but after I grew up, I slowly understood her. Although I still don't like this kind of lifestyle where I was forced to cultivate, I don't blame her. It hasn't been easy for her these past few years." After hearing Fatso's words, Lin Feng's impression of Zhuge Xiaoxiao changed a lot. The appearance of a person on the surface. It might not be his or her true appearance. Many times, many people needed to use another person to hide their true self. For example, Zhuge Xiaoxiao might be the same. Lin Feng said, "It's good that you can understand this, but we really need to work hard now. After all, the era we live in is different from other eras. We can't afford to delay." "Yes." Fatso nodded. The night gradually deepened. Zhuge Xiaoxiao was lying on the bed. Her spiritual sense was sharp, and she could hear some of the conversations in Lin Feng's room diagonally opposite. "It's good that you can understand, my silly brother," Zhuge Xiaoxiao muttered to herself. Perhaps she was really tired, so not long after, Zhuge Xiaoxiao closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Mazu Festival officially began. Outside, gongs and drums shook the sky. All kinds of sacrificial activities began. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Lin Feng and the others went to the temple fair. The temple fair was crowded with people. It was really lively. On both sides of the street, there were all kinds of stalls. In the shops on both sides, there were also good things that had been prepared for a long time on the counter. Lin Feng, Xia Donghuang, Fatso, Little Donkey, and Zhuge Xiaoxiao came to the temple fair together. They strolled around. Zhuge Xiaoxiao probably didn't come to this kind of place very often, so she was curious about many things. She kept looking left and right. However, Zhuge Xiaoxiao was beautiful, and this kind of ignorant look was very cute. Of course, if it were a less beautiful woman looking left and right, perhaps it would be like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, making a fool of herself. That was how society was. They had good looks. They could be willful. They didn't have good looks. Most of the time, they were miserable. Although there were some good things on the stalls, there was basically nothing that could really interest Lin Feng and the others. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others only looked and didn't buy. Lin Feng found that there were even some Taoist priests at the temple fair. These Taoist priests also set up their stalls. There was a couplet in front of each Taoist priest's stall. One of the Taoist priest's couplet read. The first line was, 5,000 years, there is nothing I don't know. The second line was, how many things in the past and present are in the heart. The horizontal line was, erudite and knowledgeable. This couplet was awesome. It attracted many people to have their fortunes told. Another Taoist priest's couplet was also very awesome. The first line was, past, present, future. The second line was, past life, present life, reincarnation. The horizontal line was, omniscient. This couplet was even more awesome than the Taoist priest's couplet just now. Zhuge Xiaoxiao was probably more interested in fortune-telling. Therefore, she wanted to have her fortune told. However, she was stopped by Fatso. They're all liars, Fatso said. Zhuge Xiaoxiao nodded and didn't say anything else. However, Lin Feng saw that Zhuge Xiaoxiao was a little disappointed. He smiled and said, Fairy Xiaoxiao, if you want to find someone to tell your fortune, you can look for me. I've studied fortune-telling before, and although I'm only a dabbler, I'm much better than these Taoist priests who can't tell the truth. You? I think you should forget about it. Zhuge Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. Lin Feng smiled and didn't think much of it. Fairy, please wait. At that moment a voice sounded. Lin Feng and the others stopped. Everyone turned around and saw that it was an old Taoist priest who called out to Zhuge Xiaoxiao. There was also a couplet hanging on the old Taoist priest's stall. The first line was, judging yin and yang, breaking the 5 elements, looking at the sun and moon in the palm. The second line was, measuring feng shui, exploring the Buddha's body, taking the universe in the sleeve. The horizontal line was, God who saves the world. Chapter 6296. Divination Technique. It wasn't that they couldn't be trusted, but they couldn't be trusted completely. Especially now, there were very few true experts. Most of them were people who were fishing for fame. They had some halo and did some tricks to deceive people. For example, the fortune-telling stalls at the temple fair. There were true Taoist priests. There were also fake Taoist priests. Of course, since they dared to set up stalls here, it meant that they had some ability. However, even if they had some ability, they were far from the ability to read people's fortunes. Bo Qianchen, ancient and modern. That would shorten one's lifespan. Therefore, cultivators with great ability wouldn't read people's fortunes. For example, Lin Feng. He cultivated the connate 8 trigrams and new divination technique. Lin Feng was being modest when he said that he was a dabbler. Lin Feng's level was actually not low. But even so, Lin Feng still wouldn't read people's fortunes easily. He wouldn't even read his own fortune easily. The main reason was that this kind of thing would be punished by the heavens and damage one's virtue. It was better to be careful. Of course, not all fortune-tellers were liars. In fact, there were still some amazing people who would read people's fortunes. Probably because they saw that some people had some fate with them, they would read their fortunes. This way, they wouldn't damage their virtue and wouldn't be punished by the heavens. However, how many people were fated to be with him? There was another situation. Some people might find it quite boring, so they would occasionally read people's fortunes. Occasionally, they would do a few divinations. The impact on cultivators wasn't particularly great, but one had to be careful. There was a critical point in everything that needed to be balanced. Don't break this balance. Otherwise, there would be trouble. It was the same for fortune-telling. The old Taoist priest called out to Zhuge Xiaoxiao, which made people ponder. Why did he call out to Zhuge Xiaoxiao out of so many people? Could it be that this old Taoist priest was very impressive? He was fated to meet Zhuge Xiaoxiao, so he wanted to perform a divination for her? Lin Feng couldn't figure it out. But it could also be because Zhuge Xiaoxiao was too beautiful. She attracted the old Taoist priest's attention? Damn. What an evil idea! What a sin! Is the Taoist priest calling me? Zhuge Xiaoxiao looked at the old Taoist priest and asked. That's right. The old Taoist nodded with a smile, looking like an immortal. How should I address you? Zhuge Xiaoxiao asked. The old Taoist said, This old Taoist calls himself Master Chong Kong. This Taoist name gave off an unfathomable feeling. Why did you stop me, Taoist? Zhuge Xiaoxiao asked. I sensed something in the unseen world. Today, I will perform a divination for you for free. The old Taoist said. Oh, there's a fortune-telling that doesn't cost money. Fatso looked at the old Taoist suspiciously. Then he turned to Zhuge Xiaoxiao and said, Sister, don't listen to this Taoist priest. Let's go. Zhuge Xiaoxiao glared at Fatso and said, Get lost. Don't disturb my divination. What do you want? Fatso asked. Zhuge Xiaoxiao said, I think it's fun. Fine, I lose to you. Fatso said helplessly. Previously, Zhuge Xiaoxiao had wanted to get her fortune told at other divination stalls, but Fatso said that those fortune-tellers were all scammers, so Zhuge Xiaoxiao gave up on the idea. Now that someone was taking the initiative to read Zhuge Xiaoxiao's fortune, Fatso couldn't stop Zhuge Xiaoxiao even if he wanted to. Wasn't it just a divination? He could just treat it as entertainment. Zhuge Xiaoxiao walked to the divination stall and said, Then I'll have to trouble you to read my fortune for me. The old Taoist sat on a stool and took out a bamboo tube. There were all kinds of bamboo sticks in the tube. The old Taoist said, Shake it 3 times. Zhuge Xiaoxiao found it novel. She held the bamboo tube with both hands and shook it with all her might. A bamboo stick fell out of the hole. Zhuge Xiaoxiao held it in her hand and saw 4 sentences written on it. When the lotus leaves grow, the spring regrets. When the lotus leaves wither, the autumn regrets. Knowing deeply that the body is always there. Looking at the sound of the river. These 4 sentences were a poem. However, when it came to divination, one couldn't just look at the words. There were many things to pay attention to. Zhuge Xiaoxiao glared at Fatso behind her and said, Get lost. Fatso smiled embarrassedly. She walked towards Lin Feng and the others in the distance. Zhuge Xiaoxiao handed the bamboo stick to the old Taoist. She asked, Taoist, please help me remove the stick. The old Taoist smiled and said, This is a marriage stick. What? Zhuge Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Her pretty face blushed slightly. Then, she lowered her voice and said, Are you kidding me? I didn't ask for a marriage stick. The old Taoist smiled and said, Fate is destined by the heavens. Whether you ask for it or not, it will appear. Zhuge Xiaoxiao's expression became a little uncertain. It seemed like she was shy, angry, and some other emotions. She had a bad temper. No one dared to disobey her. She would immediately explode. But what was her inner world like? In reality, her outer strength was just to hide her inner weakness. After all of this was related to her childhood experience. At that time, in order to not be bullied, she had to arm herself. No matter how afraid she was, she had to be strong. How do I remove this stick? Zhuge Xiaoxiao lowered her voice and asked. She felt her heart beating faster. Perhaps, in the dead of night, she also thought about some things between men and women. After all, which girl didn't yearn for love? But as she slowly grew up, these things were thrown to the back of her mind. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. But now, a hole was opened in his closed heart. It was like a flood breaking through a dam. Out of control. I've searched for him thousands of times, but he's in the dim light. The old Taoist smiled and said, What do you mean? Zhuge Xiaoxiao asked. Don't say anything more. Don't say anything more. The old Taoist had an unfathomable expression. Thank you for removing the stick, Taoist. Here are 100 high-grade immortal stones. Consider it your reward. Zhuge Xiaoxiao took out 100 high-grade immortal stones and placed them on the table. Heavens, 100 high-grade immortal stones! How rich! Many people in the surroundings exclaimed. 100 high-grade immortal stones were equivalent to 10,000 ordinary immortal stones. A few ordinary immortal stones were enough for a divination. But Zhuge Xiaoxiao gave the old Taoist 100 high-grade immortal stones, and they were so precious. Naturally, this shocked everyone. The other Taoists at the divination stall looked at the old Taoist with envy. It was true that people of the same trade were enemies. The old Taoist's eyes were wide open. Damn! What a huge sum of money! He kept the 100 high-grade immortal stones without a trace. Zhuge Xiaoxiao met up with Lin Feng, Fatso, and the others. Fatso said unhappily, "Sis, I understand now. That Taoist said he didn't want money, but he was retreating in order to advance. He knows you have money, and with your status, how could you let others work for nothing? Just a small tip would be a huge sum for many people, so you were cheated by that Taoist." Zhuge Xiaoxiao said, "Even money can't buy my willingness." Fatso said, "Sis, you're really generous. As expected of my sister. But sis, I'm very poor right now. You're so rich, so you can help me out a little. Why give it to others? Don't you know the principle of keeping the goodies within the family? You're poor? Fatso, do you want me to look through your storage ring and see if you're poor?" Zhuge Xiaoxiao glared at Fatso. No, just pretend I didn't say anything," Fatso quickly said. He didn't dare to let Zhuge Xiaoxiao look through his storage ring. It wasn't like this hadn't happened before. In fact, it had happened many times. Every time Zhuge Xiaoxiao looked through his storage ring, countless treasures would disappear from his storage ring every time. Fatso. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Zhuge Xiaoxiao snorted and ignored Fatso. Fatso heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Feng and the others strolled around the temple fair for a long time. They had lunch on the street where the temple fair was located. Lin Feng didn't see anything that caught his eye, so he didn't buy anything. Fatso, Little Donkey, and Xia Dongwang bought a few things that they could use. As for Zhuge Xiaoxiao, she bought many things. Lin Feng even saw her buy some rouge and face powder. Women. Sure enough, everyone loved to look beautiful. Even someone like Zhuge Xiaoxiao, who was easily angered and looked quite valiant, was the same. Everyone has a love for beauty. This sentence was indeed reasonable. In the afternoon, the demon lord saw something in a shop and asked Lin Feng to buy it for him. This item was very special. It was a purple amber. Lin Feng observed it carefully and found that there seemed to be a small black bug sealed inside the purple amber. However, Lin Feng didn't know what that bug was. Lin Feng thought. What the demon lord really saw was the special bug inside the amber. The demon lord didn't explain to Lin Feng why he wanted this item, and Lin Feng didn't ask the demon lord either. After a day of shopping, Lin Feng didn't find anything. However, before he left, he heard a piece of news. It said that in the day after tomorrow, a powerhouse beyond the realm would come. This powerhouse beyond the realm would take out some good things to trade at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Now, some of the things had already been leaked. One of the things caught Lin Feng's attention. This thing was a black tortoise primordial spirit. The black tortoise primordial spirit was related to the 9 Emperors' avatar. Back then, Lin Feng obtained the 9 Emperors diagram and used the secret techniques recorded in the 9 Emperors diagram to forge the 9 Emperors avatar. In Lin Feng's early cultivation career, the 9 Emperors avatar was of great help to Lin Feng. Now, in the 9 Emperors avatar, Lin Feng awakened the golden-winged rock avatar, the Qiongqi avatar, the white tiger avatar, the heavenly eye demon snake avatar, the great radiant angel avatar, and the immortal phoenix avatar. The other 3 avatars, the black tortoise avatar, the Taotai avatar, and the void beast avatar, had not awakened. Awakening an avatar could enhance part of the avatar's ability. For example, the reason why Lin Feng's speed was so fast was related to the awakening of the golden-winged rock avatar. The reason why Lin Feng was able to cultivate the Phoenix Grimoire was closely related to the awakening of the immortal Phoenix avatar by Lin Feng. Of course, what Lin Feng valued the most was not the ability that these avatars gave him. What Lin Feng valued the most was the secret hidden in the Nine Emperors painting. When the Nine Emperors painting was first refined, it was the number 1 emperor weapon. Many people would think that the level of the Nine Emperors painting was so low. This kind of thinking was actually wrong, because the Nine Emperors painting was refined in the early days of the epoch. In the early days of the epoch, the new cultivation system was still being explored. Even the cultivation system had not been perfected. The realm of the cultivators was also increasing during the exploration. The emperor weapon at that time, it was considered the best Dharma treasure. Moreover, the Dharma treasures at that time had an extremely important characteristic, and that was their strong growth potential. As everyone knew, the level of the Dharma treasure's growth potential was inseparable from its own growth potential. Generally speaking, the higher the growth potential of the Dharma treasure, the higher the final level it could reach. Just like cultivators, the growth potential of the Dharma treasure was equivalent to the talent of the cultivator. The common characteristic of the Dharma treasures at the early days of the epoch was that their growth potential was ridiculously high. Therefore, the Nine Emperors painting continued to grow over the years. Unfortunately, the Nine Emperors painting had fallen into a dormant state. Lin Feng had obtained the Nine Emperors painting when he was young, but he still had not been able to awaken it. In order to awaken the Nine Emperors painting, he had to first awaken all the Nine Emperors clones. Therefore, when Lin Feng knew that the expert had a black tortoise primordial spirit in his hands, he was very happy. All these years, he had been searching for the remaining 3 primordial spirits, but he had not been able to find them. However, his luck was not bad this time. Lin Feng and the others returned to their residence after dinner. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng took out the Nine Emperors painting. He slowly unfolded the Nine Emperors painting and saw the 9 Saint Emperors drawn on it. One Saint Emperor had the body of a snake and the head of a human, with 3 eyes. One Saint Emperor was the size of a cow, with the appearance of a tiger, with the fur of a hedgehog and wings. One Saint Emperor looked like a human, but had 18 pairs of wings. One Saint Emperor was the shape of a great rock. One Saint Emperor had the body of a tiger, snow white all over, and was a white tiger. One Saint Emperor was surrounded by flames, and was a phoenix reborn from the flames. One Saint Emperor was the shape of a qilin, with a huge mouth that could swallow a star. One Saint Emperor was a huge beast, extremely huge, and could travel through the void. It was the legendary Void Beast. One Saint Emperor was a spiritual creature formed from a combination of a turtle and a snake, and was called the Black Tortoise. Lin Feng sensed the aura of the 9 Saint Emperors. However, the 9 Saint Emperors were still in a dormant state. When Lin Feng completely awakened the 9 Emperors clones, he could merge them into the 9 Emperors painting, and the 9 Emperors painting would gradually awaken. Late at night, suddenly Lin Feng felt a special aura enter the inn that they were staying in. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His spiritual consciousness was very sharp, so he could feel that special aura. In fact, that special aura formed a very weak wave. If it were someone else, it would be very difficult to sense. Suddenly, that aura seemed to have locked onto a certain room, and then it released a dense killing intent. Who was that aura targeting? Lin Feng could not help but think. However, it was better to avoid trouble. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him, so it was better not to poke his nose into other people's business. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng revealed a strange expression. This was because he realized that the aura that contained killing intent contained an extremely terrifying power. That terrifying power. It entered Zhuge Xiaoxiao's room. Someone was secretly targeting Zhuge Xiaoxiao. You want to kill Zhuge Xiaoxiao without anyone noticing? Zhuge Xiaoxiao was very vigilant. She woke up and could not help but snort coldly, wanting to destroy the strange power that had attacked her. However, she only managed to destroy a portion of the power. The remaining portion of his power quickly retreated. Then, Zhuge Xiaoxiao quickly flew out. The person who came is not simple. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. He also quickly left the room and went outside. After all, she was Fatso's sister. He could not just stand by and do nothing, right? When Lin Feng came outside, he saw two cultivators standing on the roof of a 5-story building not far away. Two women. One was Zhuge Xiaoxiao. The other woman was someone he did not recognize. The one who wanted to sneak attack Zhuge Xiaoxiao was that woman? Lin Feng did not expect this. There was a saying that went, "Why should a woman make things difficult for another woman?" Could it be a love rival? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. He originally thought that Zhuge Xiaoxiao would fight with that woman, but the two of them did not fight. They seemed to be talking about something. However, Lin Feng felt the killing intent emanating from their bodies. These two people, although they had not fought yet, they could fight at any time. Lin Feng frowned slightly because he discovered that there were some experts hiding in the dark, scattered around. Those people hid very well. They were very good at hiding in the void, and their target was Zhuge Xiaoxiao. Instantly, Lin Feng understood what was going on. The woman was in charge of attracting Zhuge Xiaoxiao's attention, while the others hid in the dark, preparing to sneak attack Zhuge Xiaoxiao. Zhuge Xiaoxiao or this stupid woman. To think that she did not notice. Thankfully, yours truly had followed her out. Otherwise, something would have happened. Swish. Lin Feng disappeared. In the next moment, Lin Feng arrived at the place where a cultivator was hiding. That cultivator was hidden in the void. When Lin Feng arrived, he used his palm as a saber and slashed at that cultivator. That cultivator had not expected that someone would appear out of nowhere. He was caught off guard. He wanted to defend against Lin Feng's attack, but it was too late. He was killed by Lin Feng right away. Lin Feng did the same. He killed 7 cultivators who were hiding in the surroundings in a row. When the woman who was standing on the roof to attract Zhuge Xiaoxiao's attention saw that her people did not make a move for a long time, she knew that something must have gone wrong. Otherwise, there was no way they would have waited for so long. Zhuge Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, attacked that female cultivator. That female cultivator had a gloomy expression and did not fight Zhuge Xiaoxiao head-on. Instead, she quickly left the place. Zhuge Xiaoxiao also did not continue to chase after that female cultivator. She coldly snorted and flew back to her residence. When she arrived outside the restaurant, she saw someone standing under the lantern outside. The light was a bit dim, but Zhuge Xiaoxiao could clearly see that person's appearance. It was Lin Feng. "What are you doing here?" Zhuge Xiaoxiao asked. "Came out to take a breather." Lin Feng replied. "Coming out to take a breather in the middle of the night? Are you crazy?" Zhuge Xiaoxiao curled her lips. Lin Feng wanted to laugh and cry. This woman really had a sharp tongue. Some of the things she said were not very likable. "It's late, let's rest early," Lin Feng said and took the lead to walk inside. The smell of blood. Zhuge Xiaoxiao frowned. She was very sensitive and smelled the smell of blood on Lin Feng's body. Then, she saw that Lin Feng's body seemed to be stained with some blood. She instantly thought of something. That bitch ambushed someone in the dark and he helped me deal with it? Zhuge Xiaoxiao was a bit absent-minded. Under the dim light, Lin Feng's back seemed to be a bit special. She suddenly thought of the lot that the old Taoist had drawn during the day. "I searched for him thousands of times, but that person was at the waning light. Wasn't he just at the waning light, waiting for her to return? Chapter 62-97. The next day, Lin Feng did not go out again. Fatso and the rest were not interested in strolling around and rested in the inn. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. An expert who had surpassed his realm would definitely be able to take out a lot of good things. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to it. As for Lin Feng, he was even more determined to win this deal. Fatso and the rest were drinking tea at Lin Feng's place for most of the day. Fatso also went to call Zhuge Xiaoxiao, but Zhuge Xiaoxiao did not come. If she did not come, then so be it. This woman had such a bad temper. If he really angered her while talking, she wasn't going to show him any mercy. Wouldn't she fall out with him at any time? She would not care if you lost face or not. Therefore, Zhuge Xiaoxiao did not come to drink tea together. It seemed to be good. At least he did not have to worry about Zhuge Xiaoxiao suddenly exploding. Fatso and the rest did not know what happened last night. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to ask Fatso if he knew who Zhuge Xiaoxiao's enemy was, but after thinking about it, he did not ask about it in the end because Lin Feng felt that Fatso most likely did not know about Zhuge Xiaoxiao's matter. After asking, it would only increase Fatso's worry. Zhuge Xiaoxiao was Fatso's sister. If she felt that she should tell Fatso about this matter, then he did not need to say anything at all. Zhuge Xiaoxiao would take the initiative to tell Fatso. A day passed quickly. On the day of the trade fair, Lin Feng and the rest woke up early. After breakfast, they set off to Heavenly Treasure Pavilion together. Zhuge Xiaoxiao was as beautiful and charming as ever, but her temper was too bad. In addition, Zhuge Xiaoxiao was his best friend's sister. Therefore, Lin Feng did not want to provoke Zhuge Xiaoxiao. But on the way to Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Lin Feng felt that Zhuge Xiaoxiao looked at him strangely. Lin Feng couldn't tell exactly what kind of gaze it was, but he felt that Zhuge Xiaoxiao was different from before. When Lin Feng looked at Zhuge Xiaoxiao retracted her gaze. However, Lin Feng didn't think too much about Zhuge Xiaoxiao. His current focus was mainly on the trade fair. A trade fair like this, usually it was done through bartering. In truth, the black tortoise origin spirit wasn't that precious. After all, to many people, it wasn't that useful. But to the cultivators who could use it, it was a priceless treasure. Lin Feng did not know what the other party wanted to exchange the black tortoise primordial spirit for. He hoped that he had something that the other party needed. Before long, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was located at the Temple Fair. It was a top-notch and precious building. The things sold there were usually very expensive. Naturally, not everyone was qualified to participate in a trade fair organized by a transcendent realm expert. Or they were born in a powerful force and were extremely wealthy, or their cultivation level was strong enough. If they wanted to enter with their own strength, they had to be at least in the Saint realm. Lin Feng and the others naturally had no problem entering. They entered the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, and a maidservant led Lin Feng and the others upstairs. There was a relatively large conference hall on the 5th floor. Everyone arrived at the conference hall on the 5th floor. The conference hall could accommodate about 1,000 people. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, there were already about 100 cultivators gathered here. Moreover, there were still many cultivators arriving one after another. Many of them obviously knew each other. Therefore, they were all greeting each other. Lin Feng and the others found a place to sit down and waited patiently. Zhuge Xiaoxiao glanced at Lin Feng from time to time out of the corner of her eyes. She did it very discreetly. Lin Feng was thinking about the trade fair and didn't notice it. Fatso, on the other hand, was flipping through the booklet that someone gave him. There were some trade items on it, and he also didn't notice Zhuge Xiaoxiao's little movements. As for Xia Donghuang, he was sitting on the left side of Lin Feng. In between them were Fatso and Little Donkey. On the far right was Zhuge Xiaoxiao. They were a little further apart and didn't notice Zhuge Xiaoxiao's little movements. However, Little Donkey noticed it. Little Donkey kept looking around. At first, when Little Donkey noticed Zhuge Xiaoxiao glancing to the left, it was shocked, thinking that Zhuge Xiaoxiao didn't like it. She wanted to teach it a lesson. However, it soon realized that wasn't the case. Zhuge Xiaoxiao wasn't targeting it. Then who was Zhuge Xiaoxiao looking at? It definitely wasn't Fatso. It couldn't be Xia Donghuang either. Little Donkey knew that Xia Donghuang ignored Zhuge Xiaoxiao when she asked him to book a room for her. Therefore, Zhuge Xiaoxiao had always had a problem with Xia Donghuang. In that case, there was only one possibility left now. Zhuge Xiaoxiao glanced at Brother Feng from the corner of her eyes. Could it be that Zhuge Xiaoxiao wants to deal with Brother Feng? That was Little Donkey's first thought. However, Little Donkey soon discovered something that puzzled it because it didn't feel any hostility from Zhuge Xiaoxiao. In other words, Zhuge Xiaoxiao didn't want to deal with Brother Feng, but if Zhuge Xiaoxiao didn't want to deal with Brother Feng, then why did Zhuge Xiaoxiao keep glancing at Brother Feng from the corner of her eyes? Could it be that she likes Brother Feng? F***CK. A major discovery. Little Donkey felt like its heart was about to jump out of its chest. The she-devil likes Brother Feng? It can't be true, right? It looks like it might be true. I actually discovered the she-devil's secret. If the she-devil finds out, she won't kill me to silence me, right? Little Donkey suddenly became afraid. I'd better pretend I don't know. This matter will rot in my heart. I can't even tell Fatso. Because Fatso is a blabbermouth. If I tell Fatso about this, what if Fatso tells the she-devil about this? Wouldn't I be in trouble then? Little Donkey stared ahead without blinking, praying that the trade fair would start soon. More and more cultivators arrived one after another. There were even cultivators from the lost races of the epoch, otherworldly beings, and the behind-the-scenes world. After all, this was a trade fair hosted by a powerhouse who transcended realms. It was normal for these cultivators to be attracted. In the end, there were about 400 people who came. Then, the doors to the trade hall closed. A middle-aged cultivator walked out from the back hall. That middle-aged cultivator wasn't a cultivator who had a higher cultivation level than him. Even though the fair was organized by a cultivator who had a higher cultivation level than him, Lin Feng didn't think that cultivator would show up. What kind of social status did he have? He could just send someone here. There was no need for him to show up. The middle-aged cultivator cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, everyone, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the trade fair hosted by my master. I'm Sun Xingyu. I'm here to host this trade fair on behalf of my master." This was something that many people had expected. Sun Xingyu didn't waste any time. He directly ordered someone to bring out the first item. The first item was a 7-colored stone. This 7-colored stone was very special. It seemed to contain 7 types of powerful and unique energy. Good stuff. Lin Feng squinted his eyes as he looked at the 7-colored stone. He didn't know what it was. However, Lin Feng still had a discerning eye. He could tell at a glance that this 7-colored stone was definitely extraordinary. What a strange 7-colored stone. I can feel a powerful energy from it. It seems to be the fusion of 7 different types of energy. The fusion of different types of energy should cause a self-explosion, but this 7-colored stone didn't. Therefore, this 7-colored stone is definitely an extraordinary treasure. A cultivator said, "I just don't know what it's used for. What does he want to exchange it for?" Then, a cultivator said aloud, "A 7-colored stone. It was too attractive. After all, it was a treasure with a good start." Even if they didn't know the origin of this 7-colored stone, they could still guess how extraordinary this seven-colored stone was. Therefore, many people were very interested in this seven-colored stone. Of course, interest was interest. It was hard to say whether they could obtain this seven-colored stone. Everyone was waiting for Sun Xingyu to introduce this seven-colored stone to them. Sun Xingyu didn't keep them in suspense. He smiled and said, "Everyone, the first item is called a seven-colored immortal stone. This seven-colored immortal stone is a special material from 5 eras ago. If you can find 5-colored soil and combine it with the seven-colored immortal stone, you can forge an ancient weapon-level treasure." Hiss, after hearing Sun Xingyu's explanation, gasps could be heard in the conference hall. If what Sun Xingyu said was true, then this seven-colored immortal stone was too valuable. Although the 5-colored soil was also a treasure that was hard to find, however, some people with great ability, they should still be able to find the 5-colored soil. If they could find the 5-colored soil, wouldn't they be able to forge an ancient weapon-level treasure? Many people were tempted, but they also knew whether they could obtain the seven-colored immortal stone depended on what the other party wanted to exchange it for. It wasn't something they could decide. As for snatching the seven-colored immortal stone, no one had ever thought of such a thing. This was a treasure of a transcending realm expert. Trying to snatch the treasure of a transcending realm expert was the same as courting death. They would die miserably if that happened. Sun Xingyu said, "If you want to obtain this seven-colored immortal stone, you'll need to take out a golden-patterned 9-headed sacred firebird egg." Golden-patterned 9-headed sacred firebird? What kind of spiritual beast was that? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. In fact, when he heard Sun Xingyu's introduction of the seven-colored immortal stone, Lin Feng also wanted to obtain it. After all, theoretically speaking, Lin Feng could forge 8 natal magic treasures at most, and he had only forged 5 so far. If he obtained the seven-colored immortal stone, he could find the 5-colored soil in the future. He would be able to forge a new ancient weapon. Moreover, this ancient weapon was a natal magic treasure. Unfortunately, Lin Feng couldn't take out what the other party wanted. Chapter 6298. If he couldn't take out what the other party wanted, he naturally wouldn't have any fate with the seven-colored immortal stone. Lin Feng felt a little helpless. However, life was like this. How could everything go according to one's wishes? It was simply impossible. Probably because he heard many people asking what the golden-patterned 9-headed sacred firebird was. Therefore, Sun Xingyu explained, "The golden-patterned 9-headed sacred firebird is a divine bird that was born 7 eras ago. It is said that once this divine bird reaches adulthood, it has a very high chance of breaking through to the transcendence realm." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. What a terrifying divine bird! However, this divine bird was in existence from 7 eras ago. Was it extinct now? It wouldn't be easy to search the soul of this divine bird's egg. Therefore, many people shook their heads. They had no fate with the seven-colored immortal stone. They were still rather depressed. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "I wonder if you want a living or dead egg. If it's a living egg, the value of the seven-colored immortal stone will be much lower." The person who spoke was a woman with a very pleasant voice. Everyone turned their heads to look and found that the woman described was a young woman. She was plump and charming. She had a noble temperament that made others feel ashamed of their inferiority. Although they didn't know where this woman came from, this woman was definitely not simple. A bird egg that has lost its vitality can be exchanged for the seven-colored immortal stone. Sun Xingyu said, "A living egg." In other words, a bird egg that still had vitality could hatch into a young bird. This kind of egg was indeed very precious. As for a dead egg, because it had lost all its vitality, it naturally couldn't produce a young bird. Since the other party wanted a bird egg that had lost its vitality, it seemed that they had other uses for it. As for what it could be used for, that was unknown. "All right, I'll trade with you," the woman said. Then, she took out an egg. This egg was completely fiery red. There were many mysterious runes imprinted on the eggshell. It was unknown what those runes meant. This egg was clearly the egg of the golden-patterned nine-headed sacred fire bird. After seeing this egg, Sun Xingyu's face couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. Because in this trade fair, whether or not a few treasures could be traded was very important because of the things that those treasures needed to be exchanged for. They were things that his master urgently needed. If they couldn't be exchanged, many things might be affected. For example, the egg of the golden-patterned nine-headed sacred fire bird. It was a treasure that his master urgently needed. His master wanted to use this egg as the core material to refine a cauldron of top-grade pills. That pill was greatly beneficial to cultivation. As a direct disciple, if the pill was successfully refined, there would definitely be a share for him. Therefore, Sun Xingyu was in a good mood after successfully trading for the eggs of the golden-patterned nine-headed firebird. They quickly the deal. The second item was a healing pills. This healing pill was not simple. It was a 9 revolutions soul return pill refined by an expert who had surpassed his cultivation level. Of course, there was no pill that could truly bring the dead back to life in this world. This 9 revolutions soul return pill, refined by a Saint Realm expert, requires a demon refining stone to exchange for it. Demon refining stone was an extremely special stone. It was said that it was the main material to forge some demon weapons. Demon weapons were very special. They could easily evolve into weapon cultivators. Some body cultivators liked to integrate demon weapons into their bodies. This way, their physical bodies would be greatly improved. Demon refining stones were divided into 5 different grades: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and purple gold. The bronze grade was the most common, the silver grade was less common, and the gold grade was extremely precious. It wasn't even something that could be bought with immortal stones. The platinum grade was extremely rare. There was no demon refining stone of this grade circulating on the market at all. They were probably in the hands of some of the top families. The purple gold grade could be described as rare. It was too rare. Among the top families, there were probably not many who had demon refining stones of this grade. And it was said that there were 5 different grades of demon refining stones. In fact, there were also differences in grade. For example, there were differences in grade between purple gold grade demon refining stones. Sun Xingyu didn't mention the grade of demon refining stones. Obviously, he knew that some of the cultivators here should be able to take out demon refining stones. Naturally, it was the person with the highest grade. He could get the 9 revolutions soul returning pill. Sure enough, soon, more than a dozen cultivators took out their demon refining stones one after another. The lowest grade was a gold grade demon refining stone. These cultivators didn't take out demon refining stones below gold grade at all, because they knew that demon refining stones below gold grade weren't competitive at all. It would be embarrassing to take them out. 3 cultivators took out purple gold grade demon refining stones. Sun Xingyu inspected the stones and chose the best purple gold grade Fey refining stone. Then, he handed the 9 revolutions soul return pill to the other party. Both sides completed the transaction. Next, one by one, the trading items were taken out. Xia Dongwang exchanged for a blood-stained stone. That stone was very mysterious and was surrounded by demonic qi. The blood stained on it should be the blood of a demon race expert. Fatso exchanged for a 9 Palaces secret manual. There were many types of 9 Palaces secret manuals. The one that Fatso exchanged for was definitely a treasure among the many 9 palaces' secret manuals. It mainly recorded all kinds of Qi Huang technique. Fatso was quite interested in studying these Qi Huang technique. Little Donkey also exchanged for something. It was a Dharma treasure similar to a diamond bracelet. There might be some problem with this Dharma treasure that made it difficult to distinguish its grade. Little Donkey probably saw that this Dharma treasure was extraordinary, so he exchanged for it. Lin Feng and Zhuge Xiaoxiao didn't make a move. Lin Feng took a fancy to 2 things. The first was the 7-colored immortal stone, and the second was a Xian Wang limitless diagram. The Xian Wang limitless diagram was mysterious. The formation patterns drawn on it were incomparably complicated. Lin Feng felt that the Xian Wang limitless diagram should be hiding a big secret. The other party asked for a top-grade compass. Lin Feng only had the heart compass that could be considered a top-grade compass. If he exchanged the heart compass with the other party, he would definitely be able to smoothly exchange for the Xian Wang limitless diagram. But the point was Lin Feng couldn't exchange the heart compass with someone else. The heart compass was too important to him. In the end, the Xian Wang limitless diagram was obtained by a Taoist priest. As for the other treasures after the Xian Wang limitless diagram, Lin Feng wasn't very interested. Lin Feng had been waiting for the other party to take out the Xuanwu primordial soul. But Sun Xingyu didn't take it out. Until the 35th item. Only then did he take out the Xuanwu primordial soul. Sun Xingyu explained, the next item is a Xuanwu primordial soul. The Xuanwu primordial soul can be used to refine defensive treasures. It's not a bad choice to act as the item spirit of a defensive treasure. A defensive treasure refined with the Xuanwu primordial soul as the item spirit can be ranked in the top 3 of many treasures on the same level. If you want the Xuanwu primordial soul, you'll need to use an illusory stone to exchange for it. Illusory stone. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. He had something like that. Back in the Martial Heaven continent, Lin Feng had obtained many illusory stones. From low-grade illusory stones, such as first-grade and second-grade illusory stones, to high-grade illusory stones, such as 8th-grade and 9th-grade illusory stones, he had everything he could possibly want. I'll trade with you. I have a 6th-grade illusory stone, said a cultivator. I have a 7th-grade illusory stone, said another cultivator, said a third cultivator. I have an 8th-grade illusory stone, said a fourth cultivator. I also have an 8th-grade illusory stone. We can compete to see whose illusory stone is a bit higher. The one with the higher grade gets the better one, said Lin Feng at that moment. I have a level 9 illusory stone. Everyone looked at the illusory stone in Lin Feng's hand. It was sparkling and translucent. There were 9 faint rays of light within it. It was indeed a 9th-grade illusory stone. When the others saw that Lin Feng had taken out such a high-level illusion stone, they all gave up on trying to steal it. All right, the black tortoise primordial spirit is yours. Sun Xingyu looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Lin Feng and Sun Xingyu had completed the trade. Even though Lin Feng was used to all kinds of grand occasions, he was still somewhat excited at this moment. The 9 Emperors diagram had a special place in his heart. Why did he say that? Because, strictly speaking, the 9 Emperors diagram was the first great opportunity that Lin Feng had obtained after his rise. Note: the Devil Orb was the key to helping Lin Feng rise again. Moreover, in the early days of Lin Feng's cultivation, the 9 Emperors diagram had played an extremely important role. For example, Lin Feng had used the 9 Emperors diagram to refine the 9 Emperors clone, which had been of great help to him. Thus, Lin Feng was somewhat obsessed with the 9 Emperors diagram. He really hoped to activate the 9 Emperors diagram as soon as possible. However, Lin Feng also knew that some things couldn't be done just because you wanted to. It depended on fate. If fate didn't come, then it couldn't be forced. If fate did come, then everything would naturally follow. For example, the last 3 primordial spirit. Lin Feng had searched for so long but still couldn't find them. But this time, he didn't deliberately look for them. Instead, he obtained news of the black tortoise primordial spirit and successfully obtained this treasure. As the saying goes, if you want to plant a willow, you won't succeed. Actually, this was the truth. Next, Sun Xingyu took out a lot of good things to trade. Many people participated in the trade. Zhuge Xiaoxiao also exchanged for something. She exchanged for an extremely rare golden lotus. Its use was unknown. However, Zhuge Xiaoxiao might know, but Lin Feng didn't ask her about the use of the golden lotus. Next was the trade. Lin Feng didn't make any more moves, because the things that Sun Xingyu took out weren't particularly attractive to him. After the trade fair ended, the cultivators who participated in the trade fair also left one after another. Lin Feng and the others didn't stay, and also quickly left the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. In this trade fair, Lin Feng and the others got what they liked. The harvest was quite good. When they left the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, it was already afternoon. Lin Feng and the others went to enjoy a delicious meal, so they returned to their residence. Lin Feng began to try to activate the Black Tortoise clone. As long as he had the Black Tortoise primordial spirit, it wasn't difficult to activate the Black Tortoise clone. Lin Feng injected the Black Tortoise primordial spirit into the Black Tortoise clone. The Black Tortoise clone began to fuse with the Black Tortoise primordial spirit. The fusion process was very fast. After 2 hours, the fusion was completed smoothly. After the fusion, the Black Tortoise clone was activated. The greatest use of the Black Tortoise clone was to give Lin Feng a strong defense. Lin Feng could form Black Tortoise runes on the surface of his body with a thought. This kind of Black Tortoise runes was simply invulnerable. Right now, Lin Feng's physical strength was unparalleled in the world. But physical defense was Lin Feng's weakness. After all, Lin Feng's physical body level, it was still in the divine realm, which was also the 8th realm of the sage realm. If it was a competition of physical strength, Lin Feng's physical strength could even crush a cultivator who had surpassed his realm. But if it was a competition of physical defense, then Lin Feng's physical body was definitely not comparable to a powerhouse who had surpassed his realm. However, when Lin Feng awakened the Black Tortoise clone, it was different. His physical defense, coupled with the Black Tortoise runes given to him by the Black Tortoise clone, Lin Feng felt that his physical body should be able to contend with a powerhouse who had surpassed his realm. Imagine it, crushing a powerhouse who had surpassed his realm. Comparable to a powerhouse who had surpassed his realm. The current Lin Feng, his physical body was too terrifying. His physical body could even kill a powerhouse who had surpassed his realm. Only the Taotai origin spirit and the Void Beast origin spirit have not been obtained. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Lin Feng knew that he could not be anxious. He believed that when the time came, he would definitely be able to find the last 2 origin spirit. The Mazu festival was still going on lively. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he thought about going to the 5th level of the Heaven Realm. As for Zhuge Xiaoxiao, Fatso, and Little Donkey, they were going to return to their families. What made Lin Feng puzzled was that the way Zhuge Xiaoxiao looked at him now was indeed different from before. And what made Lin Feng a little speechless was that Zhuge Xiaoxiao. Recently, she had always liked to find trouble with him and pick on his fault. Lin Feng could only smile bitterly at this. He couldn't fall out with Zhuge Xiaoxiao, right? If he fell out with a woman over some small matter, that would be too ungentlemanly. Besides, no matter what, Zhuge Xiaoxiao was Fatso's sister. He had to take Fatso's feelings into consideration, right? Fortunately, they were going to part ways. He was a little reluctant to part with Fatso and Little Donkey. However, being able to get rid of Zhuge Xiaoxiao, this demoness, made Lin Feng heave a sigh of relief. However, what Lin Feng and the others did not expect was that a piece of news was exposed in the cultivator gathering area. This news caused a huge uproar. It also changed Lin Feng and the others' plans, because this news was about the Gate of Will. The Gate of Will forged by the 7th-generation Celestial Master, Mu Xiuhan, was incomparably magical. After obtaining the Gate of Will, with a thought, he could immediately escape hundreds of thousands of miles away. It was definitely a heaven-defying supreme treasure. This treasure had been lost for a long time. One of Lin Feng's goals in coming to the Heaven Realm was to find the Gate of Will forged by Mu Xiuhan. Now he finally obtained news about the Gate of Will. Chapter 6299. When the Gate of Will appeared in the overseas world, more than one group of cultivators saw the Gate of Will and tried to capture it. However, the Gate of Will managed to escape. Wanting to grasp the door of the mind was not an easy task. After all, this treasure was too extraordinary. I once saw the Gate of Will from a distance. It was a special stone door that emitted holy light. What a pity I was just one step away. If I had come a little earlier, I might have been able to catch it. Behind the restaurant, some cultivators started bragging while eating. I already caught the door of Will, but I was ambushed and had to dodge the other party's attack, so the door of Will broke free. Then, someone else said, I suppressed the Gate of Will, but who would have thought that the Gate of Will would escape while I was sleeping? Asked Lin Feng. The third cultivator said, You can King brag. Fatso curled his lips and said, Lin Feng and the others were also eating in this restaurant. This restaurant was located in another area where cultivators gathered. This island was called Bright Moon Island. It was a famous place for cultivators overseas. Lin Feng and the others had searched the overseas world for a while, but they could not find the whereabouts of the Door of Will, so they rested on Bright Moon Island. At the same time, they wanted to find out if there was any news about the Door of Will. A treasure like the Door of Will should have its own intelligence, right? Xia Dongwang said. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. It was precisely because it had its own intelligence that such a treasure was not easy to obtain. Usually, a treasure that had its own intelligence had two paths to choose from. The first path was to evolve into a weapon cultivator. The second path was to choose a master. The Door of Will had appeared in its original form and caused such a big commotion. Now, it seemed that there was an 80% chance that it did not evolve into a weapon cultivator. If it really became a weapon cultivator, it would not be so high profile and would cultivate in a low-key manner. Then, since it had appeared in such a high-profile manner, it must have wanted to attract a large number of cultivators. Then, it would be convenient for it to choose a new master. Lin Feng thought. That was probably the case. However, Lin Feng felt that if the Gate of Will were to choose a new master, then the probability of him becoming the new master of the Gate of Will should be higher. After all, he had a deep relationship with the 7th-generation Celestial Master, Mu Xiuhan. Furthermore, the Door of Heart was forged by the 7th-generation Celestial Master, Mu Xiuhan. Through this relationship, his chances were naturally higher. Of course, even if the chances were higher, it didn't necessarily mean that he would be able to obtain the Door of Intentions. Everything was unpredictable. Perhaps, the Door of Intentions would be taken away by someone else. Rumble. In the distance, a loud explosion shook the heavens. A large number of ancient war chariots crushed through the sky, attracting the attention of countless people. They're from the Heavenly Human Clan, the War Monarch Clan. A cultivator exclaimed. The Battle King clan of the Celestial race had a very high status in the Celestial race. This clan had produced 2 heavenly lords. Although there wasn't anyone from the War Monarch family in the 33 heavens, it was said that the War Monarch family had a lot of hidden experts. That expert with a strong foundation. He had been cultivating in the wasteland. Some people suspected that he had broken through to the Transcendence realm in the wasteland. Thus, in the alliance formed by the celestial race and the immortal race, the War Monarch family had a lot of power. Now that the War Monarch family had come, it was obvious that they had come for the Door of Intentions. After all, the Door of Intentions was too special and too precious. Anyone would be tempted by this treasure. After the War Monarch family arrived, many experts from other major powers arrived one after another. For example, the celestial race, the immortal race, and many other major powers. The otherworldly beings, the lost races of the epoch, the mastermind world, and some other clans and powers. Of course, this included the hidden clans of the heaven world. These hidden clans weren't simple. Many of them were incomparably terrifying. Even the celestial race and the immortal race were incomparably fearful of these hidden clans. In addition, another powerful figure had arrived. He was called Wuji Tian. This Wuji Tian. He was the son of the Emperor Huang Xingtian. The Emperor Huang Xingtian was the first of the 33 heavens to break through to the Transcendence realm. His strength was unfathomable. He was the leader of the 33 heavens. As the son of the Emperor Huang Xingtian, Wuji Tian had always called himself the Crown Prince of the Heaven World. Of course, it wasn't impossible for him to call himself the Crown Prince in such a lofty manner. After all, his father's identity was there for all to see. Moreover, it was said that Wuji Tian's cultivation was extremely terrifying. As for how strong he was, no one knew. However, there were rumors that Wuji Tian was wearing a set of ancient weapons. However, no one knew how many ancient weapons this set was made up of. It was said that the Emperor Huang Xingtian had paid a huge price to exchange this set of ancient weapons for his son from the imperial family behind the scenes. Therefore, one could imagine how tyrannical Wuji Tian's strength was. Crown Prince Wuji Tian had caused quite a commotion when he arrived. This was because when this guy came, he had 9 giant dragons pulling his carriage. There was also a large number of cultivator soldiers leading the way. At a rough glance, this guy had brought at least 100,000 cultivator soldiers with him. This extravagance, truly awesome. Some of Wuji Tian's friends were already waiting for him here. After Wuji Tian arrived, the cultivator army stopped in the void. A beautiful servant girl opened the curtain of the carriage. Wuji Tian walked out from within. Wuji Tian was tall and slender. His eyes were like stars and his face was like jade. He was indeed born with a good appearance. He was wearing a set of imperial robes. It was not a 5-clawed golden dragon. It was an ancestral dragon. Usually, a 5-clawed golden dragon on an imperial robe represented the supreme imperial power. However, Wuji Tian felt that the 5-clawed golden dragon was not worthy of his position. Therefore, he had someone draw the most powerful ancestral dragon on his imperial robe. It could be seen that Wuji Tian had extremely high requirements for certain details. "Welcome, Your Highness Crown Prince." The cultivators who came to greet Wuji Tian all bowed to him. Wuji Tian nodded arrogantly. Under the escort of a group of cultivators, he quickly left. He was probably going to a more high-end place to hold a celebratory feast. As for the 100,000 cultivator army, they were led away. There were so many people. They would probably be stationed at the edge of the island. Crown Prince? How laughable. Does he really think that the heavenly court belongs to the Emperor Huang Xingtian? Someone sneered. That's right. His status is not much higher than the other sons of the heavenly masters, but he keeps calling himself the Crown Prince. He thinks too highly of himself. The other cultivator also sneered. This person's arrogance comes from his bones. Does he really think that he is invincible among the younger generation? If not for his father getting him a set of ancient weapons, what is he? Among the descendants of the heavenly masters, there will naturally be someone who can suppress him. The third cultivator sneered. He was full of disdain for Wuji Tian. Lin Feng heard their discussion. The cultivators at the table were all from the celestial race and the immortal race. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. These people were belittling Wuji Tian. Could it be that they were also from the heavenly masters? If so, they were all young cultivators. Naturally, they could not stand Wuji Tian's high and mighty attitude. Moreover, it could also be seen from this matter. The masters of the 33 heavens. They were not as united as they seemed on the surface. There were definitely many things that were not known to the public. Actually, it was normal. If there was only one person in charge of a force, it might be more stable. But if there were many people in charge of a force, no matter how united the force was on the surface, there would definitely be undercurrents surging behind the scenes. After all, the distribution of power and benefits were all different. Everyone wanted more power and more benefit, even if these people in power could be united. But what about the forces behind them? Everyone had a family behind them. How could there be no disputes? No matter how good the relationship between these people in power was, if the family members kept instigating some things, then many dirty things would happen. A struggle for benefit. From ancient times until now. They were all things that were difficult to solve perfectly. This was because human greed was endless. No one would complain about having too much. Because too many cultivators had come to Bright Moon Island, it had become extremely chaotic. After all, with so many people, it was easy to cause trouble. Lin Feng and the others went to inquire about the Door of Will, but they did not obtain much useful information. On the way back, Lin Feng frowned slightly, because he discovered that someone was secretly watching them. Who were these people's targets? Was it him? Or someone else? For example, Zhuge Xiaoxiao? Lin Feng was not particularly sure. Lin Feng did not pay attention to the other party. Now was not the time to deal with these people. After returning to their residence, Little Donkey said, "Someone is secretly watching us." Little Donkey's perception was unparalleled. This was related to its race. Xia Donghuang, Zhuge Xiaoxiao, and Fatso did not discover any traces of the other party. Who is following us? Fatso was puzzled. Zhuge Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. She seemed to have thought of something. Little Donkey said, "I don't know." Lin Feng said, "Then find an opportunity to make a move." The few of them nodded. Late at night, Lin Feng and the others decided to make a move. They did not make a move during the day because there were too many people and it was not suitable to make a move during the day. The night was quiet. It was a great opportunity to make a move. Fatso used a spatial technique and silently disappeared. Not long after, Fatso returned and brought a captive with him. Lin Feng realized that the cultivator that Fatso had captured was none other than the cultivator who had followed them during the day. Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. Did these people not know how to change shifts? One person had been watching them for so long. Wasn't he tired? He was too inconsiderate of his subordinate. Zhuge Xiaoxiao looked at the imprisoned cultivator and asked coldly, "What are you talking about? Are you one of Shuangrou's men?" The cultivator hurriedly nodded and said, "I was indeed sent by the eldest young Mississippi. I'm just following orders. Please spare me. I'll definitely work like a cow or a horse without hesitation. I can even go to the eldest young miss and be your spy." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This Shui Ingru should be the woman who had confronted Zhuge Xiaoxiao earlier, right? However, Lin Feng did not know Shui Ingru. He had never heard of this person either. He was not even sure what kind of power Zhuge Xiaoxiao and Fatso's family was. However, Lin Feng had a feeling that Zhuge Xiaoxiao and Fatso's family was very likely to be a hidden family. Moreover, it was not a family from the heaven realm. Who is Shwe Ingru? Fatso asked curiously. He knew nothing about what had happened a few nights ago. Therefore, he felt that it was strange. Zhuge Xiaoxiao said, "She is a descendant of Shwe Tianquan." What? Fatso immediately cried out. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Then this Shwe Ingru deserves to die." However, he immediately asked, "Is Shwe Ingru beautiful?" "Yes, she is a national beauty. She is devastatingly beautiful," the captured cultivator hurriedly said. Hearing this, Fatso's eyes lit up. He coughed dryly and said, "The grudges of the older generation have nothing to do with us juniors." As soon as Fatso finished speaking, he was sent flying by Zhuge Xiaoxiao's kick. Then, his huge body fell heavily to the ground. The ground shook 3 times. "Oh, sister, you are too ruthless. Are you trying to kick me to death?" Fatso wailed in pain. "Who asked you to be so cheap?" Zhuge Xiaoxiao did not give Fatso any face. Her tone was very unpleasant. But then again, Fatso was indeed asking for a beating. Just because she was beautiful, he could treat it as if there was no grudge between them? It would be strange if Zhuge Xiaoxiao did not beat him up. Men should have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Fatso muttered. "You are just a boy who weighs more than 150 kilograms. Zhuge Xiaoxiao glanced at Fatso from the corner of her eyes. Lin Feng and the others burst out laughing. Fatso was indeed a boy. Fatso was very depressed. He stammered and could not say anything. He was already so old, but he was still a boy. How embarrassing! Look at his brother, Lin Feng. How cool was that? Lin Feng looked at Zhuge Xiaoxiao and asked, "This Shwe Ingru, why does she keep hounding you?" Lin Feng asked this because he felt that Shuangrou's relentless pursuit of Zhuge Xiaoxiao was not just because of family grudges. After all, family grudges. It was a grudge accumulated over a long period of time. It was not something that juniors like them could solve. Moreover, the current situation was different from the past. After all, the end of the era was coming. Even if there were many families with grudges, they would not kill each other like before in order to preserve their strength. They were all recuperating and increasing their family's strength. They had to survive the disaster of the end of the era first. This was the most crucial and important thing. However, Shwe Ingru acted out of character. She looked as if she would not stop until she killed Zhuge Xiaoxiao. Naturally, Lin Feng became suspicious. Zhuge Xiaoxiao said, "Some time ago, when I came to look for Fatso, I happened to see Shwe Ingru leading a group of people in search of a secret place. Then, when she wasn't paying attention, I hid in the dark and suddenly attacked and snatched her map." "Ha, sister, you're really something." Fatso immediately laughed loudly. Little Donkey said, "Perhaps we can go to that secret place to take a look. Who knows, we might be able to get a lot of good things." "It's not that simple. The map I have should only be a part of it. I think Shwe Ingru should have another part of it," Zhuge Xiaoxiao said. Fatso said, "If Shwe Ingru has a part of the map, then it will indeed be more troublesome." After pausing for a moment, Fatso continued, "What is this secret place related to? If this secret place is extraordinary, then we can cooperate with Shwe Ingru. If this secret place is not that extraordinary, then we can sell the map to Shwe Ingru." Zhuge Xiaoxiao said, "This secret place is related to Yellow Sky." Lin Feng and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. The heavens had already died, but the pure voice of Yellow Sky still resounded throughout the heaven realm. In the past, Yellow Sky stood in place of the heavens. It became the second stage of the 33 levels of heaven, the supreme heavens. At this stage, it probably lasted until the end of the Great War between innate lifeforms. Yellow Sky was destroyed with the end of the Great War between innate lifeforms. The 33 levels of heaven also began to be reborn from the ashes and evolved again. This was something that happened countless years ago. Zhuge Xiaoxiao said, Heaven can probably be from the formation of the era to the beginning of the age of the gods. Zhuge Xiaoxiao had consumed heaven's blood and obtained heaven's orthodoxy, so she was very clear about the division of time. Others might not be clear about these things. The age of the gods that Zhuge Xiaoxiao mentioned was before the age of the gods. Ever since the investiture of the gods was created, innate life forms began to become titled gods. This was a brand new era. It was said that this brand new era was related to the destruction of heaven. After Yellow Sky established the Tao, many things changed. A large number of experts rose. It was inseparable from this. Lin Feng listened carefully. Zhuge Xiaoxiao continued, the second great era, which is from the age of the gods to the end of the age of the innate life forms, Yellow Sky established the Tao. This span should be the most chaotic era of the 9 states universe in this era. Because this span is relatively long, and there are many experts. Probably because there are too many experts, there will always be many ambitious people. Therefore, these ambitious people created many catastrophes. In addition, there are also people behind the scenes, the world's royal family, the lost races of the era, and some foreign life forms adding fuel to the fire. This caused many conflicts between the various powers, and the 9 states universe will never have a day of peace. Hearing this, Lin Feng thought of his ancestor, the master of the gods. He was a character that was born when the age of the innate life forms was about to end. It could be said that the times created men. Zhuge Xiaoxiao continued, during the age of Yellow Sky, too many things happened. Yellow Sky was destroyed, and too many secrets were taken away. Therefore, if we can really find Yellow Sky's burial ground, the rewards will be unimaginable. Lin Feng and the others were excited. Indeed, some of the things left behind by Yellow Sky would be extremely shocking. It would be enough to make anyone. They would go crazy over it. Lin Feng said, let him send a message to Xue Yingru. Let Xue Yingru come personally to discuss this matter. She's a smart person, so she should know what to do. Zhuge Xiaoxiao said, all right, let this guy bring the message back. Tomorrow afternoon at Bright Moon Hotel, we'll wait for Xue Yingru to come. Yes. I'll definitely pass the message. The cultivator hurriedly promised. Fatso removed the restriction on the cultivator, and the cultivator hurriedly left. The next day, Lin Feng and the others arrived at Bright Moon Hotel and booked a private room. Noon. The door of the private room was kicked open. Then, a group of more than 20 people walked in, led by a woman. She was wearing a long purple dress. She was tall and slender, and her skin was as white as snow. Her face was exquisite and beautiful. However, her expression was cold. She looked like she was unapproachable. This woman was the one who confronted Zhuge Xiaoxiao that night. She should be Xue Yingru. You came for the appointment, but you destroyed the door. The upbringing of the Dark Knight Azura clan is really admirable. Zhuge Xiaoxiao mocked. It depends on who I'm dealing with. I wouldn't do that to others, but to the Saint Hall clan, I don't need to be so courteous. Xue Yingru sneered. Lin Feng was surprised. He had heard of the Holy Hall clan and the Dark Knight Azura clan. Lin Feng was astonished. It was rumored that these 2 clans were clans that had transcended more than 1,000 eras. These clans were the top clans in the 4 cosmoses. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.